Folks, today's leading man gets a starting hand I can only call hell difficulty. 1 second, he's the tip of the spear in the Dragon Nation's special forces, running an op on foreign soil. One step onto a hidden trap, eyes shut, open them again, and it's 1958, the Greater Shingon Range, in the home of a hunter so poor he rattles when he walks. A golden finger? None. A system? None. The opening hand heaven dealt him. A mother coughing up blood, 2 little sisters waiting to be fed, plus a famine-era debt of 37 yuan, 2 mao, for fun. Oh, right. The first mission he picks up after transmigrating is this. Go up the mountain, catch a chicken. Let's start from the day he crouched in a snow hollow, watching a snare. Brother, Ma coughed up blood again yesterday. Deep in the mountain forest, my little sister and I lay flat beneath a pine, dead branches and dry grass heaped over us. Eyes locked on a pheasant snare a dozen-odd meters off. The one who spoke was my sister, Wang Fun, 8 years old, but years of going hungry had left her thin as a 4 or 5-year-old. Her little hand kept wiping at the bits of debris the brambles had scratched onto her face, her voice as thin as a mosquito's whine. There's no money for Ma's medicine again, Dr. Wang said. No money, and he stops the medicine in a day or 2. Don't be scared, little sister, brother's here. I kept my eyes on the snare, my voice low. We bagged something today, and there's money for Ma's medicine. Really, brother? Brother promises. Promise what exactly? Truth be told, I had no certainty in my heart either. Let me lay out this opening hand for you. I was a soldier in the Dragon Nation Special Forces, and 3 days ago, on an op abroad, I stepped on a trap, and by some twist of fate, transmigrated into this body that shares my very name. 1958. The Greater Shingon Range, 3 years of great disaster, every household with an empty belly, some were down to gnawing tree bark and eating guanine clay. As for the body's original owner, his father had died before the new year, leaving behind a mother racked with consumption, a 20-year-old elder sister, and an 8-year-old little sister. To bury the father, he'd borrowed 37 yuan, 2 mao, for fun from relatives, and in times like these, that was the last straw that could break a family's back. Ma's medicine couldn't be cut off for a single day. It had all come down to the original owner's 3-legged cat hunting, robbing Peter to pay Paul, scraping through 3 hard months. The last half-bun in the house had hit the bottom last night. Whether we ate today rode entirely on this trip of mine. I glanced at that snare and nearly lost it. Well now, the snare the original owner had set was practically performance art. Wrong size, wrong height, not even any camouflage. I truly couldn't imagine how much effort it had taken him to keep a whole family alive on a thing like this. Fine, let a professional handle it. Lying there, I spent over an hour redoing the snare from scratch. Watch closely. The loops got to be just wide enough for a pheasant's foot to pass through. The heights got to match how high it lifts its foot when it walks. And last, scatter fallen leaves and grass over it, so it can't spot anything wrong. Brother, you're amazing. Wang Fun's grubby little face, those 2 eyes bright as light bulbs, brimmed with adoration. All right, this little sister really did know how to make a person feel good. I ruffled her head, indulgent. Sweet-mouthed you. Brother, eat this. She suddenly propped herself half up and, ever so carefully, drew something out from inside her clothes. Half a cornbread bun, palm-sized, its edges gnawed ragged, wrapped tight in half a sheet of clean oil paper. Last night Ma had us eat buns. I couldn't bear to. I knew you were going up the mountain today and was afraid you'd be hungry. Folks, I'm telling you straight. In my last life, I'd walked through fire and over knives, seen it all. And now, an 8-year-old slip of a girl, starved down to skin and bone, breaks me clean apart with half a cornbread bun. I was just about to say something. Not far off, the waist-high tangle of dead grass rustled, the stalks swaying. Shoo, quiet, we've got game. I clamped a hand over Wang Fun's little head, and the 2 of us pressed flat against the snow. The snow, of all moments, chose now to come down hard. Goose feather flakes, driven by the cold wind, and in no time, they'd laid a white quilt over the 2 of us. Wang Fun was frozen, her little nose scarlet, snot all but hanging in icicles, yet she made not a sound, just stared into the distance. My heart twisted. I reached out and laid my hand over her head to block the wind for her. The little one nestled closer into me. Today, whatever it took, I'd see Ma get a mouthful of meat. Cheep, cheep, cheep. I don't know how long it was before a pheasant finally darted out of the grass, feathers bright, crest brilliant, glaring against the white snow. Brother, a pheasant. Wang Fun's eyes went round in an instant. Keep it down, don't spook it. My gun hand was slick with sweat. It wasn't that I'd never seen the world. It was that this one bird mattered far too much to our teetering household. 7 or 8 caddies, enough for the whole family to have a meal of meat, and the rest could be traded for cash. Ma's medicine money for today would be covered. But the thing was born timid. In snow half a foot deep, it took a step and looked around for ages, and in 10 some minutes had moved only a few meters. I kept telling myself, steady, wait a bit more, let it walk into the snare. It drew closer and closer, a few steps from the snare now. Soft and slow, I lifted the hunting gun off my back and set it on the snow, in case it broke free, so I could be first to pounce. Just one last step. Crack, a dead branch under the snow snapped. Squawk, squawk, squawk. The pheasant's feathers bristled in an instant, wings beating up a flurry of snow. It was about to bolt. No, without a thought, I drove from waist and legs and shot out like an arrow off the string, throwing up a wave of snow. Brother? Wangfen cried out. But in almost the same instant, a wave of snow burst up on the pheasant's other side too. A lithe, jet-black shadow, carrying a low muffled growl, faster than me, lunged straight for the pheasant. The pheasant shrieked, dove into the dense forest, and was gone. And I, unable to rein in my charge, crashed headlong into that black shadow. I focused, and my pupils shrank. A jet-black wild wolf. Blood-red eyes, fangs bared wide, fixed right on me. Grr! The snow was too deep. My lunge just now had never found its footing, and this collision knocked me down hard, pain and dizziness sending the world black. The wolf pounced like a thing possessed, its claws tearing several gashes in my outer coat in a few strokes. A woo, a wolf howl, shaking the loose snow from the whole forest into a tremble, carrying far, far off. Bad. Wolves are pack beasts. They hunt in groups. This was a lone wolf cut off from its pack, but a lone wolf's howl is a call to its kin. Before long, this stretch of forest would be ringed by a whole pack of red-eyed, starving wolves. A special forces soldier in his past life, first day transmigrated, hadn't caught so much as a chicken, and had first served himself up as meat for a wolf's jaws. But I, Wang Ming, had no intention of meeting my end here. No gun on me, and 8-year-old Wang Fun at my back. If a pack really fixed on us, the two of us were 10 times dead with no way out. In a flash of lightning, the wolf and I tangled into one, white snow flying. Brother! Wang Fun's sobbing cry burst by my ear. A massive force clamped down on my right arm, fabric ripping, the pain piercing. The beast meant to tear my whole arm off. My own temper flared. I forced a savage curse through my teeth, my left hand shooting for the dagger in my boot. Shing! The blade cleared its sheath and drove straight into the wolf's chest. A wet squelch, warm blood spattering my face, the reek of it shooting up my nose. The wolf howled fiercer, its grip on my arm tightening rather than loosening, as if in a last desperate, all-or-nothing fight. Off! I snarled, and the dagger went in another inch. The wolf gave a strange cry. Well now, it was the first time I'd ever seen fear in a wolf's eyes. Seizing that flinch, my big hand clamped its throat tight. I bore down with waist and legs and flipped it under me. It thrashed like mad, but couldn't break free of these two hands. The black fur dyed with blood, the snow beneath turning to a red pool. Its struggling weakened, bit by bit, and at last, went still. I dropped flat onto the snow, gasping out white breath, my hands still shaking. That one had nearly cost me half my life. But I didn't dare rest. Every second wasted was one more second for the pack to close in. Brother, are you all right? Wang Fen scrambled over half-crawling, crying so hard she could barely breathe. I'm fine, see, brother's right here. I ruffled her head. I thought. She buried her face in my chest. Silly girl, I told you I'm fine. Come on, let's move. It's too dangerous here. 40-some below zero, and the tear tracks on her face had long frozen into ice crystals, hanging from her lashes. I wiped the dagger clean, lashed the dead wolf with hemp rope, and tied it at my waist, skinned. With the meat on, this thing would fetch a good price in town. Just as I made to pull her along, my eye caught something off at the corner. Wait here, don't move. Gun leveled, I crept over and parted a snow-dusted clump of leaves, and my face lit up. The pheasant, the very one that had fled for its life a moment ago, blind in its panic, had dived headlong into the snare I'd set, tangled tighter and tighter, and frightened and strangled itself to death right there inside it. When the old man lost his horse, who's to say it wasn't a blessing in disguise? Heaven, it seemed, hadn't treated us so badly today after all. Brother, the pheasant's still here. Wangfen bounced with delight. Ma's medicine money's covered, and so is tonight's meat. Squared away, the dead wolf lashed to my waist, the pheasant in my left hand. I led Wang Fun down the mountain. Ma's going to be so happy. Wang Fun's little arms and legs flailed away. Right, and tonight you'll get chicken stew. If you can walk a little faster, that is. Huh? I'm already going really fast. Her little face crumpled. Just teasing. Slow or not, there's still some for you. But just then, from the vast white mountains behind us, a shrill wolf howl rang out across heaven and earth. My heart clenched. A moment ago, one step slower, and whether the two of us would have made it down in one piece was anyone's guess. Wang Fun, frightened, scurried in little steps into my arms. Brother, I'm scared. There are wolves behind us. Scared, are you? The next second, I scooped her up and threw her over my shoulder. Brother, what are you doing? Going home to eat meat. I carried her at a brisk pace toward home. Only, the closer I got to the house, the more uneasy I felt. Before I'd even reached the yard, I heard a commotion from inside. Cough, cough. I've said it. Marry your girl to me, and I'll guarantee your family never wants for food or drink, and I'll cover this dying hag's medicine too. No, Bald Lou, you'll be damned by heaven for this. Boo-hoo. Ma. I shoved the gate open and stepped into the yard. Well now, pots, bowls, and pans were smashed across the ground. Even the clay pot for decocting medicine shattered, the black dregs clotted into clumps. The one in the red floral print padded jacket was my elder sister, Wang Yin, weeping like pear blossoms in the rain, being dragged toward the door by a greasy bachelor. The man was around 40, licking his cracked lips, his whole face leering, the captain of the mountain guard team, Bald Lou. Follow me, and I promise you meat at every meal. Why suffer in poverty here? The more he dragged, the more worked up he got. My mother, Lu Finfong, clung to his leg, wailing and coughing fit to tear her chest apart. Bald Lou, annoyed, cursed something vile and raised a foot to kick. My eyes went cold. I seized him by the scruff of the neck and wrenched him backward, hard. Who's tired of living, daring to lay a hand on me? He went sprawling face first and opened his mouth cursing. But the moment he looked up and saw clearly that it was me, he froze. Wang Ming. He started to scramble up, and I twisted his wrist back. Crack. Aff. The scream split the night, the crisp snap of a shattered joint echoing through the yard. He rolled on the ground in agony, cold sweat soaking him through in an instant. You, Wang Ming, you're tired of living. Make one more sound, and I'll take your life, believe it. I pressed my cold face right up to his eyes. This body had been special forces in its past life, squaring away a bully the weak. Fear the strong coward was more than within its means. Your Wang family owes the mountain guard team 7 yuan in guard fees, plus your father's 20 yuan gambling debt. Failed to come up with this money and... Bang! A gunshot, and sparks leapt off the bluestone slab in front of him. The black cotton at his crotch was scorched on the spot, a singed stench rising. Holy hell! Wang Ming, you've gone mad. The next second, the cold gun barrel pressed to his forehead, followed by the sound of a round chambering. Not loud, but in his ears it was a thunderclap. I'll count to 3. Get out of here. Crippling one hand is the bill for laying hands on my elder sister. One more word, and I'll put you down right now. Folks, you'll never guess what happened. A hot wetness spread at his crotch, scalding water dripping down his cotton shoes. Right then and there, he wet himself. Get out. He couldn't even spare a thought for the pain in his wrist. His calves quaking like a sifting sieve, he shuffled for the exit, retreating a step for every step I took, and only at the gate did he dare look back. Meeting my eyes, he shuddered again, squeezed out a smile uglier than crying, and bolted out of sight. In the old days, this Wang's second son couldn't squeeze out a fart even with 3 kicks. How had he today become a different man, daring to put a gun to someone? He'd never figure it out, not to his dying day. Bang! The yard gate shut. I turned to look inside the house, and my brow furrowed. Boo-hoo. Ma, are you all right? Wang Yin, holding our mother, wept harder. Wang Fun's eyes reddened along with them. Ma's fine. Bald Lou won't dare come back. Son, Now that you've crossed the mountain guard team, won't life be even harder from here on? Ma wiped her tears. To say the original owner's lot was bitter was nothing but the truth. In these times, to go into the mountains and hunt, every household had to pay the mountain guard team a guard fee. Protection money, plain and simple. The Wangs couldn't even put food on the table, so the money had been put off again and again. And on top of that, the short-lived father had left a 20 yuan gambling debt before he went. Snow piled on frost. My elder sister was a fresh-faced beauty, and Bald Lu, who'd buried 2 wives, had set his sights on her, coming time and again to press his suit, saying that if she married him, the guard fee and the gambling debt would both be wiped clean. The moment I'd left today, trouble had broken out at home the moment after. A short while ago, had I held on to even a shred less of my reason, this Bald Lu would now be a corpse. But a life pays for a life, and if I went down, the 3 of them, mother and daughters, would have even less of a way to live. Ma, don't worry, I'll find a way for the money. If he comes again, let him come to me. Before the words were out, the yard gate hammered again. Bang, bang, bang. Bald Lu back already? Fire shot up in me. I turned, shouldered the gun, planted the double barrels by the door, kicked it open, and my forefinger was already on the trigger. But seeing clearly who stood outside, I froze. A weasel-faced young man, in a greasy black coat, snow flecking his half-flap cotton cap, the gun barrel pressed to his forehead, so frightened the cloth sack in his hands nearly slipped loose. Guzzy, what are you doing here? Holy crap, Brother Ming, what are you doing? By the memories, this Guzzy had grown up bare-bottomed alongside the original owner. They were close. Idle and shiftless by habit, with no great reputation, but to the original owner he was true through and through, dropping by now and then to lend a hand. I hurriedly put the gun away. It's nothing, nothing. What brings you here at this hour? Winter's nearly on us. I was afraid your family'd run out of grain, so I brought you a little. He drew a cloth sack from inside his coat and opened it. Golden millet, a good 2 caddies, packed full. I froze. Grain was precious in these times. His family was only a hair better off than mine, and he could still scrape this much out from between his own teeth. He'd most likely filched it behind his family's back. A warmth rose in my chest. His eye slid over and caught the dead wolf behind me and the big pheasant in the yard, and his eyes went round. This? You killed a wolf too? In a time like this, even the village's old hunters mostly came back from the mountains empty-handed, and here I had both a wolf and a big pheasant. No wonder he was stunned. Brother Ergu. Wangfen wiped her tears and darted over. Erguzi treated her like his own little sister and ruffled her head. Little Fun's grown taller again. His eye caught the wreckage inside the house too, and his face darkened. Brother Ming, what happened? Guns and a mess everywhere. Was it that Bald Lu creep? Come on, let's go find him. So what if it's the mountain guard team? Don't they each have 1 head and 2 arms? I'll go home and grab my gun. Righteous indignation all over him. He turned to go. Hey, what nonsense, there's no such thing. I caught him at once. A debt's a debt, and I didn't want to drag him into it. I changed the subject. As it happens, I bagged some game. Once I've plucked and skinned it, take some back for your uncle. Standing on ceremony with me, he shoved the millet into my hands. Take it first, and if it's not enough, say so. We pushed it back and forth a few rounds. In the end, I couldn't out-stubborn him. As he left, I called him back. Ergu, you free these next couple of days? Come up the mountain with me. I had my eye on his father's special knack for raising hunting hounds. Once the heavy snow sealed the mountain and it was all a vast white blank, finding game by manpower alone was next to impossible. With a good hound, the work would go twice as far on half the effort. Sure, I'm idle anyway. Your family's hound's still around. The old man's craft hasn't slipped. They're kept in fine shape. He grinned, catching my meaning at once. Then it's settled. I'll come find you tomorrow. And that Bald Lu creep comes again. You give me a shout. Don't try to tough it out alone. I know. I laughed it off and saw him out. The house had run out of grain just last night, and this Erguzi had come at just the right moment. Meat alone wouldn't do. You needed grain to hold off the hunger. Only now did Ma and my elder sister stop their tears. While Erguzi was here, the 2 of them had deliberately stayed out of sight. Ming, my boy, what are we going to do about this? Ma fretted. You've beaten Bald Lu, and that bunch of bullies on the mountain guard team are sure to come for revenge. Ma, don't worry, I'll find a way for the money. He comes, let him come to me. I glanced at the hunting gun in the corner. A debt's a debt, and only right to repay. But if he wanted to play rough, then he couldn't blame me for showing no mercy. Good wine for friends who come, a hunting gun for jackals. Besides, I had this bald Lou pegged, a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. After a beating like that, he wouldn't dare show his face again for a good while. The most pressing thing now was laying in supplies for winter. I swept a glance over the thin padded jackets on the three of them, their faces red and shivering with cold, and my heart ached. The original owner had gone up the mountain wearing the family's one and only coat, leaving the three of them to tough out this frozen world. Without a word, I took off my coat and draped it over my endlessly coughing mother. "Ma, wear this for now. Don't let yourself freeze." "That won't do. You're the pillar of this house. You freeze, and the whole sky of this family comes down." Ma hurried to push it back. "My frame can take the cold. This is nothing." Dropping the words, I ducked into the kitchen. "Little sister, tidy up the house." The kitchen was a sorry sight. Half an ear of half-raw corn, a little sweet potato gruel at the bottom of the pot thinner than water. Lucky for today's pheasant, plus Guzzi's millet, this meal could be scraped together. I plucked the pheasant, boiled water, set the pot, the whole routine brisk and clean. Fresh out of special forces in my past life, cooking was nothing to me. I minced the chicken into the pot, added seasoning, and the smell of meat shot up, setting me swallowing. This body hadn't touched anything but vegetables in far too long. I deliberately set aside half the millet. Whether the mountain yielded anything tomorrow was anyone's guess, and in all things you keep something in reserve. Glancing back, there at the doorframe stood Wang Fun, watery eyes wide and fixed on the pot, all but drooling. "What's the rush? It'll be a while yet. Go call your elder sister and mine." Before long, the rich chicken broth and the golden millet porridge were both done, the aroma filling the whole yard. "Come on, time to eat." I carried out the two pots, lifted the lids, and everyone's noses worked away. Wang Fun's little belly rumbled and rumbled. "Heavens, brother, it smells incredible. We didn't even eat this well at New Year's." I ladled everyone a bowl of hot broth first. "Ma, careful, it's hot." Ma looked at the bowl of broth with worry, made to say something, and was pushed back by my brooking no argument look. Only then did she take a shallow sip. "Ming, my boy, how is this broth so good? Past life special forces cooking, turning out food that left this era's standard miles behind. Only natural. Hurry and ladle yourself a bowl too. You of all people in this house deserve it. Day in and day out, up the mountains and through the snow." Ma's heart ached. Ma didn't say it aloud, but she knew full well in her heart. A trip into this frozen mountain meant carrying your head on your belt. The dead wolf at my waist was proof enough. "All right, I'll have a taste." I ladled myself a bowl too, slurped a mouthful, and the warm current slid down through my body, comfortable. Wang Fun had long been starved out. She clutched her bowl and gulped it down. My elder sister Wang Yin was more genteel, savoring it in small sips, but the eagerness she couldn't hide. This whole family hadn't had a full meal in who knew how long. I looked at the lot of them, and for the first time in my heart, I tasted the warmth of home. In my last life, out through wind and rain, through hails of bullets, this was the very thing I'd lacked most. A bowl of chicken broth down, I lifted the lid off the millet porridge. "Meat alone won't fill you. Drink the porridge," and ladled it out one by one. Wang Fun blew at it, puffing, mumbling, "So good. Brother, you drink too. It's so good." Only once I'd made sure the whole family was served did I pick up my own bowl last. I glanced at the gun in the corner, handed down from the original owner's grandfather, one gun across 3 generations, so old it ran the risk of bursting its barrel, and low on powder besides. I'd have to top up before the next trip up the mountain, and find a way to swap it for a new one down the road. Lucky Guzzi's family should have powder. I'd sort it all out then. The meal vanished like a gale sweeping leaves. Wang Fun cradled her round little belly, still wanting more. "Brother, when can we eat like this again?" "Greedy thing you." My elder sister arched a willow brow. "In a dead cold freeze like this, getting one such meal is already a blessing." Brother said, "From now on we'll get to eat meat every day." I ruffled Wang Fun's head. "Really? Second brother, don't spoil her. Up the mountains and back every day? It's so hard on you." My elder sister's eyes, fixed on me, were full of tender concern. "Enough, sis. Finish up and rest early. I've got to take this wolf to the wild game shop in town and sell it. You help Ma inside." I tightened my collar, lashed the dead wolf at my waist again, and headed out. Near the gate, Wang Fun came toddling after on her short little legs, holding up a coat. "Brother, Ma says put it on. They've all turned in, they don't need it." As if I didn't know the state of things inside. Drafts on every side, bedding so thin the cotton poked out. The three of them huddled together for warmth and still freezing badly. This was Ma, afraid I'd be cold. Now wasn't the time to stand on ceremony. Go out in a single layer and frostbite was certain. All right. I took it and pulled it on. That little leftover warmth inside the coat was cozy. "That's enough. Girl, off to sleep with you." "No, I want to wait for brother to come back." Her watery eyes were full of worry. Had town not been too far, where she'd have held me up, she'd surely have wanted to come along. I reached out and gave her nose a pinch. One dead wolf, one pheasant, traded for this whole family's first full meal in ages. But I knew clearly in my heart, this little bit of income could, at most, put out the fire under our feet. The feud with the mountain guard team was already struck. The heavy snow sealing the mountain was near at hand. Ma's illness grew heavier by the day. To truly let this family stand up straight and live, a single barrel-bursting old wreck of a gun was nowhere near enough. In the dark of night, I shouldered the wolf and trudged toward town, one foot sinking deep, the next shallow. Would this town's wild game shop be the first step in turning my fortunes around? The snow fell heavier and heavier. Before long, a layer of white frost pressed down on the top of my head and my lashes. "It's freezing. Must be near 20 below." I put out a hand to catch a snowflake and watched it melt in my palm, the string in my heart tightening another notch. At this rate, this year's winter was coming earlier than usual. The house had to be repaired, the cold weather gear made ready, or this whole family could truly freeze to death this winter. I hitched up the dead wolf at my waist and pressed on toward Longjia town, 1 foot deep, the next shallow. Longjia town, pitch dark, with figures here and there on the streets, all dressed as hunters. In these times, trading wild game on the side was against the law. At worst, they could pin a speculation and profiteering cap on you, so every hunter had his own channel. My family's line went by the name of Jiang Dashin, who dealt with both my grandfather's and my father's generations. Safe, for one, and fair on price, for two. The whole way, carrying a wolf, I drew no shortage of startled looks. No wonder, anyone who could drag a wolf out in this season, in this weather, was without exception an old hand. I felt my way to a plain little door and pushed it open. "Uncle Jiang." Coming. A shrewd old man with red earmuffs and narrowed eyes came out. And the moment he saw it was me, his eyes lit up. Ming, my boy, what brings you here?" His glance slid to the wolf behind me. "Io, this old wild wolf. You killed it." He was genuinely taken aback. In his memory, what I brought him each time was nothing but some mushrooms and woodier fungus. The odd pheasant so small it was pitiful, a world apart from my father's and grandfather's craft. What's it worth, Uncle Jiang?" I put my waist into it and swung the wolf onto the counter. The table shook and the lamp overhead swayed and swayed. "This wolf's a fine thing. Skin it and you can make a coat, and get 2 scarves out of it besides." He squinted, sizing it up, and held out 1 finger. 10 yuan. How's that? Money was honest in these times. Rice a mao to a caddy. Pork over 4 mao. 10 yuan could trade for 20-some caddies of fresh meat. No low price at all. "Uncle Jiang, could it go a little higher?" I coughed, a touch awkward. Ma's medicine, winter coats, food, money needed everywhere. Jiang Dashin paused, then smiled. "All right, 12 yuan. Call it a favor to old man Wang." "Deal." He pulled a wad of crumpled bills from under the counter and counted out 12 yuan. I took them, tucked them carefully into the inner pocket of my coat, and patted it again. This was a whole family's lifeline money, not a hair of it to go wrong. "Oh, right, uncle. You've got any of, around?" My eyes lit up, and I made the motion of squeezing a trigger. In a place like this, with money you could buy anything. The rules were loose in these times, and someone hauling out a light machine gun wouldn't make me blink. That wreck of the original owners was old enough to burst its barrel. For someone special forces trained like me, it sat all wrong in the hand. "Oh, didn't your father leave you a gun?" "Lost it." Jiang Dashin caught my meaning, asked no more, and threw on his coat to head into the back room. Count yourself lucky, boy. Just took in a Japanese Type 38 a few days back, 10 out of 10 condition, never even been fired. Though with what you've got, I'm afraid it's not enough." Something stirred in me. A Type 38. Long range, high accuracy, better than this firelock now by who knows how many times over. Back in the day, this thing had given our forebears no end of grief. I had an inborn aversion to the little devil's gear, but if it really was 10 out of 10, I wasn't so put off after all. Jiang Dashin dragged a thick wooden case out of the back room, set it on the table, and snapped it open. There, take a look. You want it, you're not walking off without 150. I focused, and my eyes lit up. In the black case lay a dark brown rifle, the barrel giving off a cold gleam under the lamp, the body long and slender, kept like new. Beside it, 2 boxes of golden 6.5mm cartridges, stacked neat and even. With this, going into the mountains, never mind hitting every shot dead on. Dropping a dumb roe deer 200 meters out would be no problem at all. I caught up the rifle, worked the bolt and chambered a round in one clean motion, shouldered it, took aim, the whole sequence crisp without a wasted move. Ming, my boy, you. Behind the counter, a flicker of bewilderment crossed Jiang Dashin's cloudy old eyes. Was this still that meek, mumbling Wang Ming? Fine piece. What's the lowest? I couldn't put it down, fiddled with it a good while, and only with reluctance set it back, though my eyes never left it. Boy, you think this is ordinary wild game you can haggle me down on? 150, not a word less. He came back to himself and smiled. For your grandfather's sake, 140. Pay and take it. Done. Give me 1 month, Uncle Jiang. Hold it for me. You pulling my leg, boy? No, just 1 month. I'll come back with the money for sure. Out of the game shop, my head was full of nothing but that black rifle. With it, never mind wolves. I wouldn't fear running into a bear. But for now, there was plenty still to do. Braving the snow, I first turned into the medicine hall thick with the smell of herbs. Dragging out your mother's illness like this is no answer. I'll write you a few good doses. Drag it deeper into winter, and it gets more troublesome, Dr. Wang said. Counting what you owe from a few days back, that's 3 yuan 2 altogether. Give me 3. No, 3 yuan 2 it is. Skimp on anything, but never on medicine money. When I came out, I had 2 parcels of herbs wrapped in yellow paper in my arms, tied with cord, lest the snow soak them. Then I made for the supply and marketing co-op, bought 3 caddies of white rice, 3 padded jackets, plus the odds, and ins the house had long run out of, 12 yuan 7 in all. Not a fun of the money was left. Even the 7 mao I'd brought out went into it. No help for it. Every bit of it the lifeblood of getting by. Still have to hurry up and find a way to get supplies. The dead of winter's right in front of us. There's not much time. I hauled my big and little bundles back toward the village, the snow falling heavier and the road harder to walk. By the time I reached the village entrance, it was 11 at night, hands and feet near numb with cold. Just as I made to go in, the yard gate of a household next door stood wide open, and a woman past 50, leaning in the doorway cracking melon seeds, drifted out a snide little remark. Oh ho, if it isn't Ming, my boy, where'd you steal 3 big padded jackets? So your whole family hasn't frozen to death after all. Right after, a shifty-eyed young man, early 20s, slunk out of the yard. Ma, who you talking? Oh ho, if it isn't my good-for-nothing cousin? Moving up in the world, eh? Up the mountain all this while, flying empty sorties every day, I'd wager. Aunt Yang Chui, my older cousin Wang Dumao. This whole household had been green with jealousy ever since the original owner's father still had some hunting skill to him, working mischief in the open and the dark both. After the original owner's father passed, so poor they couldn't even scrape together burial money, my mother had swallowed her pride and gone to borrow. My second and third uncles squeezed out a little, but this Yang Chui alone fiercely blocked the eldest uncle, declaring, "Even if they all die off, my family won't give so much as a straw mat," telling them to drag the corpse up the mountain to feed the wild dogs. On the day of the funeral, the eldest uncle's family didn't show their faces at all. The timid by nature original owner had ground his shattered teeth and swallowed them down. But I am not the original owner. You sorry thing. Breathe one more big breath and let me hear it. Wang Dumao taunted, smug. Without a word, I stepped up, seized him by the throat, and pinned him hard against the wall. You. Let go. Why you? Wang Damao's limbs flailed in midair like a stalk of sugarcane come to life. He put everything he had into it and couldn't budge a single one of my fingers, his face flushing the color of liver. You? Wang Ming, you dare hit my son? Yang Chui froze a moment, then flung herself at me, clawing and scratching, every bit the shrew. Get lost. My eyes bulged, and I shot her a glare like a blade. Out of respect for an elder, one more word, and I'll square you away along with him. Yang Chui, who'd always bullied people on the strength of the original owner's meekness, now felt the man before her was as strange as a beast that had fixed on its prey. A shiver ran through her, and she stumbled and dropped onto her backside in the snow, eyes wide as saucers. She came to and at once trotted out her signature move, making a senseless scene, throwing a public tantrum in the street. Somebody, this Wang Ming's about to kill someone. That voice carried with terrific power. In no time, lamplight flared up in every house, and the neighbors came out one after another in their padded jackets, stamping rows of footprints into the snow. You're finally here. You got to take my side. This God-cursed Wang Ming. He just got back? I say hello, and he beats my son. Somebody help. Yang Chui wept and tugged. But with that scrawny little frame, her clawing at me was like scratching an itch. Half-lidded, one hand still clamping the half-dead Wang Damao. With her, I had nothing to say. This Wang Damao dared bluster at me, so he couldn't blame me. In just a few minutes, Wang Damao's face had gone iron blue, more breath going out than coming in, his limbs flailing weaker and weaker, on the verge of expiring. The onlookers watched in alarm. This was no brother's scuffle. This was a life about to be lost. But recalling the Yang Chui family's usual conduct, they took it instead for an honest man pushed to his limit. What are you all standing there for? Yang Chui, frantic, pointed at the villagers and cursed, spittle flying. Watching him kill someone in broad view? Anything happens to my son, not one of you walks away clean. The crowd traded glances, looking at the murderous air about me and my two red eyes, and not one dared step forward. Auntie Yang, I saw the whole thing just now. It was you lot who said his things were stolen first. That's why he made his move. A girl in a bright red jacket pushed out of the crowd, willow leaf brows and a melon seed face, calling out crisp and clear. Lu Yen, the daughter of the village head, Lu Yuwei. Yang Chui's face changed. Lu Yen, what nonsense are you spouting? What nonsense? I heard it all. Yang Chui's old face flushed. This Lu Yen was the village head's daughter. She didn't dare lie to her face. But with her dirty laundry aired in public and unable to swallow the humiliation, she at a good while, without squeezing out half a word. The onlookers had it all figured now. Trouble stirred up again by the filth out of that shrew's mouth. One of the older men in the crowd, seeing things had gone too far, cinched his jacket and stepped out. Ming, my boy, that's about enough. Don't really cause a death. I didn't move. The old man's face stiffened. He turned and barked at Yang Chui, still hollering. Hurry up and apologize, or do you want to watch your son die in front of you? Yang Chui, red to the ears, opened her mouth to curse again. I tightened my grip, and Wang Damao's body jerked, on the brink of breathing his last. She went soft with fright on the spot, and all but knelt. Ming, my boy, it was Auntie's foul mouth. It was Auntie's fault. In front of all these neighbors, Auntie apologizes to you. Won't you let Damao off? I waited a good while longer before letting go with a clunk. Wang Damao slid down the wall and sprawled on the ground, coughing his face red. My son. Yang Chui threw herself at him, then turned to curse at me again. You dead. She opened her mouth to fling filth at my dead father. What? I whipped my head around, and in my half-lidded eyes, the murderous air that had just dispersed surged up again. Yang Chui shuddered and swallowed the words whole, smacked her lips, and didn't dare make another sound. I withdrew my gaze and cupped my hands to the neighbors. Thank you, uncles. From now on, if this Yang Chui's mouth runs foul again, do me the trouble of giving me a shout. I'll go on squaring her away. No one dared make a sound. This was hardly the usual honest Ming, my boy. This was practically a bandit. But toward the Yang Chui family they'd long had no patience, only kept it to themselves. Someone chimed in. Sure, we'll tell you whatever comes up. I'd only meant to give a warning. The matter done, I turned and left, my bundle-laden figure vanishing into the snowy night. What happened after I left, I didn't see. Yang Chui wept and cursed and damned me to a bad end. Wang Damao came to, glimpsed Lu Yen still there, and went red to the face with shame, half dragging, half hauling his mother back inside. He'd had his eye on Lu Yen for more than a day, and today, nearly choked into wetting himself in public, he hadn't the nerve to linger. Only Lu Yen stood gazing in the direction I'd gone, her eyes flickering, who knew with what thoughts. And I, like a man with nothing on his mind, pushed open my own door. Brother, you're finally back. Wangfen poked her head out, all furtive. You little imp, still not asleep? What time is it? Cursing on my lips, but a warmth ran through my heart. This girl, surely too uneasy to rest, had waited up on purpose. I was just worried about you. I can't sleep if you're not back. Where's Ma and elder sister? Both asleep, just me waiting up for brother. You, sly little thing. I laughed, a different man entirely from the frightening face of a moment ago. Her eyes darted, catching the padded jackets in my hands. Brother, what's this? Jackets I bought for you and your elder sister. Off to sleep now. Put it on first thing tomorrow. Can I try it on now? No, tomorrow. Be good, or I won't give it to you. I put on a deliberately stern face. Fine. She pouted, sucking her thumb, and went inside, looking back every other step. I was tired too, and went into my own room. Cold wind poured in through the cracks in the wall. On the mottled earthen Kong lay a thin quilt, patch upon patch. The original owner had warded off the cold these past 2 weeks on this scrap of a thing. No wonder he'd suddenly dropped dead. Still have to hurry and fix the house up. I lifted the quilt, lay down, and in no time sank into deep sleep. The next day, I was woken by Wang Fun's shouts. Pushing the door open, I found my elder sister Wang Yin sweeping snow in the yard, Wang Fun bouncing about, and the moment she saw me, she flung herself over. Brother, you're awake. I caught her and ruffled her head. Just woke up and already trying to bowl your brother over? I am not. Second brother's up? Have a few bites quick. You must have worn yourself out last night. Wang Yin smiled sweetly and brought a small half-pot of millet porridge out of the kitchen, golden and thick, still steaming. Have you all eaten? I didn't touch the bowl. I ate. Elder sister and I both ate. Wang Fun stared at the porridge, swallowing, the words at her lips knocked back by a look from Wang Yin. With that greedy look of hers, did she look like she'd eaten? I knew full well in my heart. Wang Yin and Ma surely hadn't born to eat, and had left it on purpose for me. Here, drink the porridge, you're at a growing age. I ladled a bowl and pushed it into Wang Fun's hands. Her eyes rolled, hunger plain, but she didn't dare drink, her gaze slipping sidelong at Wang Yin. It's fine, elder sister won't let you eat, but second brother says you can. I shot her a wink. Quick, drink it now or there'll be none left. You really? Up the mountains and through the snow all day? How's this life to go on if you don't eat your fill? Wang Yin, helpless and pained. Only then did Wang Fun boldly cradle the bowl and slurp away, eating with relish. I forced the rest on Wang Yin, and only when the two of them had each drunk half was it settled. Right, it's getting colder. I bought jackets to tide us over. Once I've gone up the mountain and bagged a couple of dumb roe deer, I'll have new ones made for you. Done eating, I took out the jackets and rice I bought yesterday. The moment Wang Fun saw the new clothes, she went wild with joy. She'd been too excited to sleep last night. But Wang Yin stared at the sack of rice, her eyes lighting, then dimming again, her gaze toward me full of ache. A little something finally gained, and wasn't it all spent? This rice, the family eats it now. Eat what you should, don't pinch it. I glanced again at the thin, hole-worn padded jacket on her and sighed. Food and clothes are the lifeline. Skimp on anything, but never on these. I'd bought the clothes to the two of them's measurements and patterns and handed them over. My elder sister fretted aloud, but the moment she saw the new jacket, her eyes wouldn't leave it. What girl doesn't love new clothes? Try it on, see if it fits. The two went in to change and came back out, and my eyes lit up. My elder sister was lovely to begin with. In a new jacket, she was like a lotus newly risen from the water, and Wang Fun, with that rosy little face, was a living porcelain doll. Fits well, it's just, how much must this have cost? Wang Yin still couldn't set it down. Game's so hard to come by, you can't squander it like this. Once winter's in, how's our whole family to get through? I'll find a way for what's ahead, don't you worry. The words weren't out before a fit of coughing came wave after wave from the inner room. By the sound of it, Ma's illness had worsened again. Ma's coughing again? My heart sank. Worry rose on Wang Yan's face. She nodded glumly. She coughed all through last night. I don't know what to do. A fine gun costing 140, a mother sicker by the day, a heavy snow about to seal the mountain. The whole burden pressed on my shoulders alone. This money, I had to earn it fast. It must have been that scene bald Lou made, worsening Ma's already frail body with rage. This score, sooner or later, I'd collect with interest. I took out the herbs I'd carried back yesterday, guarded in my arms the whole way. Not a snowflake had touched them. Elder sister, decoct this for Ma first. Dr. Wang added a guiding herb. It might do some good. Wang Yin answered. I'll take Ma's clothes in at the same time. I shouldered the gun and headed out, and at the door straightened my cap. I'm off to Erguzi's today. Won't be back for lunch. Remember to put the white rice on at noon. Don't forget Ma's medicine, 3 doses a day. The words dropped and the man was gone, leaving Wang Yin slapping her thigh at the door in a fluster. In such a rush, didn't even take any dry rations. Crossing the village, I noticed no few of the women shrink their necks and hold their breath the moment they saw me. Last night's business had spread everywhere. Day to day, I was a courteous sort, like a clay figure with no fire in him. Last night had thoroughly rewritten their picture of me, but I didn't take it to heart in the least. In times like these, the more you cave, the more useless it is. You have to make people fear you before they'll respect you. The poorer the place, the less you can afford to flinch. Nearing Erguzi's place, I faintly heard dogs barking in the yard, and from behind me suddenly drifted a crisp call. Wang Ming. I turned. A girl in a red floral jacket, fair-skinned, a pair of slightly upturned phoenix eyes bright with spirit, was looking at me. Lu Yan, the daughter of the village head, Lu Yuwei. This Lu Yuwei was no small figure. He was the captain of the nearby militia, with a dozen-some men and a few dozen guns under him. Run into Lu Yin, and even those bullies on the mountain guard team only dared steal a couple of extra glances. They wouldn't so much as whistle. This girl and I had exchanged barely a few words all told. What was this about today? What is it? Something the matter? No. Under my level stare, those pretty eyes of hers dropped first, fixing on her toes as she hemmed. It's just last night's business. Wang Damao said he'd go report you to the mountain guard team. I was afraid they'd come make trouble for you, so I came to give you a heads up. Oh, that. And here I'd thought it was something big. I gave the gun on my shoulder a shake. Clack, clack. With this thing, let them come. I'd like to see whether the mountain guard team's got heads of bronze and arms of iron that don't fear bullets. Thanks. I smiled politely and strode into Erguzi's yard. Behind me, Lu Yin hurriedly raised a hand to call out, but before the words left, I was already through the door. She stamped her foot. In her vegetable basket nestled 2 warm eggs wrapped in red handkerchiefs. She craned to watch a good while, then flushed, muttered to herself, a grown girl, have you no shame, and dashed off in a streak. Erguzi. Under the eaves of the east room in the yard was a big iron cage holding 3 jet-black hunting hounds. The moment they saw me, they wagged their tails and spun about in eager circles. Long-limbed, broad and heavy in the muzzle, good dogs. With noses like those, in heavy snow they could scent game from miles off. Going into the mountains, the work would go twice as far on half the effort. Brother Ming, that quick? Erguzi came out of the house. Where's your uncle? Off at work, just me here. Come on, let's take your family's dogs up the mountain today. Will they take your orders? Erguzi grinned. My dad's dog-raising craft I never could learn, but you're telling me I can't even order the dogs around. He pulled the cage door, and the 3 dogs swarmed out at once. One whistle, and they dropped flat in unison, neat and obedient. Not bad. My eyes lit up. Of course, Erguzi, pleased with himself, turned to go inside. Hold on, I'll grab some gear. Bring some powder, my gun's near out. 20 minutes later, 2 men and 3 hounds were on the snowy trail. To dodge his father, we kept to the small paths. Brother Ming, don't mind the shabbiness. My dad treasures these dogs like his own daughters. Normally, he won't even let me take them up the mountain, afraid he'll catch me at it. One whistle from Erguzi and the 3 dogs fanned out in formation to scout the way, well drilled. My head ached 2 sizes, so I'd come to the right man. Otherwise, even getting past his father would have been a chore. Bag something today and let the old man save some face too. Erguzi sidled over, sly. Brother Ming, tell me about it. That old wolf, how'd you kill it? Buzz off, story time costs money. I rolled my eyes. The snow fell heavier, the mountain road grew harder, and in no time my fingers were frozen scarlet. But the hound out front suddenly gave a low growl, and the 2 behind dropped low and crept forward on their bellies too. Brother Ming, something's coming. Erguzi gave a sharp, alert shout. On reflex I brought the gun up, took aim, flicked off the safety, and dropped my voice. What we got? Not sure, but by the look of it, it's the hard stuff. the dogs would have bolted after anything small. Careful. Sweat had actually broken out at Urguzi's temples. In these mountains, bears that could crush a rock with one swipe and northeast tigers near 3 meters long were all out hunting on empty bellies. One careless moment, and who became whose winter stores was anyone's guess. Following the dogs another few dozen meters, we reached the edge of a thicket where the dogs stopped and just wagged their tails. I parted the brush, a big patch of fresh droppings. Something's nearby, left this not long ago. A boar, that sort. Don't underestimate a pig. The thing's an omnivore, eats greens and meat both. A domestic hog can take on 3 or 4 wolves single-handed, and a wild boar is fiercer still. Thick-hided and heavy-fleshed, high attack and high defense. A moving tank, pure and simple. A pig first, a bear second, a tiger third. Even an old hunter alone is apt to take a bad beating running into a boar. An ordinary powder-and-pellet hunting gun has no killing power past 5 meters, and within 5 meters can't hit a vital spot. The boar charges right on, like nothing happened. A boar. Urguzi started. Then do we go on or not? Don't rush. Let's see how it lies. An adult boar runs over 200 caddies. Gutted, still 100-some caddies of fresh meat. Bring it down for real, and the winter stores would be just about set. A chance I couldn't let slip. But the next second, the 3 dogs broke into a wild, baseless barking, backing off warily and giving Urguzi a low, threatening growl. I froze, then caught on in a flash and shouted, "Urguzi, run!" What? A rustle came from behind him, and my pupils shrank. Run? Bang! The gunshot tore across the sky, shaking the snow off every tree. Urguzi only saw a black shadow flash before his eyes before a massive force flipped him flat onto the ground. Holy hell! Only then did he see clearly the thing in front of him. A great boar pushing 400 caddies, glaring with blood-red eyes, snorting and panting. Its hooves churned the snow without cease, throwing up wave after wave of white. Urguzi's calves cramped. He'd hunted with his father since boyhood and had never seen one this big. With the snow season near, this boar was starved half mad, an almost human greed in its eyes. Urguzi up, run. Had my shot just now not drawn it off, Urguzi would have gotten far worse than just flipped over. But more absurd still, a shot from 4 or 5 meters out, and the weeds and caked mud on its hide were like natural armor. The pellets left only a white mark, not a damn bit of use. If only that Type 38 were in my hands. Grr. The boar threw out all 4 hooves and charged at me. Damn it. I plunged headlong into the woods. The worst thing about an old-style hunting gun is exactly this. Fire one shot, and you have to repack the powder, agonizingly slow. I ran and reloaded, counting on the dense woods to cut its speed. But the 400 caddy thing was like a bulldozer, tree trunks thick as a wrist snapped clean, and it bulldozed a path right behind me. Brother Ming. Urguzi whistled, and the 3 dogs gave a frightened low whine, hesitated a moment, then shot into the woods like arrows off the string, circling the boar and tearing at it. But their fangs couldn't pierce it at all, only enraging it further. A flick of its tusks and one dog was tossed flying, with a yelp. Holy hell. Urguzi was sick with the loss. But that little span had let me finish packing the powder for a second shot. Brother Ming, let it get close and then fire. Its hide's too thick, you can't punch through. The boar rammed home several times, and the other 2 dogs were thrown off one after another. Gun leveled, my arm rock steady. I fixed on it as it bore down on me once more. Everything in its path reduced to splinters. I drew a deep breath and counted inwardly. 3, 2, 1. Bang. The instant the count stopped, the shot rang out. I pivoted on my foot, dodged aside, and dove into the waist-deep snow. That was close. Grr. That shot had landed dead in its left eye, blood pouring out. The boar went fully berserk, ramming through trunks thick as a calf without a care, and charged me again. Brother Ming. Run. But I didn't move, just stood there, gazing dazedly as it bore down. Brother Ming, you've lost your mind. Urguzi scrambled over half-crawling, certain there was no time left. What he didn't know was that I was betting on something. This terrain felt wrong, and behind that thicket was, most likely, a cliff. A Dragon Nation Special Forces soldier's read on terrain was always sharp. At the very instant the boar reached me, ramming with all its might, I shoved my body backward, rolled, threw up a wave of snow, and vanished from before Urguzi's eyes into thin air. The boar lunged at empty space, and then came a roar, fading, echoing, farther and farther. Urguzi's legs went weak, cold sweat pouring. Below this was a cliff, 100 meters at least. Brother Ming, don't joke around. Trembling, he crawled over, looked down, his heart pounding. It's over. Brother Ming. He dropped onto his backside and started to bawl. What are you doing, holding a funeral? Urguzi jolted. There I was, flattened against the cliff face, one hand hooked around a bowl-thick branch, hanging steady. Holy hell, Brother Ming, you're not dead. Nonsense, I don't die that easy. I put my waist into it and flipped back up onto the edge, then leaned out for another look down. The 400 catty boar lay crumpled at the bottom of the ravine, gone still. Fall from a height like that, and however thick the hide, there's no surviving. Brother Ming, so what do we do? Urguzi still hadn't come back to himself. Back to the village. This 400 catty thing. Boned, still over 300 catties. Which of us two could carry it? Round up a few people to haul it together. Of the 3 dogs, one was hurt badly enough it couldn't get to its feet, so Urguzi could only carry it. The other 2 were hurt too, limping along. He was sick with it. In times like these, even people couldn't eat their fill, and his father had raised these dogs on grain scraped from between his own teeth. But the boar had been far too fierce. Touch it, and it was death or injury. Had my shot not come in time, Urguzi wouldn't even have his life. The day was still early, and the 2 of us hurried back. The moment we entered Urguzi's yard, a thunderclap of a roar struck us. You worthless brat, where the hell have you been? Where are the dogs? A man in an army greatcoat threw aside the door curtain and came out, his whole face furious. Urguzi's father, who you been, one of the village's foremost old hunters. Pa. Urguzi's legs went weak. He set the dogs down, and they whimpered feebly. The sight of the dogs hurt this badly had Hu Yubin snatching up a broom to thrash him. Giving me no peace. Out for barely a moment, and you sneak off. Anything happens to these dogs, and I'll have your hide. I hurried to block him in front of Urguzi. Uncle, hold off. We ran into a boar up the mountain. Coming back with our lives is already a win. What? Hu Yobin's eyes went round. You're saying the 2 of you ran into a boar? Where is it? Did it get away? It didn't. For 100-some catties, we couldn't carry it back. We came to the village to find help. Hu Yubin had been a hunter half his life and knew better than anyone what a 400 catty boar meant. Even a tiger gives one a wide berth. He also knew I'd never been one to boast since boyhood. Ming, my boy, going off to mess around. Your uncle won't fault you. But if you're spinning tall tales to fool me, that's another matter entirely. Uncle, you know me. You can't trust my word? Urguzi poked his head out from behind me too. It's true, Pa. For 100-some catties, the one boar crashed at the bottom of the ravine waiting for us to haul it. Don't go now and a beast carries it off. And all our troubles for nothing. Hu Yubin looked the 2 of us over a good while, and seeing we didn't seem to be lying, knit his brows. Fine, wait here, I'll go round up people. A short while later, he came back leading a lean, dark, wiry man in his 40s, one of the village militia, a man under Lu Yue. He also wheeled out from the backyard a blood-stained wheelbarrow, the one used for hauling wild game. Ming, my boy, lead the way up front. The few of us pushed the barrow, treading the snow, and headed up the mountain again. But after Tinsum Li, Urguzi, where's this boar of yours? Not so much as a single pig hair. Hu Yobin's face was ugly. You spinning nonsense again, boy? That's not right. I clearly remember it was here. Urguzi stared wide-eyed at the vast white snow, scratching his head in bafflement. You little wretch, if we can't find this pig in a minute, see how I sort you out. Hu Yubin huffed, pushing the barrow, his face black, and shot me a glare too. Looked honest enough usually, but here he was leading Urguzi on a fool's errand. I let it wash over me, my mind matching the cliff against where the boar had fallen as I pressed on ahead. Brother Ming, did we take a wrong turn? Urguzi was pouring cold sweat. No, I remember it dead clear, this direction. A bit farther on, the view opened up, a snow-covered ravine. I lifted my head, narrowed my eyes, and pointed at that dazzling white cliff. If I'm not mistaken, the boar went down right from here. It really fell from here. Hu Yobin's eyes went wide. That's right, Pa. Brother Ming put a shot in its left eye. It charged him in a frenzy. Brother Ming dodged, and down it went. Hu Yubin sucked in a cold breath, privately thanking heaven for my dumb luck. So where's the pig now? I pointed at the snow ahead. Should be over there. Let's go look. Sure enough, drawing near, We saw scattered bloodstains, half buried by fresh snow but still recognizable. Quick, quick, quick! Huyubin lit up and urged us on faster. The stone in my own heart settled too. This boar was life-saving big game for my family. Split evenly with her guzzies and the rest sold, it'd feed us the better part of half a year. Even, the money from it could land me that type 38. The few of us wound our way to the foot of a snowy slope. "Pa, this is it." Huyubin and the militiaman exchanged a glance, each seeing the delight in the other's eyes, set down the barrow, and bent to digging. Urguzi and I joined in too. 4 men working together quickly hollowed out the snow slope. Underneath, nothing at all. My eyes darkened. Urguzi, frantic, was sweating and muttering. "Impossible, my brother Ming wouldn't misremember." "You two little wretches, fun toying with your old man?" Huyobin's face was iron blue. He hauled Urguzi up by the collar. "Uncle, I'm certain I didn't misremember." My face cold. I swept the surroundings. Can't find it. Then we've been played. The pot snatched right out from under us. The militiaman counseled. "Old Hu, don't get worked up. Look a bit more. Maybe it's buried under the snow." That patch of blood had been spilled not long ago. There really had been something here. The few of us widened the search, risking frostbitten fingers, prying through the snow inch by inch. 10 some minutes later, every one of us slumped down black-faced. But for the blood, nothing. "You little Uncle, there are drag marks over here." At my shout, the few of us sprang up. Well now? So someone really had beaten us to it, and hauled off the 400 caddy haul. In the direction I pointed, straight ahead in the snow, a blood-streaked drag trail ran clear, stretching toward the village. "Quick! After it! We might still catch up." Huyubin barked, pushing the barrow along the trail. Urguzi, the militiaman, and I chased after, black-faced. Half a day's hard work, not a pig hair to show for it, and the meat at our very lips snatched away. Who could swallow that? Across the snow, several figures pressed on, 1 foot deep, the next shallow, faster and faster. That blood-streaked drag trail ran straight for the village. Whoever this master was who'd stolen our haul had nerve to spare. Who, exactly, dared dig at the god of the year's head, pick a fight with the wrong man? The drag trail showed and faded by turns, and the chasing men burned with rage. Now they truly regretted not bringing the big black dog from home. I don't know how long we'd chased before. Up ahead, several figures finally came into view, along with that blood-covered boar. "Damn it, Bald Lou, you stop right there." Urguzi recognized them at a glance, fire shooting up. The pig had been right there, and now it was gone. So the mountain guard team had gotten there first and taken up petty thieving. The men up front halted, set down the boar, and turned. The one leading, a big strapping fellow, Lu Dezhuang, Bald Lou's lackey, hands on his hips, smug all over. "Oh ho, Urguzi. What? This your pig? Cut the crap. This is what Brother Ming and I bagged." Urguzi was iron blue with rage. "Just you two? Bag a boar. Don't make me laugh my teeth off." Lu Dezhuang burst into mocking laughter, and Bald Lou shot me a sidelong, scornful look. "You say you bagged it, and so you did? Who doesn't know Wang Ming's a famous coward? All the game he's caught in his life you could count on one hand." Urguzi was shaking with fury and about to throw himself at them, when Huyubin caught him. Huyobin's face was grim. "Don't push it too far. This pig really is Ming, my boys. They came back to fetch help, and you went and... You say they bagged it, and so they did? Where's your proof?" Bald Lou sneered, the few beside him chiming in. "Right. Don't go coveting a good thing the moment you see it." Huyubin was iron blue with fury, but had no proof to produce. I nudged Urguzi aside and stepped out, and without a word raised my hunting gun, leveled it at Bald Lou, and chambered around. "You want proof? I'll put a shot in you right now. Compare the bullet in you with the one in this pig, and won't we know whether I bagged it?" Bald Lou's face went sheet white, the fear of being lorded over by my Wang family flooding up in an instant. He couldn't say why, but he knew this Wang Ming, now, truly meant what he said. The few lackeys beside him fell back in fright, giving him a wide berth, terrified a misfire would catch them too. "Wang Ming, you've gone mad. You dare shoot." Lu Dezhuang's mouth was fierce, but his feet retreated faster than anyone's. I fixed on Bald Lou, my fingers settling slowly on the trigger. "I'll say it once more, the pig is mine. Don't want to die? Set it down. Otherwise I don't mind going down together with you lot." I'd had enough of this rotten life. Couldn't get this pig back, and I truly was past caring. Bald Lu's legs went weak, and a hot stream coursed uncontrolled down between them. Folks, by my count, that's now the second time this fellow has wet himself in public. Just as it looked like he'd give in, Hu Yubin rushed over and pinned my arm. Ming, my boy, don't be rash. You can't fire. Going to jail over scum like this wasn't worth it. My eyes went sharp. I struggled a moment, then slowly lowered the gun. A lost pig could be hunted again, but fire that shot and I was finished, and then the three of them, mother and daughters, could only wait to die. Bald Lu breathed out, and his smugness returned. Huh, a coward through and through, fit to be poor his whole life, and waved for his men to carry the pig. But I tossed the gun aside, strode around in a few steps to get in front of them, and blocked their way. Dragon Nation Army Special Forces in my past life. Without a gun, flipping the lot of you was easy enough. Wanna leave? Fine. Leave the pig. Oh, you'd block even us? A coward like you wants to throw hands. A lackey rolled up his sleeves and blustered. Afraid of a misfire a moment ago, now that he saw me empty-handed, his nerve fattened right up. I ignored him and threw a punch at the nearest, Lu Dazhuang. His face knocked askew. He staggered back several steps with a howl. The rest charged in with a roar, meaning to swarm me with numbers. But I was in no hurry. Slip, dodge, punch, kick, every move precise. In under a minute, the whole blustering mountain guard team lay on the ground wailing in a heap. Bald Lu backed away again and again, his face white as paper. Never in his wildest dreams had he thought he'd be brought down at the hands of a coward he'd always looked down on. You, don't come over here. Bald Lu put on a fierce front over a hollow core. I walked over with a not-quite smile and grabbed him by the collar. Leave the pig and get lost. His voice shook. All right, I'll give it. Even as he directed his groaning lackeys on the ground to carry the pig, he scrambled and crawled free of me and backed away. I gave a cold snort and turned. We're going. I bent, picked up the gun, and turned around. Urguzi and the others fell in, not forgetting to shoot the bunch a couple of smug glares as they passed. The figures vanished into the wind and snow. Bald Lu's face was iron blue, gone fishing and lost the bait, lost the pig and lost all his face along with it. This score, I'll settle with Wang Ming sooner or later. On the way home pushing the pig, Hu Yubin sighed. Ming, my boy, you were truly fierce today. From now on no one will dare look down on you. Reckless his whole life. Even he had never flattened several men at once like that, and the mountain guard team, no less. Urguzi's face was full of worship. Brother Ming, when did you get this good at fighting? Teach me a couple of moves. When you've fixed those bad habits of yours, we'll talk. I caught the unease in Hu Yobin's eyes. Today's business was bound to earn Bald Lu's grudge, and with Urguzi at my side, he'd inevitably be targeted. What father wouldn't fret? But in the end he only urged, get the pig inside first. He'd probably thought it through too. A friend like this might cost Urguzi a little, but more than that, he'd grow. The door creaked, and Wang Fun, in her new clothes, ran out. Brother, you're back. One glimpse of that pig several times her size, and she shrieked. Heavens! Abhor this huge. Wang Yen lifted the curtain and came out, stunned too. Brother, this is... Don't ask yet, sis. Hurry and boil a few pots of water. Before the blood fully sets, we've got to dress it fast. Together the men hoisted the pig onto 2 tables pushed together. Wang Fen went to fetch grandfather's hog-killing knife and the whetstone. Hu Yobin's technique was seasoned. One cut to bleed it, but the cold was too sharp, the blood long congealed, and only half a bowl ran out. Urguzi and I fed the fire and carried hot water. The militiaman briskly scraped off the bristles. Hu Yubin opened the belly with one stroke, the thick reek of blood spreading and setting the neighbors' dogs barking in a chorus. The 400-catty pig split in 2. The innards out, Urguzi and I cut the big slabs into smaller pieces. I'd done no little of this work in the army in my past life. It came easy. Hu Yubin looked at the neatly stacked meat, full of admiration. Ming, my boy, your hands are flawless. Whoever marries you one day will be a lucky woman. Pa, that's not right. Urguzi wouldn't have it. When Brother Ming takes a wife one day, it's Brother Ming who'll be the lucky one. And that one line set off a chorus of laughter, leaving me red in the face. All right, enough teasing. Take the meat to the kitchen and have your elder sister stew it. Let's have a few bowls first. Washing his hands, Hu Yubin spoke up. Ming, my boy, this pig is yours by your kill. I haven't touched this half. Take it and sell it for cash. We'll each have a bowl of meat just to taste it, and that's plenty. I hurriedly waved it off. Uncle Hu, this won't do. Without you all, how could I have gotten it back alone? All the more since his dog had been badly hurt for it. Don't stand on ceremony with us. We just lent some muscle. This pig's rightly yours. To see big game like this in a lifetime, that alone makes the living worthwhile. Huyubin tapped out his dry tobacco pipe. The militiaman chimed in agreement. Even Urguzi, back from gathering firewood, leaned in. Brother Ming, just take it. You don't, and we won't feel right eating this meat either. I couldn't outstubborn them. My eyes went hot, and I nodded. All right then, once I've sold it for cash, I'll treat you all to a drink. The few of them dissolved into laughter. In the kitchen, Wang Yin boiled water, washed the meat, cut it into pieces and put it on. Wang Fun, a little radish top, bustled around the stove rinsing rice and feeding the fire, busy and delighted. Just then, Ma, Lu Fenfong, came out wrapped in a tattered jacket leaking cotton wadding, and at the sight of a yard full of meat nearly choked on her own breath. What is all this? I steadied her. Ma, didn't I buy you a new jacket? Why aren't you wearing it? In this devil's weather, plainly headed for 20 below, dressed in nothing but this rag, no amount of medicine would mend her. Was saving it for New Year's. She waved a hand and tottered over to that half a pig. Well now, a real boar. Old sister-in-law, this pig was bagged by Ming, my boy. You're set for good fortune from here on. Huyubin took a hard pull on his pipe. Ma's face was all smiles. That face, blue tinged with cold, even took on a little color. The look in her eyes toward me was nothing but pride. Her Ming, my boy, had what it took now. Bang, bang, bang. In the middle of the merriment, the gate was hammered hard. I'll go see. I patted Ma and turned to open the door. Huyubin and the militiaman exchanged a glance, both reading a measure of unease. Word of Ming, my boy, bagging big game had probably already spread. Sure enough, at the door was none other than the village head, Lu Yue, with bald Lu and his bunch behind him. Village head, what's this about? Lu Yue glimpsed the yard full of meat through the gap in the door and frowned. Before he could speak, bald Lu leapt up first. Village head, look, that's the pig. They robbed us mountain guard team of our haul. You've got to take our side. Right. We can all testify. The few lackeys hurried to chime in, their looks at me full of gloating. Can't do anything to me yourself. But surely the village head can? They simply didn't believe I'd dare offend the village head over one pig. Lu Yue cleared his throat and looked to me. Ming, my boy, let's hear your side. On reputation alone, he trusted me more. But with the entire mountain guard team out testifying, and my hunting methods truly too unimpressive to put on the table, that was why he'd come to ask. Village head, the pig is my kill. They want to reap where they didn't sow. Village head, don't listen to his nonsense. This pig was clearly found and wounded by us mountain guard team. They snatched it midway. Bald Lu got anxious. Lu Yue's brows knit tighter. He looked at me, then at Bald Lu, unable to judge for the moment. Urguzi stepped out. Village head, I'll testify. This pig is Brother Ming's kill, and it was the one that hurt my family's dog. You, with your sticky fingers, your words worth trusting? Bald Lu shut him down in one stroke. Then what about me? Huyubin took a step forward. I'll testify too. This pig is Ming, my boy's kill. He'd spent his whole life in the village, his dog training and hunting admired by all, a man of standing. The moment he said it, Lu Yue began to weigh it differently. Seeing the two sides quarreling fiercer and fiercer, the villagers all came running out to watch the show too. Lu Yue, helpless. Both sides claim it's theirs. Have you any proof? Bald Lu's eyes rolled and gritting his teeth. Village head, this pig was driven to the cliff's edge and killed in the fall by us mountain guard team. The external wounds on it are the proof. Lu Yue stepped into the yard and looked closely. The boar's wounds varied in depth, and the fatal one was indeed a broken rib driven through the innards. He had his red on it now. Seeing me hold my tongue, Ma got so anxious she stamped her feet. Village head, you can't wrong people. This pig is plainly my Ming, my boy's kill. Shut it, you dead old woman. Bald Lu, betting that with the village head present I wouldn't dare make a move, opened his mouth to defile the original owner's mother. Who doesn't know this dead brat Wang Ming has never caught any game in his life? With that busted gun his father left, it not bursting its barrel is already a win. Hunting, ha, ha, and the few lackeys laughed along. Damn it, defile her one more time and see what happens. I gave a furious shout, shoved through the crowd, and seized Bald Lou by the collar. Insult me, fine, but dare to defile the original owner's mother, and I'm the first to refuse. Bald Lou's legs went weak with fright, kept off the ground only by my grip on him. The crowd was stunned. This boy who usually didn't dare even raise his voice. How was he so hard today? Lu Dazhuang's mouth was still stubborn. Isn't the captain right? Wang Ming's a good-for-nothing. If he could bag a boar, I'd twist my own head off and let him kick it around like a ball. Seeing it about to blow up, Lu Yue was just about to bark them down when I marched Bald Lu over to that half a pig and pressed down hard, all but mashing his face against the pig's head. Ming, my boy. Lu Yue was alarmed. I paid no mind and raised my voice. Open your dog eyes and look close. What's in this pig's eye? I didn't deny the fatal wound was from the broken rib, but this one shot was proof enough. The one who'd gone face to face with the boar was me. Forced to stare at that eye, Bald Lu was at first baffled until he saw clearly the streak peeking out of the socket, a golden bullet. His pupils shrank. I gave a cold snort, let go, and kicked him sprawling. What? Don't recognize it? That's the proof I left when I shot this pig. You're welcome to dig it out and compare it with the round in my hunting gun. Maybe you stuffed it in after you robbed the pig. Lu Dazhuang still wrangled. Stuffed it in? I laughed in anger. Go find someone who knows their business and have them look at whether this bullet's been fired. No need to look. Lu Yue spoke up. I've looked. This wound was indeed made by a hunting gun. If you won't accept it, by all means compare the bullets. But I'd advise you, don't court your own humiliation. He saw it clear now. Every word of Ming, my boys, was true, while this Bald Lu was shameless in the extreme. Bald Lu lay on the ground, his face flushed crimson, opening his mouth to argue still. Lu Yue waved an impatient hand. Enough. This pig is Ming, my boy's kill. Anyone who talks nonsense again, don't blame me for being rough. Bald Lu was like a deflated ball, slumped on the ground, unable to get up. I looked at him, a cold smile in my eyes. Bald Lu, I'm warning you. Keep a civil mouth. Or one of these days, you'll come to grief on that tongue of yours. I truly wanted him dead. But with the village head and the mountain guard team all present, make a move for real, and it'd be the three of them, mother and daughters, who'd suffer. I held back. The look in Lu Youe's eyes toward me carried more admiration now. Ming, my boy, well done. Killing a boar this big. You bring honor to our village. Off to the side, Wang Yan, holding Wang Fun, finally breathed out, a touch of pride on her cold, reddened little face. Ever since their father died, the Wang family had been the sort anyone in the village could trample. Today, at last, they could hold their heads high. Erguzi spat hard in Bald Lu's direction. I knew Brother Ming was the best. As long as it's clear, then, we'll be off, you all eat. Lu Yue, catching the meaty aroma filling the yard, took it on himself to leave. I hurriedly picked out 2 pieces of well-marbled pork belly, wrapped them carefully in oil paper, and chased after him. Village head, a small token. Easygoing as Lu Yue seemed, he was a proper militia captain, a dozen-some men, and a few dozen guns under him. Meat was nothing rare to him. But whether he prized it was one thing, and whether I knew how to conduct myself was another. Lu Yue paused, then smiled and clapped my shoulder. Good lad, I'll take the thought. But keep these 2 pieces for your mother to build her strength back. Don't stand on ceremony. Village head, the pig's no small thing, plenty to nourish my mother. Take it. I pushed the meat into his hands. My eyes suddenly went a little hot. The original owner, soft by nature, had almost no dealings with this seemingly kind, in truth hard kind, village head, and I'd never imagined he could show such consideration for a widow and orphans. This kindness was warm, but a debt of goodwill still had to be paid. Lu Yue sighed, declined no further, clapped my shoulder, and led his people off. Bald Lu, watching this, ground his teeth in hatred. A 400 catty pig, even kept in his hands, he'd have netted 70 or 80 catties and picked out 2 pieces to gift around. Instead, he'd gone fishing and lost the bait, and Wang Ming had sent the best meat to the village head besides. Wouldn't the village head favor him all the more now? The glare he shot me grew more venomous, but I didn't care in the least. After today, I'd surely see to it that he had no easy days in the village either. The farce is over. everyone inside to eat. The aroma of meat carried far. Never mind Wang Fun. Even the grown-ups were swallowing. Just before going in, Erguzi caught my arm. "Brother Ming, that bald Lu creep's got an ugly look in his eye. You'd best watch your back." "Don't worry, I've got a sense of it." He couldn't kick up any real trouble. Besides, I still had a card up my sleeve unplayed. And there was that iron case Uncle Jiang was holding for me. The thought of that Type 38 set my eyes ablaze. Sell this pig, and landing it wouldn't be far off. A great brimming basin of braised meat came to the table, firm, with a good chew, fragrant enough to leave an aftertaste for 3 days. Wang Fun reached right out to grab it. "Brother, I'm hungry, can I eat?" "Today, eat your fill." I ruffled her head, indulgent. The few of us ate amid warmth and noise, with stir-fried sweet potato leaves and rice broth on the side. Bellies full, Hu Yubin and the others rose to take their leave. I tucked a few pieces of meat on each of them and saw them to the door. "Brother, it's this late, where are you off to now?" Wang Fun asked, innocent, watching me hoist the other half of the pig onto the wheelbarrow with effort. "Keeping this big fellow at home isn't safe. I'll go deal with it. Turn it into cash sooner." Wang Yin, uneasy, threw on her tattered jacket and made to come along. "I'll go with you." Bald Lu had eaten a loss today, and knowing you've gone to sell the pig, he's sure to throw a wrench in it. "With me along, I can run for help at the key moment." "No need." I turned, warmth in my eyes. "Once I'm gone, you mind the gate. Watch over Ma and Little Fun. I'll be back soon." Wang Yin wanted to say more, but I'd already pushed the barrow out the door. She could only stamp her foot and call to Wang Fun to bar the gate. In the cold wind of the night, I pushed the wheelbarrow, my figure a little lonely. But I wasn't afraid. I was no longer the Wang Ming of old. At Uncle Jiang's door, I knocked. "Uncle Jiang, open up." Uncle Jiang came out in his padded jacket, and the moment he saw me, gave a knowing smile. "Oh ho, Ming, my boy, here this late. Must be good news? You haven't gone and bagged another wolf, have you?" That last wolf had earned him a tidy sum. Now his eyes shone at the sight of me. I didn't hide it either, and pushed the barrow up to him. "Take a look, set me a price." Uncle Jiang lifted the white cloth and his eyes went wide. "Well now, a boar. 3 for 100 caddies? You've got it in you, boy." Got lucky and ran into it. The other half I've got to keep for my mother and sisters to build their strength. Uncle Jiang sighed in understanding and made a hand gesture. I frowned. "Uncle Jiang, this half is just under 200 caddies. At market rate, that's 180 some yuan. 50 is too little." Then 80. "You know this thing isn't like a wolf, treasure from head to tail, and not everyone can afford meat in these times." True enough, but seizing the chance to beat the price down was also true. I clenched my fist, then suddenly smiled. "Since it's a bind for you, Uncle Jiang, I won't sell after all." I made as if to throw the cloth back over and go. Hey, don't go. If we can't agree, we'll keep talking." Uncle Jiang got anxious and grabbed me. Boar meat had a market, but no fixed price. When it was scarce, a caddy could be bid up to a yuan. And this place at 20 some below was a natural icebox. Bury it in the snow, and it'd keep a whole year. Fat chance he'd let me leave. Half pushed and half pulled, I went back inside. "Here's what. I'll give you this much." Uncle Jiang held up 100. "Uncle Jiang, with the wolf last time and the pig this time, my hunting skill, if not the very first, is at least near the top, wouldn't you say? Give me an honest number, and from here on everything I bag comes to you. This trade you profit on for sure. How's that?" Uncle Jiang's shrewd eyes spun fast, and he ground his back teeth. 120, not a bit more. "Deal." Smiling, I hauled the pig inside. I wasn't greedy, and couldn't be. In these times there was nowhere to sell but the black market, and caught selling on the sly, a speculation and profiteering cap would drop on your head. Uncle Jiang brought out a wad of cash. 120, count it. "No need, I trust you." "Good lad, you've got nerve. It's late, mind yourself on the road." Carrying a sum this big, he really did worry for me. On the way home, my mood was especially fine. Head down, I made straight for home. That Type 38. One more trip up the mountain, and I'd just about have it. Faster than I'd reckoned. Home, and Wang Yin and Wang Fun, who should have been asleep, heard the door and asked cautiously, "Is that you, second brother/brother?" I paused, my heart softening. What is family? This is. Though I'd told them long ago to sleep, they'd waited up until now. It's me. I dropped my voice, afraid of waking Ma. The two opened the door together, and seeing me back safe, plainly breathed out. How much did it sell for? Wang Yan asked eagerly. I drew the wad of crumpled cash from inside my coat and gave it a wave. 120 yuan. That much? Wang Yan's eyes went round. In these times a town worker earned only 20 or 30 a month, and this half a pig had sold for 5 or 6 months of their wages. Wang Fan had no concept of numbers, but seeing her sister so delighted, she beamed too. That's wonderful, brother. We can buy good medicine for Ma, and lots of food to get through the winter. Right, and a few pretty floral jackets for little Fan too. I ruffled her head. No, even with money, we can't spend like that. Wang Yan looked at my gaunt face, her voice quiet but firm. 120 yuan, a good life-saving gun, or first the mother's medicine and the winter grain. If you ran this household, which would you cover first? Team gun, hit 1. Team family, hit 2. Let me know in the comments. So this was the abacus my elder sister was working. I was 19 this year, of an age to be matched. This 120 had to be saved up for my bride price. I stopped what I was doing. Sis, have you got something on your mind? You're already 19. Time to think about taking a wife. Ma's ill, but she brings it up now and then. Now that there's money, we've got to see to it first. Her voice caught a little as she spoke. If we can't manage this one thing for you, then Ma won't close her eyes in peace even in death. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but knowing I couldn't outstubborn her, I could only nod. I'll do as you and Ma say. From now on, don't talk like that. Ma's illness. I'd hunt more, sell more, and surely cure it. This money my sister wanted to save. Let her. Worst case, I'd hunt a few more trips. I had my reckoning. In under a month, I'd scraped together the 140 and land that type 38. Provided that, I first cleared the family's few dozen yuan-old debt. Wang Fan didn't follow why the two of them had suddenly gone wistful and blinked. Brother, you're going to take a wife? Then am I going to have a sister-in-law? A long way off yet. Wait till you're grown. I ruffled her head. Sis, it's late. Take little Fun to bed. Don't mind me in the morning. I'm going up the mountain at first light. The next day I was up before dawn, hoping to get up the mountain early and bag some big game. Lifting the curtain, I saw the kitchen chimney already smoking. My elder sister, Shirley, risen at the crack of dawn to make my food. A warmth rose in my heart. Up, I steamed you cornbread buns. Eat first. I'll wrap a few more for you to take. Wang Yan ladled a full bowl of millet porridge. I ate in big mouthfuls, not letting her see the tangle in my heart. Full, I tucked the buns away, took the gun and the sickle, and headed out. The edge of the sky was just turning fishbelly white. My aim was clear, bag big game. Only big game sold for much. Only with enough money could I land that type 38 sooner. Not long into the mountains, a bright streak flashed in the snow ahead. I held my breath, half crouched, drew near, a sleek, glossy pheasant. I quietly tossed the snare loop, drawing an arc, looped it square, and rushed up in a few steps to pin it down. A good start. Luck was with me today. I stuffed the pheasant into my back basket and was about to head deeper when the brush rustled. Parting it, I looked. A roe deer just under 200 caddies, head down, nibbling dead grass. A roe deer is treasure from head to tail, fetches a good price, and in snowy weather is a rare delicacy besides. Something stirred in me, just as I made to circle behind it for an opening. Bang! A spray of blood spattered at the roe deer's feet, but it didn't drop, it bolted. Someone had set his sights on the same one as me. My eyes went cold and I gave chase. The roe deer was fast, but special forces trained in my past life. My pace was only faster, and in a few strides I'd caught up. One shot, and the roe deer dropped where it stood. Why you? Wang Ming, you dare snatch my game. A big fellow in a thick fur jacket came striding over, furious. I knew him by his voice alone. My cousin, Wang Damao. Damn, what rotten luck. Anyone else, fellow villagers, and I might have let it go. But that it was him, of all people, then he couldn't blame me for eating it all myself. Quit play acting. I spotted this roe deer first, fired first. On what grounds is it yours? You fired? Then why didn't it drop? Without my finishing shot, would it be dead? Wang Damao was stumped, then hollered again. Even so, it's mine. Don't forget, you're hunting on my turf. Your turf? This mountain is yours. Mountain game is a share for whoever sees it. On what grounds is it yours? Shamed into rage, he reached to grab the roe deer's leg. I shoved him off. On the grounds that you're older? or on the grounds that you're shameless." He staggered, eyes bloodshot, drew a glinting knife from his waist, and lunged at me viciously. This punk hadn't had enough of a lesson last time. I tossed the gun and the basket aside, sidestepped, dodged it easily, seizing the gap. I sent a kick that sprawled him face first into the snow, his whole face buried in a drift, the knife flying off. With skill like that, he dared snatch from me. He scrambled up to grab at the roe deer again, and a glare from me went so far as to weaken his legs, but unwilling to give up, he simply played the family card. Never mind that I spotted the roe deer first, just on our relation alone. "I'm your cousin. You can't hog it all." "Cousin?" As if you're fit for the word. At the thought of all the eldest uncle's family had done to the original owners, the fire I'd just settled rose again. Were it not that we shared blood, that shot a moment ago wouldn't have been aimed at the roe deer. "Who's there?" A sharp shout. Several men came striding up fast. One look at the one leading them and my face went cold at once. My dead enemy, Bald Lou and his mountain guard team. They'd been on patrol, heard the shots, and hurried over. "Oh ho, Ming, my boy, why are you fighting your own cousin over game?" Bald Lou sneered. "Your family's in the state it's in, and you still won't settle down? Bent on crossing us." "Crossing you? It's been you all along, making trouble for my family." I sneered, my fingers sliding quietly onto the grip. "Make trouble for you, and what of it? A penniless wretch like you, fit to spar with us?" A team member beside him blustered. "Uncle Lou, you take my side." This wretch Wang Ming snatched my game. Wang Dumao shouted. Bald Lou shot him a sidelong look. "Who do you think you are, that I'd take your side?" Then waved a hand. "Just one roe deer. Here's how it goes. The roe deer's mine, and you two get 10 yuan each." Wang Dumao cursed him to ribbons inwardly. The roe deer would sell for 40 or 50 at least, but hadn't the nerve to challenge him, only stole an unwilling glance at me, hoping I'd step up. I didn't even spare him a look, just fixed coldly on Bald Lou. Bald Lou's face darkened, his hand moving to the gun at his waist. "What? Not satisfied? Then I won't stand on courtesy," and signaled 2 team members to go grab the roe deer. The meaning plain. I make a move, and this shot goes to your forehead. The members swaggered over, ramming me hard as they passed. Just when everyone was certain I wouldn't dare move, I whipped the gun up and, without the slightest hesitation, put a shot at Bald Lou's feet. Bang! Everyone froze. The 2 about to grab the roe deer went stiff on the spot. No one had reckoned that Wang Ming would truly dare fire. Bald Lou, trembling, looked down. The bullet hole was no more than a centimeter from his foot. Thump! He dropped onto his backside in the snow, his face white as paper. You dare shoot." He truly couldn't bear to imagine. Had that shot gone for his forehead, why wouldn't I dare? I held the gun leveled, aimed straight at them. A contest of nerve. Then, let's see who's harder. As it happens, I, ex-Special Forces, had the edge over you in both marksmanship and footwork. Come to real blows, and who'd be lying here today went without saying. Wang Damao's feathers stood on end. He'd assumed I'd at most spar a little with Bald Lou and cave in the end. He'd never imagined I'd not only meet him head-on, but truly dare fire. Such nerve, no one in the village could match it. In that moment, he was even a little glad he hadn't pushed me too far. "Today, this roe deer is mine. Anyone who objects, by all means try." The voice wasn't loud, but that cold edge sent a chill through every heart. Only now did it truly dawn on Bald Lou. That Ming, my boy, they'd never once taken seriously, was long since no soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. "You, don't get cocky. Our mountain guard team aren't pushovers." One member put on a fierce front over a hollow core. I cocked my head, narrowing my eyes dangerously. "Fine, give it a try. Make it out of here alive, and I'll grant you something." The members looked at one another, all terror. Day to day they swaggered through the village on the strength of their station, but up against someone who'd truly dare fire, they wilted at once. Calm. I put the gun away, swung the roe deer onto my shoulder, and walked down the mountain without a backward glance. Bald Lou shook with rage, but his weak, soft legs wouldn't obey, and he could only watch me leave, grinding out, "Wang Ming, you wait for me." But this time, not one of the members behind him chimed in as they usually would. He probably knew, too, that he'd lost face utterly today, and turned to glare savagely at Wang Dumao. "Breathe one word of this, and I'll have your hide." Wang Dumao shrank his neck and shook his head over and over. "I wouldn't dare, wouldn't dare." It'll rot in my belly. His heart was a tangle. He envied Wang Ming the nerve to go head-on with bald Lu, and feared being dragged into the revenge. Hauling the just under 200 catty roe deer down the mountain, my mood was excellent. Sell it, and the old debt could be cleared, with enough left over for a fine new year. But this roe deer couldn't be let my elder sister see, or however much it sold for. She'd clutch it tight to save for my bride price. The debt could be cleared, but my Type 38 would have nowhere to come from. Before entering the village, I found an old tree and buried the roe deer well, and with my past life skills, made a point of flinging the bloodied rope off in the opposite direction to keep wild dogs from following the scent. Patting the snow off my hands, I picked up the pheasant and headed home humming a little tune. Just at the door, I heard a burst of laughter and chatter inside, my elder sister's voice and a girl's. Pushing the door open, I found the stove burning warm, and my elder sister, Wang Fun, and Lu Yin. The three of them gathered round the table stitching shoe soles, three rosy little faces and bright watery eyes turning to fix on me in unison. A grown lad like me, looked at this way, went red in the face. "Sis, I'm back." I cleared my throat and scratched my head. I really hadn't expected Lu Yin to be visiting. A flicker of delight crossed Wang Yan's eyes. She stole a glance at Lu Yin and teased. "So you do still know to come home? How was your luck today?" Luck was SOSO, bagged a pheasant, chicken soup tonight. I set the back basket down. "Wow, second brother, you're amazing. This pheasant's even bigger than last time's." Wang Fen leaned in, her dark eyes full of longing for that oil-glistening chicken of 2 days back, setting everyone laughing. But the laughter passed. Wang Yin suddenly tied the pheasant's legs with cord. "Yin, my dear, take this fellow with you when you go." "Me? This really won't do." Lu Yin froze. "What won't do?" "Ming, my boy, bagged a pheasant 2 days back. A boar yesterday. Our family doesn't lack for fat in the pot. Today you brought little Fin such a pretty jacket. I can't take it for nothing." Wang Yin stuffed the pheasant into the basket. I opened my mouth to say something and was pushed back by a look from my sister. I could only sigh. I'd meant the chicken soup to build Ma's strength, knowing full well there was pork at home and still bringing the chicken back, and now it had gone to make someone else's wedding clothes. Unable to refuse, Lu Yin bashfully accepted. We sat round the stove and talked a while more. With me there, she felt a touch awkward and rose to say she had work waiting at home and would head back. Wang Yin at once nudged me in front of Lu Yin, smiling brightly. "Ming, my boy, see Yin home." I froze, then in a flash understood my sister's intent. Awkwardly scratching my head, I picked up the back basket all the same and walked her out. The snow lay silver white, moonlight spilling down. The two of us walked side by side, the snow crunching underfoot, a sound that set a faint restlessness in the heart. I know the way, you needn't see me off." Lu Yin kept her head down, her little face faintly red. "It's late. It's not safe for a girl to go back alone. I'll see you to your door." She looked up, met my eyes square on, flushed, and didn't refuse again. "Thank you for the floral jacket you bought, little Fun. She loves it." On this I was truly grateful. I didn't know how to pick clothes for a girl, just minded buying them thick, and gave no thought at all to whether they looked nice. Little Fun's so adorable, it's only right. Besides, the big piece of boar you gave my dad yesterday, he says it'll fetch a fair bit of cash. Next to that, what's one jacket? She tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. My regard for her warmed a few more degrees. At the Lu family door, she lingered, reluctant. "I'm here. You head back." I set the basket down by her feet. "We've got another basket at home. Bring it back whenever it suits you." With that I turned and left, not the least bit lingering. I could wait, my roe deer couldn't. Passing the eldest Uncle Wang Baogua's house, a sudden clatter of smashing pots and bowls and a quarrel came from inside. The door opened, and Wang Baogua came stumbling out. "What sin did I commit in my last life to marry a useless thing like you?" Yang Chui's cursing drifted clear into my ears. Wang Baogua, embarrassed, patted off the snow. "Ahem, Ming, my boy. Out this late. Seeing someone home." Remembering his family's heartlessness back then, my face was none too pleasant. "Ah, Ming, my boy." The moment Yang Chui saw me, her eyes lit up. "Heard you bagged a 400 catty boar yesterday. Come over today to bring your eldest uncle some meat." "Eh?" And saying so, she hurriedly looked down at my hands, and seeing them empty, her face changed. I looked at her calmly. "Auntie, It's been a while since you've had any fat in your diet, hasn't it? You've thinned out quite a bit. The sarcasm, not a bit of it spared. Yang Chui's face sank, but at the thought of carving up the pork, she put on a fawning smile. Isn't that the truth? That boar of yours, after innards and bone, must be 300 caddies at least. Greed all over her eyes. A fair bit, yes. After clearing the debt, there's a little left over. You child, with so many relatives, you don't think to share some? Whatever else, we're your elders. You ought to cut some meat to honor us. Honor, I sneered. To honor elders, the elders have to be worth respecting first. If I remember right, when the family split, the eldest uncle said the two households would have nothing to do with each other from then on. And last time, you and Wang Dumao defiling my father and mother in public. How long ago was that? And Auntie's forgotten clean. Yang Chui was wrangled speechless, her face iron blue. She'd never imagined that coward Wang Ming would dare be this hard today. But recalling the savagery with which I'd choked Wang Dumao last time, she didn't dare step up and could only vent her fury on Wang Baohua, pinching him hard. You useless thing. Same surname Wang, same hunting. How does someone else bag a boar while you can't bag so much as an egg? Wang Baohua bared his teeth in pain but didn't dare talk back. Yes, Ming, my boy's grown capable. We can't compare. In the middle of her cursing, Wang Dumao came out cracking melon seeds to watch the show, and the moment he stepped out and saw me, his legs went weak, his eyes near instinctively hunting me for a gun. Seeing my hands empty, he actually dropped straight onto his backside. Heaven knew how scared he'd just been of seeing that gun. I laughed, so this punk wasn't fearless after all. I crouched and looked at him, mocking. What? Too overcome at the sight of your cousin? And no, my legs went weak. He stammered. Enough acting. I'm not here to make trouble for you. He let out a heavy breath. But Yang Chui, feeling her face slipping, glared at him, turned, and blocked my way. Today we settle this clear, or you don't leave. Wang Dumao went white and tugged her sleeve. Ma, hurry home. Stop making a fool of yourself. He was truly afraid that, pushed, I put a shot in her the way I had bald Lu. But Yang Chui's heart and eyes were full of nothing but that pork. A broken bone still joined by sinew. Since you've bagged a boar, you ought to share with your uncle's households. Hand over the meat today, and we'll call it even. Don't blame me, your auntie, for forgetting all kinship. A broken bone still joined by sinew. I nodded. Auntie's got a point of sorts there. She propped her hands smugly on her hips, thinking 2 lines had cowed me. So then, shouldn't you lot help me clear my debt too? What rot are you talking? She blew up. What's your family's debt got to do with us, that we'd help you pay it? The Wang family's debt was a few dozen yuan, the better part of a year's take for an ordinary hunter. Help me clear the debt over a mouthful of pork? She'd have to be mad. There's no reasoning with people like this. I gave a cold snort and made to step off. She blocked me again. Leave the meat today, or you don't go. Auntie, you mean to rob me outright? My gaze went cold, and I looked over at the trembling Wang Dumao. Cousin, you think so too? No. I don't even like pork. Wang Dumao all but dropped onto his backside again, hauling his mother back with everything he had. Wang Baohua, feeling the shame of it too, joined in dragging her. I bared my teeth at Wang Dumao and stepped off, not bothering with the still wildly cursing Yang Chui. Yang Chui had one thing right. I'd taken over the original owner's body, and wherever I went I was a child of the Wang family. For that very reason, however much I loathed them, I couldn't truly do anything drastic to them. I strode briskly to the old tree at the village entrance, dug out the roe deer in a few moves, and made straight for Uncle Zhang's shop under cover of night. The door was on the latch. One push and it opened. Uncle Zhang was dozing slumped over the counter. Uncle Zhang, wake up, it's me Ming, my boy. He rubbed his eyes and yawned, and the moment he looked up and saw the big fellow on my back, his eyes lit up at once. Ming, my boy, what's this? I set the roe deer on the ground. Bagged a roe deer today, have a look. Uncle Zhang hurriedly threw on his coat and came around, crouched and stroked that sleek, glossy coat, unable to put it down. Well now, with the heavy snow sealing the mountain and folks themselves with nothing to eat, who'd have thought one could still come across a roe deer this handsome? The moment he opened his mouth, I had my red on it. The old debt could be cleared, and that Type 38 was down to one last little push. Uncle Zhang, this roe deer's just under 200 caddies, worth a fair bit, no? By how he couldn't bear to set it down, I had my red. This thing might not sell any cheaper than the boar. That it is, haven't seen a roe deer this big in years. Uncle Jiang blurted out. Dress this coat well and sell it in the city, 15, 20 yuan, made into a coat, more than that. And the meat's a rare delicacy besides. Well now, he'd laid out the price for himself. Ahem. He came back to himself and put on a show of gravity. I'll take this fellow off your hands at the same price as last time. 120. By how readily he'd said it, there was surely more room to turn. I feigned hesitation. Uncle Jiang, I already promised it to someone else. They offered 150, so you see. You boy, didn't you promise your uncle all your big game from now on? I did, but they're 30 higher. And you know my family's situation. With that 30, my family's debt could be cleared. I eyed him slyly, just waiting for him to give. Sure enough, after a good while of wincing at the loss, Uncle Jiang ground out, fine. 150, your uncle takes it. It wasn't that he couldn't see I was playing him. He was genuinely afraid that one refusal and I'd shoulder the roe deer and walk. A roe deer was a hot item. Take it at 150, sell it on at 160 or 70, and he still came out ahead this round. Generous, uncle. The roe deer's yours then. I was no fool either. A trade was best run for the long haul, and once it hit my target price, a little more or less didn't matter. You boy, when did you learn to be this slick? Uncle Jiang gave a helpless laugh and turned to fetch the money. Uncle, just give me 10 yuan. He caught on at once. This boy meant to take that type 38 away right now. That way he saved 140 in cash, and turning the gun over could net him a price difference profit besides. Briskly, he dragged that thick wooden case out of the back room. Seeing the case again, I still couldn't hold down the excitement in my heart. Opened, the dark brown rifle lay within, barrel cold and severe. I caught it up, and an indescribable sense of solidity surged through me. Folks, from the first time I laid eyes on it in this room to holding it in my arms today, this gun, I'd hankered for the whole way through. Only the cartridges were down to 2 boxes, enough for the short run, a strain over the long. Uncle Jiang, I'll have to trouble you with one more thing. Rest easy, he clapped my shoulder, having guessed it long ago. From here on, whenever there's matching ammo for this fellow, your uncle will hold it for you for sure. Thank you. Stowing the gun and that 10 yuan, I took my leave of Uncle Jiang. The 10 on me meant nothing for clearing the debt. Better to add a little food to the house. The rice and millet were near the bottom again. The supply co-op had already closed, and lugging this big fellow around was inconvenient. So I hurried home, meaning to lay in supplies first thing in the morning. Home, and pushing the door, the lamp was still lit, but the chimney's smoke had long since gone. I knew well enough. The moment Lu Yen left, my sister had surely put out the fire after, to save that bit of coal. Clutching the wooden case to my chest, my eyes were especially bright in the dark. With this fellow, a couple more trips up the mountain, and our family's days would soon be on the rise. Inside, my elder sister was sewing clothes by the kerosene lamp. Wang Fen asleep against her. These past few days of full fat had even put a little flesh on the little one's face, it seemed. Why so late getting back? Trouble on the road? Wang Yan's face was all concern. No, went to borrow something. I set the wooden case on the table, put on a mysterious air, and snapped it open, a brand new rifle. A Type 38, for hunting. Where did you borrow it from? Wang Yan's eyes went round. Guns were rare things in these times. An ordinary hunter was lucky to have a firelock, and a piece this solid even the village head's family might not have. A secret. Tomorrow I'll go up the mountain and test out what it can do. The money I didn't dare bring up. Mention it, and she'd surely have me hand it in, and then little fun would go without her thick millet porridge again. Sis, off to bed early. Oh, tomorrow I've got to make a trip to town. No rush up the mountain, so don't get up early to cook. I said it while walking out, afraid she'd press further. Wang Yan wanted to ask more, but I was already out of the room. She knew my mind was made up now, and that asking might get nothing out of me, so she could only sigh and put out the lamp. I went straight to the woodshed and stuffed the Type 38 deep into the woodpile, covering it carefully with dry grass. When not up the mountain, it had to be hidden well. Let the village's loose tongues catch sight of it, and it'd be another heap of trouble. The next day, before dawn, I grabbed a cornbread bun, tucked the money away, and set off. Time was tight. First the supply co-op for grain, then to Dr. Wang's. 1. To refill Ma's medicine. 2. to buy something for treating flesh wounds, so that if I ever met danger hunting, I'd be prepared. The co-op was deserted. I asked for 10 caddies of rice and 10 of millet, and seeing the white flour, hesitated a moment. 3 years of great disaster. Every household with an empty belly. This white flour was precious. But I gritted my teeth and got 3 caddies anyway. How long had it been since a meal of dumplings? With meat plentiful at home, buy a little white flour to make things nicer, even if it was only a meal of white flour buns. 3 yuan 2 altogether. I handed over the money, and out of the corner of my eye something small caught me. A dainty hairpin, set with a few pale pink flannel flowers, especially bright in the dim co-op. Comrade, how much is this? Just in 5 mao apiece. 5 mao. In these times pork was only 4 mao a caddy, and this little trinket cost 5 mao. I clenched the bit of change left in my hand. But at the door, I stopped my feet again. Money gone could be earned again, but little fun smile. Miss it, and it'd be hard to see again. I turned back and had the clerk wrap it up, 2 of them. By the time I got home, it was full daylight, the chimney smoking. Second brother, where have you been? Wangfan bounced out. To the co-op for some food, and got Ma's medicine. I drew out the oil paper parcel. Bought a bit of white flour specially. We eat well today. White flour buns. The little one was beside herself with joy. Last year her father had bagged a roe deer, and only at New Year's had she gotten to eat them once. She'd been pining for it ever since. Wang Yin came out and saw the white flour, and her eyes went wet on the spot. Ever since their father went, the family had eaten this meal with no sight of the next. Last time, the rice I'd bought she couldn't bear to use, throwing in an extra handful only when I was home, and otherwise boiling it as thin as the 3 of them could make it. She'd never imagined the rice not yet finished and more already following on. I went over and gathered her into my arms. Don't cry, sis. With me here, our days will only get better. Ming, my boy, didn't you give me all the money from selling the pig last time? Where'd this money come from? I awkwardly withdrew my arm and hurried to change the subject. Ah, sis, I brought something for you, and little Fin too. The roe deer I dared not breathe a word of. I produced the 2 hairpins, one for Wang Fun, one for Wang Yin. Look, do you like them? Brand new. Second brother, what's this? It's so pretty. Wang Fun's eyes gleamed. I pinned it on her, and the little one ran straight to the water vat to look at herself over and over. Second brother, do I look nice? Lovely. Our little Fun's the loveliest. In that moment I knew, this 5 mao was worth it. Sis, this one's yours. Ming, my boy, Wang Yin cut me off, fondness in her eyes but her stance firm. Sis knows you've got skill now, but when there's money you have to think of the times when there's none. This, go return it in a bit. Sis doesn't want it. Sis, I know your heart. It's not as if I buy these every day. Just this once, never again, all right? Seeing she wouldn't take it, I played my trump card, pulling Wang Fun in to cajole her with me. See is just take it. In the middle of the stalemate, Ma, Lu Fengfang, lifted the curtain and came out, and once she had the gist, a smile rose on her face. Yin, my dear, stop refusing. This is Ming, my boy's heart. You and little Fin toil for this family day in and day out. It's only right he buy you something. With Ma having spoken, Wang Yin opened her mouth, but in the end couldn't get the refusal out. She sighed and took the hairpin. Then sis accepts it. Thank you, Ming, my boy. That's the spirit. Sis will look lovely wearing it. However grown-up Wang Yin was, in the end she was only 20. Against dainty little trinkets like these, what resistance did she have? With Ma urging her on, she pinned it in, blushing. So pretty. Sis looks so pretty. Wang Fin clapped and bounced. Wang Yin flicked her nose, sweet-mouthed you. Watching this, Ma's eyes went wet. Since the children's father passed, how long had it been since this house held this much laughter? Ma, let's not dwell on the unhappy things. I've stewed a pot of pork with vermicelli. Come in and eat. Wang Yin, the first to sense Ma's shift in mood, took her by the arm. Meat every day. I've plainly put on weight lately. Ma was of one mind with my sister, always wanting to leave more of the meat, so I needn't rush up the mountain. Ma, you need to build your strength. Little Fun's growing, and Ming, my boy, can't go up the mountain on an empty stomach. Wang Yin smiled wryly. A wave of ache went through me. I'd plainly meant to better the family's lot, and yet these few still couldn't bear to eat or wear. I clenched my fist. This habit of pointless pinching, I was bound to break them of it. Brother Ming, Urguzi's voice came from the door. What is it? When are we going up the mountain next? My dad and I want to try our luck with you. That boar last time had let Hu Yubin and the others taste the sweetness of it, and before the new year, they wanted to make another go at big game. Your family's 2 dogs. My dad says, bring them all. Done. I'm heading up the mountain now. If you're coming, hurry home and get ready. Meet at the village entrance in half an hour. Miss it, and I don't wait. With those 2 clever creatures along, even what the eye can't see would be hard put to escape death. Urguzi bolted off. Was that Urguzi just now? Why not have him come in and eat something? Ma came out holding a bowl, golden millet porridge, and pork stewed with vermicelli, fragrant, oil flowers floating on top. I sat down, snatched up a cornbread bun, took a big bite, and picked up a thick slice of meat with my chopsticks. He went back to fetch Uncle Hu. We'll go up the mountain together in a bit. My sister was right. You can't go up the mountain on an empty stomach. I had to eat more to have the strength to land big game. Slow down. No one's going to fight you for it. Wang Yin chided, but her eyes were all smiles. She rose to take a back basket and stuffed several cornbread buns into it. Sis, no need to pack so much. 1 or 2, and I'm full. Who packed them for you? She shot me a look. These are for Urguzi and Uncle Hu. They've helped us know little. We can't be too stingy. I gave a sheepish laugh. Right. You think of everything, sis. Just about done eating, I picked up the back basket, dug out that brand new Type 38, and headed out. Ming, my boy, be careful. Ma cautioned, uneasy. The Wang family now had only me, this one man of the house, holding things together. I know, Ma, rest easy. Sis, little fun. Look after Ma. I'll be sure to bring home another piece of big game today. With those 2 hounds, my confidence doubled. Couldn't land big game. I wouldn't come back. Barely halfway there, I met Urguzi and Hu Yubin. Well now, I'd left 10 minutes early, and this father and son were quick too. Brother Ming, all set. Let's go up. I looked to Hu Yubin. He patted the hound at his leg and nodded with a smile. Then let's set off. But in my heart, I'd set another reckoning. Today, besides adding to the game, I wanted to talk it over with Uncle Hu and learn his knack for training dogs. The few of us walked fast, and in 20-some minutes we'd entered the mountains. As I pushed deeper, I kept an eye on the hounds and the surroundings, a special forces habit. Dogs or no dogs, you stay on high alert. Reaching a fork, the 2 hounds suddenly turned agitated. My feet halted. I swept the surroundings and turned to look at Urguzi and Hu Yubin. In the mountains, something was coming. Uncle Hu, there's likely game ahead. Let's split into 2. Urguzi and I one way. You take the dogs the other. We might net more. All right, but what do we use for a signal? Hu Yubin worried that, split up, if we really met big game, one of us might come to grief in there. Run into danger or bad game. Fire 3 shots. Hear the shots and head that way for support. No game. Regroup where we are. 3 shots meant 3 wasted cartridges, but in this snowy forest with no village ahead and no shop behind, those 3 were worth the waste. Meet a big fellow for real, and one of them traded for several boxes of ammo. Settled. Then, you 2 mind yourselves. As he left, Hu Yubin paused and gave Urguzi a long, deep look. Stick close to Ming, my boy, and learn the hunting trade well. He had this one son and no other. This was the one thing he couldn't set down. Urguzi and I followed the left fork deeper. Not far in, I sensed something off and yanked the uncomprehending Urguzi flat into the snow, throwing him a look. Game. He followed my gaze, and his pupils shrank. A few hundred meters off, several sika deer were nibbling at dead grass beneath the snow, the spots on their coats glaring against the white. I counted. Well now, 7. This was a sight you rarely saw once in a whole year. Deer antler, deer blood, deer meat, every one of them worth a fortune. I held Urguzi down and waited patiently for them to lower their guard. The seconds and minutes crept by, and the herd went from raising their heads to look about, to fully at ease, leisurely grazing. The moment had come. I felt for the trigger of the Type 38. But this gun held only 5 rounds at a time. With 5 I was sure of hitting every vital spot. The remaining 2. Urguzi, those 2 strays are yours. Can you take them? I'll try. He had no confidence in his marksmanship. He'd come to learn today, and his first time out he'd landed 2 deer. On the count of 3, fire together. The timing can't be off, or the herd scatters and they'll be hard to find again. 3, 2. Urguzi's palms were soaked with sweat. He could barely hold the gun, yet he didn't dare let his mind wander. 1. 2 gunshots cracked at once. The biggest one and the leanest one dropped into pools of blood. Urguzi hadn't expected to hit it himself, but remembering my words, almost on instinct he aimed at the next and squeezed off a second shot. At the same time, my second and third shots rang out one after another, and 3 more fleeing deer dropped. Seeing 2 about to leave my sight, I swiftly swung the muzzle, dropped one with a shot, and before Urguzi could react, I tossed the gun, rolled across the ground, and snatched up his hunting gun. The last shot, and the last deer fell. My 6 rounds, every one dead in a vital spot, not a single wasted. Urguzi looked at the deer all over the ground, startled and delighted, but more than that, won over. He'd known from the boar last time that I was no ordinary man, but he'd never imagined my marksmanship was this accurate. On the other side, Hu Yubin was searching with the dogs when he heard the run of gunshots. His heart clenched, one whistle, and he raced over at full speed. The whole way he conjured up 100 kinds of mishap, terrified something had happened on my end. Rushing to the scene, the first thing he saw was deer lying all over the ground, and he froze on the spot. I patted the snow off me and stood, smiling. Good work. Brother Ming, don't say that. Urguzi went red in the face. Without your finishing shots, we'd have only bagged 6 today. I clapped his shoulder. Practice makes perfect. You just lack the chances to drill. Ming, my boy. Urguzi, what's going on here? Pa, it's Brother Ming. Brother Ming bagged 6 deer. Hu Yobin's heart jolted. On his way, he'd made a point of counting 7 deer on the ground, but the gunshots, only 8 had sounded. A hunter all his life, he'd never mishear that. However seasoned a hunter, however high his read on marksmanship, it was next to impossible to kill 7 deer with 8 shots. How alert and nimble a sika deer is, the slightest slip and they scatter in fright. Yet Ming, my boy, had not only done it, he'd taken the biggest haul with the fewest rounds. The look in his eyes toward me carried a touch more wonder, and at last he understood why this boy had been able to bag that 400 catty boar. Ming, my boy, this marksmanship of yours, it's something else. A man who rarely praised anyone, said it from the heart. You flatter me, a blind cat stumbling on a dead mouse. I scratched my head, as if Dragon Nation Army Special Forces in my past life. Dropping a few deer like these was basic ops. Letting even one get away would be the shameful part. Don't be modest. This is real, solid skill. He shot a despairing for better glance at his foolishly grinning son. 18, 19, and still, learn from him. 8 shots, 7 deer down. Hardly. Urguzi hurried to wipe off his grin and pointed proudly at the leanest one. That one your son bagged. And of Brother Ming's 6 shots, 1 was mine, and it missed. You said what? Hu Yobin's eyes went round. 6 shots, 6 deer, every one a kill. That was nothing luck could explain. Let's not get into that. Uncle Hu, the gunshots have likely drawn others. Hurry and get the deer back. Besides people, this snowy forest had bears and tigers. Run into one for real, and it'd be trouble. The 3 of us dragged the deer off, dug a pit, and buried them on the spot. Buried the bloodstains too, and had the dogs confirm there was no scent. Then sent Urguzi back to fetch people. 7 deer. Even a barrow might not haul it all in one trip. The moment Urguzi left, Hu Yubin opened the floodgates, his every word brimming with admiration. I was modest on my lips, but I knew it in my heart. It was this body's potential, plus my special forces experience, that let me shine so at hunting. Uncle Hu, when it comes to real skill, it's still you. Who in all the villages around doesn't know you've got a hand for training dogs? Haha, that's the truth, handed down in the family. Plenty have wanted to learn it, and I've taught none of them. He patted the dog beside him, and the dog at once sat obediently, in its eyes a shrewdness and loyalty you'd only see in a person. Uncle Hu, how about you teach me to train dogs? With hounds to help, hunting would go a lot easier. He hesitated. For one, a family secret method wasn't passed to outsiders. For 2, training a dog took a year and a half just to get through the door. Even his own no-account son, taught hand-to-hand for several years, was only half-baked. I stated my terms at once. I won't learn it for nothing. From here on, of everything I bag, I'll give you half. How's that? The corner of his mouth twitched. He was tempted. He was getting on in years, and find no heir to this craft, and it'd die out. Besides, on his and Urguzi's hunting alone, even a full New Year's meal wasn't guaranteed. But Ming, my boy, was different. Stick with me, and they could net at least a pheasant a day to fatten the pot. Forget it. You're a kindred sort. Boy, I'll teach you. But understand, this is no work of a day or a morning. You've got to learn it with care. Rest easy, I'll learn it well for sure. The two of us settled it, and on the spot he began passing on the knack, picking out a pup, making friends with the dog, drilling obedience and the hunting instinct, and I listened, rapt. As we talked, Urguzi came hurrying back with two men. Together they dug out the deer, and all three were dumbstruck. This many sick a deer. Ming, my boy, you've really got it. The last time anyone bagged this many deer was the village head's lot 10 years back, and that was only 3 or 4. Uncle Pooh, Uncle Lee, quit teasing me. Without Uncle Hu and Urguzi, I couldn't have bagged this many. Today, I'm treating everyone to a deer feast. The two men's eyes lit up at once. Among hunters, no one could be sure of coming out of the snowy mountains in one piece, and lending each other a hand was a common thing. They'd come today expecting no share, and my generosity delighted them, privately glad they'd come along. On the way back, I drew Hu Yub into the rear. Uncle Hu, after the deer feast, I'll deliver 4 to you myself. One was Urguzi's kill that couldn't be kept, plus what I'd promised. I'd reckoned it out long ago. Ming, my boy, your uncle knows your heart. A flicker of approval in his eyes, but he waved it off. There's just me and Urguzi at your uncle's place. We can't use that many. Urguzi's one. You brothers split it yourselves. Deliver your uncle one. Call it the apprenticeship gift. As for the half-share business, never mind. Just bring Urguzi along when you go up the mountain from now on. He put away a little money these years and didn't want for food or drink. But the Wang family had it hard, dragging a few dozen yuan famine debt besides. Once I called him uncle, he couldn't be a man with no heart. And besides, Urguzi sticking with me could learn real skill, worth far more than a few deer here and now. A warmth spread through my chest. All right, Uncle Hu, I'll bring Urguzi along whenever I go up from now on. But this deer, I couldn't truly give just one. In my past life, I'd led a recon squad and understood teamwork, with Uncle Hu placing Urguzi in my hands. Naturally, I'd bring him along. 1, to repay the kindness, and 2, to bank a helper for myself. Hauling the deer back to the village set off an uproar at once. Sika deer were rare to glimpse in these times, and 7 at once had the whole village, young and old, crowding around my door and onto the low wall. I drew my elder sister aside and told her quietly, "You said what? Share that boar meat from before with everyone." Wang Yin whipped her head around to look at the dark mass of people. Divided up for real, and those few dozen caddies wouldn't be near enough. "Sis, I've got a plan, hear me out. A caddy or half a caddy per household, just enough to taste the fat." Though she didn't understand why I'd do this, she knew the pig was my kill and the division was mine to make. And besides, today we'd added 7 deer. She had nothing she couldn't bear to part with, and turned to fetch buckets, knives, and cord from the kitchen. She'd long since cut the meat into small pieces and salted it down, so dividing it was no trouble. I walked to the middle of the yard, cleared my throat, my voice ringing, clear enough that even the Wang Baohua family lurking at the back to watch the show heard every word. "Uncles all, our family's house is too old. These next days I plan to rebuild it. Whoever's free, come lend a hand, passing bricks, mixing mud, and I won't have you help for nothing. Meals provided, and a hunk of meat to take home." The words barely landed before the crowd erupted into cheer after rising cheer. In times when some households could only gnaw bark and eat guanine clay, meals provided and meat to take home was pie falling straight from the sky. "Ming, my boy, sign me up. Me too. I don't even want the meat, just feed me. I can lay a stove hearth, any use?" Folks see it now. This wasn't sharing meat to build a house. This was a stratagem in plain sight. Spend a little meat and gather the whole village's hearts and muscle all at once. At the door, Yang Chui, green with envy, shoved Wang Baohua and Wang Damao to squeeze in. "Wait. We're family. Signing up should go to us first." Her little scheme I knew cold. I acted as if I hadn't seen it and said with a smile, "Auntie, with this many people lined up, it's a queue, and your family goes last." "Last? That won't do. You have to put your own relatives first." Yang Chui got anxious. "Auntie, that's not right." I smiled, my voice not loud, but loud enough for the whole yard to hear. "The neighbors watched me grow up, and when my family had its troubles they put in far more than yours did. By kinship, which of them isn't closer than you? If you truly want to help, when your turn comes, work hard, and I won't treat you unfairly. Yang Shui wanted to argue more and was pulled back by Wang Baohua. Enough, stop embarrassing us. The neighbors were already pointing and whispering. That won't do. She flung him off, propped her hands on her hips, and cursed away, defiling me as conscienceless. My eyes sank, my voice going cold. The ones whose consciences got eaten by dogs are you lot. I turned to look at the blue and white-faced Wang Baohua. You're my eldest uncle, but you've never once done an eldest uncle's part. My father was your own brother. He passed, and you listened to Yang Shui and left us to fend for ourselves, giving us a wide berth. Tell me, what face have you to call yourself my uncle? Ming, my boy, Wang Baohua opened his mouth, with no words to answer, and lowered his head in shame. Every word Wang Ming had said was fact. Yang Shui made to throw a tantrum again. Seeing a flicker of killing intent cross my eyes, Wang Damao's face changed abruptly. He sprang over and clapped a hand over her mouth, half dragging, half hauling her back, terrified she'd push me too far. MMPH, let go of me. You good for? Her voice trailed off, broken, into the distance. My expression eased. Good. Then it settled. Everyone who signed up today, stay for a meal. Once the materials are bought, I'll let you all know. Time to eat. Seeing the neighbors so elated, my elder sister finally understood my intent. Her eyes went hot. She said not another word, turned, and lit the stove in the kitchen. She'd already divided the meat. Whoever I gave it to, she backed me with all she had. The two big iron pots bubbled and steamed, the smell of rice mingling with pork stewed with vermicelli driving straight up the nose. I drew Uncle Pooh and Uncle Lee aside again. It's a bad time to lay out a proper deer feast. You two stay and eat, and afterward I'll cut each of you a haunch of venison to take home. The two men's eyes lit up. To taste venison in these times was already a rare thing, and to be given a haunch besides, the wives and children at home could break their meatless stretch too. Uncle Pooh clapped my shoulder. You're a stand-up fellow. Your uncle will go straight back and call your auntie over to help Yin, my dear. With the cooking, she's no good at much else, but at cooking and keeping house, she's a fine hand. My eyes lit up. Right, the rebuilding days ahead would need no end of cooking, and my sister alone couldn't manage. With Auntie Pooh to help, it'd be much easier. How had I forgotten something so important? As we spoke, Ma came through the crowd leading Wang Fun, and the sight of the scene threw her into a fluster. Ming, my boy, what's happened? Nothing, Ma. I plan to rebuild the house, and I'm just talking over the help with everyone. I went up and steadied her. You gave me a fright. Wait, rebuild the house. Ma took a good while to react, and her eyes reddened. She thought of how, at my age, I ought to be matched, and these few drafty wrecks of rooms truly wouldn't do. But fixing and building a house was rightly a parent's task, and now it all pressed on me. Her heart ached. I'm sorry, Ming, my boy. Second brother, our family's rebuilding the house. Wang Fan tugged my sleeve and shook it. Then do I get a new room? Right, we'll fix up the prettiest one for little fun. I bent and gave her little nose a pinch. Not just a new house. I'd kit it out with furniture too. Whatever the town children had, my little fun would have as well. Ming, my boy, it's nearly time to eat, and there aren't enough bowls at home. Wang Yin lifted the curtain and came out, and seeing Ma, hurried over to steady her. Ma, you're not even well yet. How have you been out so long? On the one hand, 7 deer bagged. On the other, the whole village's hearts gathered in at the door. The old Wang family's days were about to turn a page. But the higher our days climbed, the harder Bald Lou's venomous eyes fixed on us. Behind all this merriment, trouble, it seemed, was quietly brewing too. Ma's much better. There's plenty of meat at home, and your second and third uncles helped us no little. While it's fresh, I sent them 2 pieces, Ma said with a smile. Right, brother, this is candy third aunt gave me. Wang Fan opened her palm. 3 pieces of candy in floral wrappers, her eyes curving into crescents with her smile. The second and third uncles, and that kick-you-a-year-down eldest uncle, were 2 different breeds of people. My elder sister ruffled her head. Little Fun's the best. Third aunt is good to you, so you must be good to her in return from now on. My sister's not enough bowls just now had been heard by the neighbors, who turned and headed home for bowls, calling along their wives and children, hoping to catch a hot mouthful. In these times, to get a hot meal, who cared how thick-skinned it looked? In no time the neighbors came hurrying back with bowls. My sister was open-handed too, carried out the 2 big pots and lifted the lids. Help yourselves, there's more if it's not enough. The aroma of millet porridge mingled with pork and vermicelli stew flooded the yard. Grown-ups and children, some squatting, some standing, ate with the grease running down their chins. After the meal, the neighbors didn't disperse. The aunties helped clear and clean. The uncles gathered round me to talk over the plan for the house. Only once a rough date was set did they head off, looking back every other step. Ming, my boy, are you sure about this? Rebuild the house and really provide meals and give meat? My sister was a little weary. Today's one meal alone had gone through 5 or 6 caddies of meat. Build the house for real, and 100-some caddies wouldn't be the end of it. Of course. I nodded gravely. If not for the neighbors' help these past 2 years, we widow and orphans wouldn't have made it to today. Now that we've got the means, count it as giving back. Besides, I pointed at the yard. My sister followed my gaze. The once messy yard had been swept spotless, the firewood split and stacked neat, and even those few deer, in the time it took the neighbors to chat, had been skinned, bled, and broken down by part, all dealt with cleanly. The misgivings in her heart vanished like smoke, and she finally understood my purpose. The neighbors were honest folk who knew gratitude. Treat them well, and they'd treat the Wong family well with all their hearts. Spend a little meat to buy the whole village's heart. This trade was a sure profit. Sis, the next couple of days the home's on you. I've got to go lay in materials for the house. Go, don't worry. I took the 2 fattest deer, wrapped up 2 hind legs and 2 big bowls of deer blood besides, first to her Guzzi's place. The father and son, just fed and disinclined to stir, wouldn't even have bothered with the knock had the hounds not gone wild at the smell of deer blood. Hu Yubin came to open up wrapped in his fur jacket, grumbling and cursing, and froze at the sight of the cart. What's all this? Uncle Hu, one's her Guzzi's kill, one's the apprenticeship gift as agreed. Have her Guzzi haul them in. I've still got to go to Uncle Pooh's and Uncle Lee's. Can't stay to chat. I hefted the skinned deer into the yard and turned to push the cart off. We'd agreed her Guzzi's brothers would split that one, and I'd send one as the apprenticeship gift, and that was all. But I brought the 2 fattest and stoutest outright, hide, blood, and all. Hey, who you been made to stop me and couldn't, and gazed in the direction I'd vanished, sighing with feeling. This boy was a stand-up sort. With her Guzzi at his side, the lad wouldn't go wrong. To Uncle Pooh and Uncle Lee, I delivered a haunch of venison and a big bowl of deer blood each. Deer blood is a great tonic. Ordinary households, having drained it, kept it for their own old folks and children. My giving it away stunned the 2 of them no less than it had Hu You Bin, and after a token refusal or 2 they accepted it, secretly vowing to put in extra effort when the house went up. Gifts delivered. I took the remaining 4 whole deer and 4 hides and made straight for Uncle Zhang's shop in town. One look and Uncle Zhang's eyes lit up at once, especially at the sight of the not yet ossified antlers on the 2 smaller deer's heads. His eyes went rigid. Uncle Zhang, you set the price. The price is right, and I deal only with you. Smiling, but in truth giving him a nudge. You sly little wit. Fine, your uncle will earn a bit less, for the sake of long-term business with you. He hauled out the big steel yard. I was a touch puzzled. Usually it was a flat price. One look and Uncle Zhang understood. Venison sold by the caddy. Age, meat quality, and cut all differ. Sort them clear and you earn more, and I sell fair too. And he hefted one of the young deer. The most valuable part, I'd say, is these antlers. Not fully ossified. Exactly the prime time for making velvet antler. Any later, and they're spoiled. These 2 pairs of antlers are worth the better part of a whole deer's price. Something lit in my mind. From the modern world, I knew velvet antler was precious, but I hadn't thought antlers from a young deer were more so. Still less that 1 pair could be worth most of a deer. This trip, I'd ridden on her Guzzi's luck. Uncle Zhang weighed and sorted them, set the 2 pairs of antlers aside on their own, and offhandedly taught me a line. Heaven has a love of life. The small ones, the pregnant ones, don't hunt them if you can help it. Give them time to grow and breed. Hunt without limit and slaughter without restraint, and sooner or later there'll be no game left to take. There was sense in that. Sustainable is what lasts. I noted it down. Venison and hides for 180. The 2 pairs of antlers, 140. 620 altogether. Ming, my boy, you've earned no little this trip. Well now, 620 yuan. But going inside to dig it out, Uncle Jiang had only 420 in cash on hand, 200 short. A touch embarrassed. If you trust your uncle, come back at this hour tomorrow to collect. If you don't, take the deer back first. Uncle Jiang, what are you saying? There's no one I trust more than you. Haha, good lad. Take this 420. I'll make up the 200 tomorrow. I took the money and counted it once calm. In Uncle Jiang's eyes there was that flicker of admiration again. Not a change of expression at a sum this large. No ordinary pond would hold this fish. Little did he know, in the modern world I'd seen far more money than this. This much was, at most, the matter of a single meal. But to be safe, I still split the money into three, one part in the inner pocket, one in the sole of my shoe, one in the cuff. I was confident I could get out clean if something went wrong, but in all things there's the 1 in 1,000. I don't gamble. Money stowed. I made a big circuit of the building materials market, settled on red brick and gray brick for the outer walls and timber for the doors and windows, plus glass, cement, and sand, put down a deposit and left the address. On the way back, I bought 20 caddies of rice and 20 of millet. Passing the market, I caught sight of candied haws and sugar-roasted chestnuts. Little Fun had never tasted these, so I bought 2 strings of haws and a packet of chestnuts, and only then headed home content. Home, and my elder sister, sweeping the yard, came to meet me. Got it all? Just about. Sis, look what this is. Candied haws. Her eyes lit up. She hadn't seen this tart sweet, glistening treat in 2 years. Oh, sis, where's Little Fun? Off to deliver a bowl of meat to Third Aunt. She went by herself? My heart gave a jolt. I shoved the things into my sister's arms. I'll go check. At that same moment, Wang Fun, carrying a bamboo basket toward Third Aunt's house, ran smack into Bald Lu. The little one stepped aside to dodge, but in that moment with no one around, Bald Lu wasn't about to let it pass. Oh ho, Little Fun, what's the good stuff in the basket? Let your brother-in-law have a taste. And he reached out to grab. Shameless. You're not my brother-in-law. Wang Fun hugged the basket and ran, crying. Bald Lu tore after her, cursing as he ran. Of late he'd eaten so much loss at my hands and lost so much face. This grievance. Today, he'd vent on an 8-year-old child. Wang Fun hadn't run far before her arm was seized, the pain draining her face white. Let go of me. Second brother, save me. Her sobbing cries drew neighbors who'd just eaten the Wang family's meal. Several young men in their early 20s ringed Bald Lu on the spot. Bullying a child? What kind of skill is that? Let go of Little Fun. Bald Lu's face darkened, and just as he made to turn vicious, a gunshot froze the lot of them. His right-hand man, Wang Ermatzi, arrived holding a gun. I'll see which of you dares move. Well done. Bald Lu hauled Wang Fun behind the man and backed off. Not worth squabbling with me over a girl. Shut your mouths, and we'll each keep to our own road. The crowd clenched their fists, but with a gun in Wang Ermatzi's hand, a misfire, and no one dared press it. Held fast by the arm, Wang Fun's tears spun, her heart sinking into despair. I heard the gunshot from afar, my heart sank, and I bolted toward the sound. That speed matched my training in the modern world. Arriving, I saw it was Bald Lu and Wang Ermatzi. Wang Fun gripped fast. I'd had professional hostage rescue training. The more such a moment, the less you can panic. I picked up a few pebbles and pocketed them, dropped low, and crept closer inch by inch using the deep snow for cover. A young man, Tianhua, spotted me, and to draw their attention deliberately called out at Bald Lu. The others chimed in to scatter the 2 men's focus. In the moment Bald Lu turned, suspicious, my wrist flicked. A pebble shot true, straight at the wrist that gripped Wang Fun. Throwing pebbles I had no practice in, but throwing grenades I did, and I could put one wherever I pointed. Bald Lu's wrist stung, his grip loosening on reflex, and Wang Fun pitched forward into the deep snow, unhurt. But it also drew Wang Ermatzi's muzzle onto me. You little wretch, what are you up to? I slowly rose, raising both hands. Don't you lot find me an eyesore? Let Little Fun go, and I'll come with you. The high-grade hunter often shows up in the guise of the prey. The question was whether they dared bet. Wang Ermatzi's eyes rolled, and he was about to agree, but Bald Lu said no, and made to grab Wang Fun again. The neighbors hurriedly pulled the child behind them. Uncle Lu, that's about enough. Do you really mean to fight me to the death? Seeing Wang Fun safe and sound, my smile deepened. Captain, shoot. Wang Ermatzi's finger twitched, but Bald Lu shivered. This boy was uncanny. once a coward feebler than a new bride, now like a tiger poised any moment to spring and tear its prey to shreds. Today he'd had a couple of bowls at his brother-in-law's, and stepping out had run into Wang Fun, the drink gone to his head, which was the only reason he'd done this rash thing. Drink, it truly ruins a man. Ahem, Ming, my boy, a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I'm just fond of little Fawn, wanted to ask after the family. Before he finished, Wang Ermatzi still had the gun trained on my head. Wang Fun wept in terror. Don't you hurt my brother. But the next second, Wang Ermatzi dropped to one knee with a thud, the gun planted on the ground. Bald Lu had kicked him in the side. Always running your mouth. That day Wang Ermatzi had had business at home and hadn't gone up the mountain, so he didn't know what had happened up there. But Bald Lu knew this crew of his too well. Wang Ermatzi was all bluster. Have him truly fire on a person and he'd wet himself with fright, whereas I would truly dare to fire. Ming, my boy, a misunderstanding. From now on I'll give Little Fun a wide berth wherever I see her. Bald Lu nodded like a chick pecking grain. The crowd was stunned to stupor. This Bald Lu who'd lorded it for years, who didn't even fear the village head, was actually fawning on Wang Ming? Then I'll trust you this once. Little Fun's young and can't take a fright. Keep your distance from her from now on. I walked over and lifted Wang Fun into my arms, patting her back gently. Don't be scared. With second brother here, I'll never let you be hurt again. Second brother, I thought I'd never see you again. The little one had cried, her eyes swollen, and only buried against me did she feel safe. I let Bald Lu off today not because I'd truly let it go, but because I knew my strength, for now, wasn't enough to challenge that authority of the Mountain Guard team. But this I noted down. One day, I'd make Bald Lu kneel before Little Fun himself and apologize with his own mouth. Before getting Wang Fun home, I carefully brushed the snow off her and told her not to mention it to Ma or our sister. Inside, with a couple of lines, I talked her tear-swollen eyes back to normal. My sister chided me. It was just a sugar cake. Was it worth making her cry her eyes red in the dead cold? And held Wang Fun close, soothing her. The next morning early, I pushed the cart out and took the Type 38 and an axe up the mountain. For building the house, the roof beam had to be chosen well. After a big circuit, I fixed on a thick, straight tree, felled it with no little effort, stripped the bark, hoisted it onto the cart, and planned to push it to town the next day to be sawn into stock. Just about to head down, a flurry of rushing rustles came from up ahead. Two sallow, gaunt hunters came tearing toward me, shouting as they ran, "Help! There's a bear!" In this devil's weather a bear should long be in hibernation. I half took it for them playing me. But the words weren't out before a low, deep roar rolled out of the woods. By the moonlight, I saw it clear. A giant black bear, 2 men tall, green eyes glowing, growling a warning to all around. The two hunters went soft with fright on the spot, collapsing to the ground in a mess of tears and snot. My first thought, run. But one step and I stopped. I run, and these two are sure to be torn to shreds. I spat, fired a shot at the bear, and bolted in the opposite direction to draw it off. The black bear, enraged, charged straight at me, at 60 miles an hour at the least. I ran for all I was worth, fixing on a steep slope ahead. Fierce as the bear was, its bulk was clumsy and it couldn't climb. Using the terrain, I threw it off and slumped down panting. Only then did I find a gash an arm's length long on my right shin, the trouser leg soaked through with blood. I tore off a corner of my clothes and bound it roughly. But looking back down the slope, the bear was nowhere in sight. My heart tightened. With it in view, I still had my bearings. If it hid and struck from ambush, that would be the real end of me. I just propped myself up when a rustle came from behind. A gaunt, bony gray wolf, a newborn pup in its jaws, fixing me with deep green eyes. Well now, my luck today was rotten to the core. I leveled the gun, ready to fire the moment it moved. The gray wolf set the pup down, growled low, fangs bared and glinting. But that pup huddled trembling in the snow, a pair of watery big eyes, pitiful in the extreme. This mother wolf, perhaps, only wanted to take her pup and go. She meant no harm. I hesitated a moment, then slowly lowered the gun. The gray wolf, as if it understood, lifted its head and gave a low howl, took the pup in its jaws, and turned to leave. The next second, the bear charged out from who knew where and lunged straight at the gray wolf. Caught off guard, the gray wolf took it full on. The bear's bloody maw came down. The gray wolf, in pain, let go, and the pup dropped hard into the snow, howling without cease. A bear is thick-hided, heavy-fleshed, and immensely strong. The gray wolf was no match at all, and in 2 or 3 exchanges was savaged bloody all over. But this gray wolf, fighting to the death, hearing her pup's wails, suddenly recovered a sliver of reason. She gave the pup one long look, gave me one long look, and turned to flee. That look struck something in me. It was no longer a beast's gaze. It was a mother's reluctance at the end, and the entrusting of an orphan. She meant to drag that broken body of hers and lure the bear away, to buy a path to life for me and this pup. I clenched my fists and charged forward. So be it. Without her, today I'd likely have fed this bear too. Call it repaying the debt. No sooner had I tucked the pup into my coat than a shrill bear roar came from behind. I turned, gun raised. At some point the bear had been blinded in one eye and was flailing its claws in a frenzy. Quick of eye and hand, I squeezed the trigger again and again. The bullet struck its other eye dead on. The bear wailed, blood pouring, all sense of direction gone, thrashing about in the snow. Just then, that gray wolf, her lamp run dry of oil, summoned her last shred of strength and shot out, clamping down hard on the bear's shoulder. She gave me one last look, a gurgling, breath-ebbing sound in her throat. The next second, she was flung off savagely. Eyes brimming with hot tears, I seized the moment, aimed at the bear's head, and fired several rounds. The bear shuddered and crumpled to the ground. Reloading, confirming it had stopped breathing. Only then did I sag down, gripped by the aftershock of fear. Had it not been for that gray wolf, I'd not have made it down the mountain today. I walked to the gray wolf's side. She was covered in blood, motionless, no breath left. I crouched, gently stroked her head, drew the pup out from my coat, and set it down beside her. This is your mother. She's the one who saved us. I tucked the pup back into my coat, my voice very soft. Rest easy, from here on, as long as I, Wang Ming, have a mouthful to eat. There'll always be a share for you. I gave silent thanks in my heart and limped toward the cart. Back at it, the 2 hunters had long since vanished without a trace. I gave a bitter smile, a knot in my chest. I'd enraged the black bear to buy their lives, and in the end they'd shown less heart and loyalty than a wolf. So be it. I unloaded the tree trunk, pushed the empty cart, and made my way step by step toward the bear. This big fellow, I would absolutely not leave on the mountain. On the other side that night, bang, bang, bang. Wang Yin, rubbing her cold reddened hands, hammered frantically at Erguzi's door. Erguzi came to open up wrapped in his jacket, grumbling, and by the moonlight saw, "Sister Wang Yin, why are you here at this hour?" "Erguzi, I had no other choice but to come ask you." Her voice trembled. "Ming, my boy, went up the mountain at dawn to pick a roof beam, and it's this late, and he's still not back. I'm afraid. I'm truly afraid he..." And she dissolved into sobs. In truth, she didn't fear for his hunting skill. What she feared was that he'd run into Bald Lou's bunch. Those people were cruel and merciless. If something happened, she didn't dare think further. "Sister Wang Yin, rest easy." Erguzi's heart clenched, but he put on a show of ease. "Brother Ming's plenty capable. Go home and wait. I'll take the hounds up the mountain right now, and I'll bring you back a whole and complete Brother Ming for certain." He turned into dress, said a couple of words to Hu Yu Bin, and went out to whistle twice toward the dog kennel. "Big Black, come, up the mountain with your grandpa." Passing Wang Yin, he didn't forget to add, "It's late, don't go wandering about. Go home and wait for my good news." In the snowy night, the figures of one man and one dog vanished into the vast black mountains. That man who'd willingly drawn off a black bear to save strangers and gone red-eyed over a mother wolf was at this moment dragging his wounded leg, walking alone the snowy road home. He didn't yet know that the lamp at home was burning for him, that the dog in the mountains was tracking his scent. In the snowy night, Erguzi raced down the mountain with Big Black, the silence setting hearts pounding. Nearing the mountains, the usually steady Big Black suddenly barked ahead, unease in the sound. Erguzi pulled it into his arms. This was the dog his father had trained the longest, unflinching even before wild wolves. This reaction wasn't right. The figure coming toward him paused. "Who's there?" "Brother Ming." "It's me, Erguzi." At the sound of Erguzi, the hard I'd had hanging all night dropped with a thud. My whole body went slack and I sat down hard in the snow, gasping out white breath. Behind me on the cart was the bear, long gone cold. "Brother Ming, you're finally back. What is this? Urguzi caught sight of the bulging big fellow on the cart, his eyes going round. A bear. Today your brother nearly left his life on the mountain. I gave a bitter smile, recounted the gist of it, and rolled up my trouser leg to show him the arm-long gash. Without that gray wolf, I'd surely have gone up never to come down. Lucky I came to find you. Here, sit on the cart, I'll push you home. I'd long run out of strength and didn't stand on ceremony. On the way I touched the prickly bear fur behind me, my eyes setting firm. The mountain I had to keep climbing, only more carefully. Today had reminded me of something too. The Type 38 packed a punch, but its magazine held only 8 rounds, far from enough. I'd have to ask Uncle Jiang about that pistol. Effective range of 60 meters, 8 rounds, no accidental discharge. Carry one on my body, and at the critical moment, it could save my life. Home, and Wang Yan, who'd kept watch all night, rushed out in her coat at the sound, and the sight of me sitting on the cart had her clapping a hand over her mouth, weeping without a sound, rushing up to pummel my shoulder. "You Ming, my boy, do you mean to worry your sister to death?" Hiss. Her punch jolted the wounded leg I'd dodged. She looked down and saw the trouser leg on my right leg, frozen stiff and soaked through with blood, and her face drained white in an instant. "You're hurt." By the moonlight, Urguzi too saw the big fellow on the cart clearly. No wonder it had been so brutally heavy the whole way. This bear was 1,000 caddies at least. He swallowed. The look in his eyes toward me changed. Hurt this badly, and he could still get the thing onto the cart. In his place, he could only have gone down to call for people. "Come, let's unload it together." I hopped off the cart. Ex-special forces in my past life. The matter of leverage was no trouble to me. "No, you're hurt. Urguzi and I will unload. You direct." Wang Yin wouldn't have it. "Enough, quit jabbering." I drew the pup, sleeping soundly, out of my coat and pressed it into her hands. "Sis, you've got something more important. Without this little one's mother giving her life to save me, your brother wouldn't have come back today. Make it a nest and raise it." That mother wolf had saved my life. As long as I had a mouthful to eat in this lifetime, there'd be a share for it. Wang Yin feared furry things like this most of all, but she understood my meaning, a softness melting in her eyes, and she took the pup inside. There was still a little rice broth at home. Drizzle some fat over it, and the little fellow should be able to eat. The moment she went in, Urguzi and I unloaded the bear in a few moves. Urguzi spread a handful of dry grass to seat me steady and pushed me to Uncle Zhang's place. Uncle Zhang was the village barefoot doctor. In the dead of night, he came to open up wrapped in a padded jacket, and one look at my leg gave him a fright. "How'd you get hurt this badly?" "Any later, and you'd have to go to the big hospital in town. These next days stay off your feet, walk as little as you can, nurse it poorly, and you may be on a crutch the rest of your life." "Brother Ming, did you hear that? Lucky we came in time." "Yes, yes, yes, all you're doing. Tomorrow I'll have your sister-in-law stew a pot of meat to thank you." One line, and the few of us laughed together, the earlier heaviness gone. I made to pay. Uncle Zhang waved it off. "These past days you've treated the whole village to meat and meals. Your auntie and your little sibling got a share of it too. How could your uncle take your money?" And he pressed an anti-inflammatory powder into my hand, telling me to change it daily, and if it was inconvenient, to have my elder sister come fetch him. I kept the kindness in my heart. "Once my leg's healed, I'll catch you a couple pieces of wild game for a change of taste." On the way home, Urguzi was preoccupied with the bear. "Brother Ming, what do we do with this big fellow?" The house was going up in a couple of days, and seen by others it'd surely draw envy, and kept too long it'd lose value. "First thing tomorrow, I'll trouble you to make a run." In my state, I couldn't get to Uncle John's for a while. "Say it. Push the cart to Uncle John's shop. I'll write a letter, and once he reads it he'll give you a fair price himself. If he's short on cash it's no matter. Have him write an IOU, and keep it close on you." "Brother Ming, I'm afraid I'll botch it." Urguzi hesitated. This bear would sell for no little, and Brother Ming trusting him this much instead made him anxious. A bear, no less. I laughed and sat up. "From now on we brothers are going to strike it rich. A bit of money like this and you don't dare touch it. How are we to get rich together down the road?" "Really, Brother Ming?" His fighting spirit was lit at once. Mission accepted, guaranteed. The next day before light, Urguzi came as agreed. The bear was reloaded onto the cart, covered with a few tattered quilts, the bulge giving no hint of what lay beneath. I handed him the letter, gave him his instructions, and he stowed it close and pushed the cart off. I caught up on sleep and woke clear-headed, called my elder sister, drew the 420 from under the pillow, and handed it over. The money from selling the deer last time, plus 200 still owed for clearing the debt. With my leg I can't go up the mountain, so getting Ma's medicine is on you from now on. 420. Wang Yin had never seen this much money in her life. Her hands shook as she counted it over and over, tucking it away with hot tears in her eyes. Good, good, good. Sis will keep it for you, until you start a family of your own. Sis. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With money at home, her speech was no longer the timid, shrinking thing it once was. She hadn't even noticed the change in herself, and this was good. Second brother. Wang Fan rushed in, her face turned up, all worry. I heard you got hurt. Does it hurt? And she'd only believe it once she saw the wound. I rolled up my trouser leg to show her the bound gash, and only then did she relax, then pout. From now on, no going up the mountain alone. It's too dangerous. All right, from now on your second brother will stay home and keep Little Fan company. The little one was overjoyed. My elder sister lifted the curtain and went out, turning her back to wipe her eyes. The little one didn't understand. If we hunters don't go up the mountain, what do we eat and drink? As we spoke, Erguzi's shout came into the yard. Brother Ming, I'm back. And lifting the curtain, he barged right in. Brush off the cold first before you come in. What if you chill my little fun? This boy was good in every way but too headlong. If he wanted to make something of himself, this fault had to be fixed. He backed out, patted off the snow, and came in. Brother Ming, Uncle Zhang read your letter and set it at 1,006 straight off. Said any more fine goods like this, he'll take them all. He drew a thick stack of Great Unity tins from his coat. 1,008 altogether. Uncle Zhang also said. He scratched his head, unable to recall the exact words. The 200 owed from the deer last time. I picked it up with a smile. Right. At the time I saw all that money and went blank, didn't catch a thing. Well now, one bear, 1,008. At this rate, my Wang family wasn't far from being a 10,000 yuan household. I finished counting, looked up, and saw Erguzi roasting over the fire, eating mountain yam spuds with his mouth all black with ash, doubled over laughing. Wang Fan laughed along. I sent Wang Fan to ladle Erguzi some food, and once the curtain fell, beckoned him close. This is 100 yuan. Huh? Brother Ming, the bear was your kill. How could I take a share? This is your money. Remember that young deer you bagged? This is from selling its velvet antler. The 2 pairs of antlers came to 140 total. By rights, giving him 70 or 50 was fine, but in the dead cold he'd come for me in the middle of the night and run another trip before dawn. Truly not easy. And besides, we brothers were going to earn big from here on, so a little money like this I didn't fuss over. Erguzi's eyes went hot, nearly weeping. His mother had passed early, and he and his father had leaned on each other. His father kept a strict hand, and at 17, 18, no one had ever treated him this well. Brother Ming, rest easy. From now on you say east, and I'll never go west. You say beat the dog, and I'll never chase the chicken. I was tickled into a laugh and waved a hand. I'm not done. I counted out another 200. This 100's yours. Keep it safe. This 200 is for Uncle Hu. My leg's no good, so take it back for me. That won't do, my dad said. He teaches you to train dogs and you take me hunting. He won't accept this money. My face went cold. If you won't take it, then don't come to my place anymore. This. Erguzi, one thing at a time. We're close, and even without Uncle Hu saying so, I'd take you hunting and we'd get rich together. But training dogs is something many beg to learn and can't. That he's willing to teach me. I'm already content. Give Uncle Hu 200 first, and once we've earned more, I'll give him more. I forced the money into his hands. Erguzi's eyes went red-rimmed, and with trembling hands he took it. Brother Ming, from this day on, you're my own brother. This money I'll put into my dad's own hands for sure. Folks, I'll spare the chatter on this part. A half-grown boy no one had ever doted on, who'd scraped by on petty thieving, treated this sincerely for the first time. That own brother weighed far more than the 1800. Cut to the other side, the Liu household. Village head Liu Yue sat in the seat of honor, smoking his dry tobacco pipe, a ring of young men around him. Uncle Liu, that Wang Ming's been riding too high lately, bagging all those deer without a thought of honoring you, and treating the whole village to meat besides. Shouldn't we take him down a peg? Right? He doesn't hold you in any regard. Lu Yue tapped his pipe and his face darkened. It's always you lot with the most to say. When real skill is called for, not one of you can produce any. What he loathed most in life was tongue wagging behind backs. If you've got the goods, show them. A steady young man around 20 chimed in. Lin Zhong, the best shot and bowman of the Lin family's generation, the heir Lu Yue prized most. He kept his head down wiping his gun, but in his heart he was reckoning something else. Just then Lu Yin lifted the curtain and came in. The young man's eyes went rigid. The village head's only daughter. Whoever married her was as good as taking over the whole Lu family. Lin Zhong's face went black. He tossed down his gun and planted himself in front of her, glaring at the few of them. At the table, Lu Yue asked, Xiao Zhong, what do you make of Ming, my boy? Pa, you think Wang Ming's all right too? Before Lin Zhong could speak, Lu Yan's eyes lit up and, blushing, she cut in. Lin Zhong's heart gave a jolt. Yan, my dear, this delighted just at the mention of Wang Ming? His face went black, but outwardly he stayed calm. Uncle Lu, what kind of man Wang Ming is, the whole village knows. These 2 times, he just got lucky. Lucky or not, we'll know by testing it. Lu Yue set down his bowl and looked at Lin Zhong. These next days I'll call on Ming, my boy, and we'll go up the mountain together. Whether there's real skill, one look will tell. Lin Zhong nodded, but a flicker of displeasure crossed the depths of his eyes. He could see Lu Yue's regard for Wang Ming, and could see all the more the coquettish change in Lu Yin when she mentioned Wang Ming. For that very reason, he hated him the more. All these years, how much had he done to win Lu Yue's favor? Every hunt. When had he not sent the best to the Lu family first? That Wang Ming, father dead, mother ill, a little sister to drag along, a backside of famine debt. In what respect did he measure up? This fellow's sour reek, I could smell it through the screen. He vowed silently. This trip up the mountain, he'd outdo Wang Ming at every turn, and let the Lu father and daughter see who truly had the skill. And on my end, I was looking at a yard full of neighbors helping build the house, warmth rising in my heart. Oh, Yin, my dear, what brings you here? Lu Yin burst into the yard, and the sight of me reddened her pretty face. She hurriedly looked away. Sister, I heard your family's rebuilding the house, so I came to see if I could help with anything. Wang Yin took the whole scene in, delight on her brows, and pulled her straight into the kitchen, assigning her the light task of tossing mountain yam spuds into the stove. In this dead cold, she couldn't bear to have the delicate Yin, my dear, do heavy work and catch a chill. As it happened, Annie Wong from next door came in to lend a hand shredding cabbage, the village's famous big mouth. Working as she went, she chatted with Lu Yin. This Ming, my boy, I had a good feeling about him since he was little. He's really made something of himself. Rebuilding the house this open-handedly, his days ahead are sure to flourish. Though, I hear several families want to make a match with the Wongs. Coming in just now, I even saw lame Lu from the East End bending Yin, my dear's, ear nonstop. Lu Yan's heart inexplicably tightened, and she said anxiously, Auntie, don't talk nonsense. Brother Ming's so young. It's not time for matchmaking yet. Besides, if there really were matchmaking, lame Lu ought to see Annie Finfong. Her voice dropping lower and lower. Auntie Wong paused, then laughed heartily, teasing on purpose. Yin, my dear, what are you thinking? I meant lame Lu's legs aren't nimble, and he wants to come help and get on good terms with the Wongs. Ha! Lu Yin flushed crimson with embarrassment, stammering. Auntie, I didn't mean that. Bad? This was the village's big loudspeaker. If she went blabbing it around. All right. I know you didn't mean that. You're a sensitive-hearted child. Auntie Wong waved a hand and looked her over. But, Yin, my dear, you're 17, 18 this year, aren't you? Given any thought to what sort of family you'd want? Auntie. Lu Yin gave a coquettish cry and rose to leave, running smack into Wong, Yin carrying a great basin of pork. Wang Yin guessed at a glance it was Auntie Wong running her mouth again, sighed, and caught her. Yin, my dear, Auntie Wong means no harm. Don't take her to heart. Lu Yin bit her lower lip and made to go, but at the thought of other families seizing the chance to come matchmaking, she couldn't lift her feet. I'll go out and see what needs doing. Wang Yan's eyes rolled, and she leaned to Lu Yan's ear and said a couple of low words. Lu Yan froze, turned in disbelief. Really? Really? That boy nearly scared us to death yesterday. Go on, you help your sister keep an eye on him. Folks, listen to the drift of this. On one side, that lemon-sour Lin Zhong of the Liu household stewing to outdo me up the mountain. On the other, my sister, with a couple of lines, nudging Liu Yin toward me. The mountain examination hadn't even begun, and the village's whole show was already heating up first. My sister, telling Liu Yin in her ear about my injury, had her come keep an eye on me, keep me from heavy work, and, on the side, warm up the rapport. Who knew? It might just work out. Liu Yin kept her head down, her fair, tender cheeks flushed crimson. I'll go now. I was sitting in a chair directing the neighbors hauling materials. Laid up like this, there was much I couldn't do, but luckily the neighbors all understood, not one complaining, and instead every one of them worked away with gusto. Brother Ming. Liu Yin came up before me, her little face bashful. Yin, my dear, thank you for coming to help. It's filthy and cold out here. Go find my sister inside. The kitchen's easier. It was Sister Wang Yin who had me come watch you, afraid you'd disobey and do heavy work. She lowered her eyes to my leg, a trace of ache in them. The snowy mountains were perilous at every turn. Lucky I'd only been hurt a little. Had it been like lame Liu, she didn't dare think. My ear tips went red. I knew my sister too well. This was deliberate matchmaking. But looking at Liu Yan's shy, timid gaze, I couldn't help a ripple stirring in my heart too. Rest easy. I've got a sense of it. You go on in. Just then Erguzi wheeled in half a cartload of cabbage. My sister had thought the vegetables short and sent him to buy more. Unloaded, he sidled over, and one look at Liu Yin had his eyes rigid, the acknowledged prettiest girl in all the villages around. He coughed hard twice to collect himself. Brother Ming, any more orders? I crooked a finger, and once he leaned close. These days I can't get to town. Ask around about the prices of mountain goods for me. And keep in mind buying a donkey. A donkey. We can't rely on manpower every trip up the mountain, can we? Idle, it could turn the mill. Busy, it could work the fields and haul game from the mountain. Many uses in one. Leave it to me. Erguzi thumped his chest, though he had no experience buying a donkey and feared he'd have to call on his father. Once he'd gone off, Liu Yin spoke up. Brother Ming, my uncle's family has a donkey they want to sell before the new year. If you want it, I'll ask for you. Family, so the price will be fair. Really? That'd be wonderful, thank you. The good of a known party was that if something went wrong, you could find the person. It's no trouble. I'll go ask tomorrow. She smiled bashfully. The moment she went into the kitchen, Liu Yue came in smoking his dry tobacco pipe. Outside the door, Wang Fun was leading a pack of children at play. Inside the door, it was all bustle and heat. Liu Yue could hardly believe it. With the Wang family's mainstay gone, by rights they shouldn't recover in 10 years. And yet this Wang Ming's methods were so deft that in a few months he'd set the whole village, old and young, in motion. He gave me a long look, and in the depths of his eyes, besides shock, there was a measure of admiration. This boy was a match for his own younger self. Uncle Liu, what brings you here? I propped myself up on the crutch and hurried to rise. He was the village head. I wouldn't dare slight him for all the nerve in the world. Liu Yue came into the house with me, and the moment he entered he was taken aback by the sight inside. Not a single decent piece of furniture, not even a quilt without patches. He glanced sidelong at me, a trace of sympathy rising in his eyes. This boy was probably gritting it out to build the house. With that one bore so brutally burned through, the house would be harder than ever to put up. In truth, he'd overthought it. I had my own plan. Once the house was rebuilt, I'd take Ma and the two sisters to town to pick things out together. A family. Everyone should like them. Ming, my boy, I'd meant to set a time with you to go up the mountain. But seeing you like this, you can't go for a while, eh? It's nothing, Uncle Liu. A small wound. 2 or 3 days, and it's healed. Whenever you want to go up the mountain, just say the word. I was a poor lad. Now that I had the village head's regard, how could I let it slip? Liu Yue smiled, satisfied. Poor as he was, this boy had backbone. All right, once your leg's healed, we'll go up the mountain, and you show your uncle a thing or two then. Brother Ming, the food's ready. Huh. Liu Yin lifted the curtain and came in, and seeing her father there too, froze, her little face going crimson. Bad. Her father didn't yet know she'd come to help at the Wangs. Liu Yue wore a helpless look too. This girl was grown, with a mind of her own, running off to the Wangs on her own. He put on a stern face. Weren't you off visiting your aunt? How'd you end up here? I saw something was off and couldn't watch father and daughter fall into a misunderstanding, so I hurried to smooth it over. It was my sister, afraid she couldn't manage and the food wouldn't keep up, who asked Yin, my dear, to come help. Don't fault her. Lu Yue took the offered step down and shot Lu Yin a glare. Next time you go out, tell the family. Lu Yin stuck out her tongue in assent, then smiled. Pa, stay for a bowl. Sister Yan's stewed meat smells wonderful. Your aunt's home by herself. Your uncle won't stay. Lu Yue rose, and as he left, charged me again to nurse my leg well. I saw him off on the crutch, and Lu Yin instinctively moved to help me. Then, glimpsing her father ahead, blushed and drew her hand back. Seeing off the village head, the feast began. A yard full of men, women, and children, eating the oil-flecked meat dishes. This was all made by Yen, my dear. Whoever marries her one day will be a lucky man. Uncle, don't tease me. It was all the aunties and the elder sisters helping. Wang Yin blushed. I raised my bowl to everyone. I, Wang Ming, thank you all with food in place of wine. From now on, anything comes up, give a shout, and I'll help with all I've got. Ming, my boy, don't say that. If there's any thanking, it's us thanking you. Working at your place, we don't come out short. Any other household would have fed only the few who actually worked, but I was open-handed, calling even the old and young who hadn't put in any work over to eat here. This largeness, they'd never seen even in the village head. The mood crested. Lu Yin, watching me amid the crowd that pressed around me, could no longer hide a maiden's heart, a few more degrees of shyness in her eyes. Cut to the Wang Baowa household, where it was all chaos. Pa, it's just rebuilding a house. When my son Damao makes something of himself, he'll build one finer than theirs. Yang Chui jabbed a finger at Wang Damao, cursing. You and your father, learn from that dead wretch Wang Ming. All those trips up the mountain, and you can't bring back so much as a chicken feather. Wang Damao, cursed into a corner, blurted out. Who says I can't bag anything? That roe deer last time, I spotted it first, fired first, if Wang Ming hadn't suddenly. The words out, his face went white. It was over. He'd promised not to tell, and in the heat of it, it had slipped right out. But how would Yang Chui let it go? She grabbed him by the collar. Explain yourself. What roe deer? That wretch Wang Ming had snatched her son's game? That was beyond bearing. Wang Damao, fearing Bald Lu's revenge, didn't dare give details for the life of him, threw her off, and turned to go. Yang Chui stamped her feet in rage, threw on a thick jacket, and stormed off straight for the Wang house. Damao wouldn't talk, so she'd go ask that little wretch herself. And on the Wang side, it was all fine food and merry noise. Even Ma was hemmed in by the aunties, seated out in the yard. Perhaps it was joy meeting a person, perhaps the medicine taking effect, but her color truly looked much better. Just as they were praising her good fortune, Yang Chui kicked the gate open with a bang and burst in, her face iron blue, jabbing a finger at me. You little wretch. You tell me straight. Did you or did you not snatch my Damao's game? Ma, fearing she'd make a scene, rose to head her off. Sister, we're in the middle of a meal. Sit and join. To hell with you. Yang Chui gave a hard shove. Ma lost her footing, her face going deathly white as she toppled backward. Lucky Erguzi was quick of eye and hand and caught her. With that frame of hers, a real fall, and she'd likely not get up for a year or more. Well now, cursing me was one thing, but to dare shove my mother. The whole yard boiled over. Aren't all that game Ming, my boy's own kills? However outrageous Yang Chui is, surely she wouldn't tell a barefaced lie. Some, looking at the meat in their bowls, suddenly found it less savory. These people, who made their living by hunting, understood best the weight of wild game. They admired my open-handedness, but if it had been snatched, they truly would look down on me. Wang Yin stepped up to block her. Auntie, isn't there some misunderstanding? That boar and the deer were all Ming, my boy's, kills, with witnesses. You can't smear people with baseless slander. The crowd was jolted as if woken, right? That time he bagged the boar, Wang Damao had been loafing all over the village, seen by plenty. That time he bagged the deer, Hu Yubin and Erguzi witnessed it with their own eyes. The looks toward Yang Chui changed entirely. All one family. And an auntie who not only won't shield her own, but goes hunting up trouble against her own kin all day. She just can't stand to see Ming, my boy, doing better than her. Yang Chui huffed and puffed with rage, but she was dead set. What do you lot know? Ming, my boy, snatched my Damao's roe deer. Wang Yin froze. Even if Ming, my boy, had really snatched it, he'd surely have told her on coming back, but he'd never once mentioned any roe deer. Sis. Before she finished, I spoke up. Well now. At this, the whole crowd caught the scent of gossip and pricked up their ears. So there really was something here they didn't know? I didn't let my sister argue for me. I shot her a look, and she bit her lip and helped Ma toward the house. Lu Yin shot Yang Chui a deep glare and took Wang Fun's hand of her own accord and followed. Having sent Ma and the sisters off, my face sank fully. I'll say it once, I did not snatch Wang Damao's game. The roe deer was a matter of his own lack of skill. Want to pin it on me? You'll have to ask whether I'll allow it. The little wretch still won't own up. Yang Chui turned to the watching neighbors. All of you look clear. This is the one who snatched his own cousin's game. Run with him, and one day, who's to say, he'll be snatching from you. The neighbors traded glances, and a few of them, looking at me, carried a new measure of hesitation and wariness. Truth be told, at this a sourness welled up in me. I'd meant, once rich, to lead the neighbors to riches together. But these people, close-seeming as they were, each had their own little reckoning within. But could you lay it all on them? 3 years of great disaster, every household with an empty belly, some down to gnawing bark and eating guanine clay. In times like these, those who didn't look out for themselves had long since died without a scrap left. You'd best shut your mouth. That Wang Damao couldn't bag so much as a pheasant and a roe deer, huh? Erguzi stepped out. Right after, 3 more of the village's young men. What kind of man Brother Ming is, we know best. A man who'd throw open his door and feed the whole village. You won't find a second in all the villages around. He'd never snatch Wang Damao's game. You say it was snatched, then where's the man? Why doesn't he come himself? My dimming eyes brightened again. Sincere giving is not, after all, entirely wasted. You few little wretches. I'm your elder, daring to speak to me like this. Born of a father, raised by no mother. That line of Yang Chui's enraged the crowd, and she only cursed the more brazenly. Ming, my boy, no money today, and I won't let this rest. I gave Erguzi a look, and he turned and went into the house. Yang Chui smiled smugly. She'd known this little wretch would meekly cough up cash the moment she made a scene. But just then, Wang Damao, having gotten word, came scrambling up half-crawling. Others didn't know my ferocity, but how could he not? A man who feared neither Bald Lu nor the Mountain Guard team. Surely his mother didn't truly think I'd fear her. Reaching the door and looking up, the sky fell in on him. A yard full of people, his mother seated smack in the middle, hands on hips, blustering at me. Ma, past caring about face, he lunged to drag her. Hurry home with me. You coward, home? Today it's not settled. I'm going nowhere. Yang Chui flung off his hand. Smack. A ringing slap landed square and solid on Yang Chui's face. Well now, his own son, a slap to his own mother's face. The whole yard was stunned, one thought in every mind. Wang Damao's gone mad? He prized his own little life more than anyone. Wang Ming might, for the sake of shared blood, stay his hand from killing, but Bald Lu was another matter. Let his mother keep making a scene, and let Bald Lu learn about the roe deer, and he'd be in danger. You little wretch, you dare hit me. Only then did Yang Chui come to, leaping into a fury, reaching to twist his ear, and now she had no mind to spare for trouble with me, her whole head set on sorting out her son. In a village of honest, simple folk, who'd ever seen such a spectacle as a mother and son brawling in the street. The neighbors pointed and whispered at Wang Damao. Ma, stop making a scene. You don't understand what's inside. I'll tell you at home. Keep this up and your son's life is forfeit. Wang Damao's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Say it here. That little wretch snatched your roe deer, and your mother can't swallow it. Seeing her stubborn past all reason, Wang Damao was nearly apoplectic. You too, mother and son, have you performed enough? My cold voice suddenly rang out. The crowd jolted back to themselves, and as their eyes turned, they paled in unison. At some point I'd taken up that Type 38, my face grim as still water. Yang Chui fell silent on the spot. The grown-ups swiftly gathered their children into their arms. The timid ones hurried their steps and backed toward the exit. The whole yard was still as death, even the wind seeming to halt. Gun in hand, I closed in on the mother and son step by step, my eyes ice cold, with a clear killing intent in them. Folks, don't get worked up just yet. A vile relative who'd shoved a sick mother, slung filth in public, and meant to extort a sum for nothing. Now facing a Wang Ming who'd just raised a gun with murder in his eyes. You tell me, is he about to put her down for real, or just put a scare in her? And under this muzzle, what sort of scene will play out? Let's watch on. In my past life, in that line of work, the men who'd passed under my hand could be strung on a thread. In my eyes, killing a man and killing a beast were not much different. Yang Shui and Wang Dumao backed away again and again, until there was no backing further. The neighbors wanted to mediate but feared being dragged in, every one of them swallowing their words. In the end, Yang Shui didn't believe I'd truly fire. She clenched a fist and stepped forward. Ming, my boy, don't do anything rash. We're family. Killing is against the law. But the stammer and the trembling betrayed her fear. Family, I sneered, swinging the muzzle to the ground. When have you ever treated me as family? You'd bully my mother right in front of me. With me gone, wouldn't you bully her to death? I jerked the gun up. Wang Damao wet himself on the spot, his legs giving way, dropping to his knees with a thud. Brother Ming, we're in the wrong. My mother lost her head for a moment. You're big-hearted. I beg you. Get up. A man's knees hold gold. Look how scared you are. Yang Shui cursed and went to haul him up. But Wang Damao didn't dare rise. He'd seen with his own eyes the way I fired on a man. One misfire and his life was gone. I was out of patience, the black muzzle aimed straight at Yang Shui. Apologize to my mother, or this muzzle doesn't recognize faces. Yang Shui went rigid all over, her words coming out a jumble, near to wetting herself on the spot. Final warning. Pull your nonsense in front of me again and watch me put you in the ground. Get out. Wang Damao, as if granted a pardon, scrambled and crawled, dragging the stunned Yang Shui off. The villagers were just hunting for an excuse to slip away, when I broke open the breach and set the gun down in the very center of the dinner table. Everyone, that just now was a scare for them. There's no round in the chamber. I'm a reckless sort, but I'd never do murder and robbery. Today, in front of you all, I'll set the roe deer matter straight. And after, whoever goes and whoever stays, I won't stop a soul. The whole table was stunned again, the gun with no round in it. I told the whole story of that day's roe deer, start to finish. It was Wang Damao's own lack of skill that let the roe deer get away, and without my finishing shot it would never have been his. The reason I didn't explain just now was that Yang Shui pushed too far and laid hands on my mother. That's why I fell out with her. Anyone who wants to leave, leave now. That said, I sat down with a thump. The effect of kill the chicken to scare the monkeys was achieved. From then on, no one in the village would dare harbor other designs against my Wang family. Most stayed. Only one or two made excuses to leave. I didn't keep them, and even had Erguzi pick out 2 pieces of meat for each to take. But from then on, at the Wang family, they could forget getting another scrap of benefit. I raised my bowl. Thank you all for your trust. From here on, as long as I, Wang Ming, have a mouthful to eat, the neighbors will have a mouthful to drink. I tipped back the rice broth in my bowl, and the crowd drank theirs down too. Porridge for wine, the mood warmer than before. Earning money. How could it ever be the same earning it with just anyone? I called Erguzi over and had him bring into the house the 3 young men who'd spoken up for me. Lu Shuzhong, Wang Taijun, and Wang Taidao, near my own age, who'd known hardship, with good reputations in the village, and looked like men who could bear up under things. Brothers, I'll keep it short. I sent Erguzi out to see to the guests and dropped my voice. In times like these, a trip up the mountain doesn't always bag anything. You know that deep in your bones, don't you? That's the truth. Went up the mountain a couple of days ago, got nothing, and nearly didn't make it back. Then I've got a venture here. Our village is remote, cut off from news. Rather than relying on hunting, better to haul the mountain specialties out to sell, trade for grain, and earn money. Are you in? The 3 men's eyes lit up, then clouded with worry. But this goods, where do we find it? At 25 below, you couldn't even dig up a wild grass root. I've got a lead on the source. I gave a mysterious smile. In a couple of days, when my leg's better, I'll take you up the mountain. But first, this can't be breathed to anyone, not even the aunties. The 3 nodded over and over. I went on, run with me, and I'll see you through this winter not just fed full, but with grain put by. But before that, do me a favor, my leg's no good, so go around the nearby villages and collect what grain you can. In these times, whoever held the grain held half the lifeline. Having them collect grain was, for one, to see their ability, and for two, to probe their character. Anyone who dared line his own pockets, I'd have no use for down the road. Leave it to us. Lu Shuzhong thumped his chest. Remember, collect the grain fair and square. No shorting the scale or cheating folk. Anyone who plays games, don't blame me for being rough. There was a smile in my eyes, but no one dared not take it to heart. Watching the three of them head out, I had my red on it. As long as their character held and they'd eat hardship, these few, brought along well, would sooner or later be able to stand on their own. Cut to the Lu household. Lu Yue sat in the main room smoking, waiting for his daughter. Lu Yan's mother, Zhou Meihua, drew her aside. Tell your mother the truth. Have you got, well, other feelings for Ming, my boy? I don't know. Lu Yan lowered her head and wrung her hands, her little face crimson. She couldn't put it into words. The fact was that the moment she saw Wang Ming, joy rose in her. Her breath went tight. At any rate, she didn't dislike the feeling. You'd marry him just because he's a good man? Lu Yue slapped the table in anger. Look how eager you were at the Wang place today, all but handing him your heart on a plate. Outside the door, Lin Zhong caught every word of this. He'd come today with 2 hares he'd bagged to better Lu Yan's table, never expecting to walk into this. He clenched the hares, went home black-faced, and told his mother, Lu Hua, the whole thing word for word, finishing with a hard slam on the table. What's so good about that, Wang Ming? Before, in front of me, he didn't dare breathe loud. How did Yin, my dear, take a fancy to that coward? Lu Hua's eyes filled with scorn. Just a penniless wretch who jinxed his own father to death. Rest easy, son. Your mother has a way to make that girl marry into our family of her own accord. Well now, this mother and son scheming had reached all the way to Lu Yan's chastity. The next day, I stuffed 1,000 yuan into my elder sister's hands. From selling the bear, keep it safe, and when you've a chance take it to the credit co-op to deposit. 1,000. Wang Yan's eyes went rigid. How many days had it been? And out came another 1,000. At this rate, the old Wang family would be the village's first 10,000 yuan household. Keep some to clear the debt. Just deposit 800 for me. I've got the money for the debt. You keep this. Afraid she'd only save and never spend, I added a line. And don't pinch this money. Your brother's a money-making hand now. The more you spend, the more I earn. She was tickled into a laugh, but her eyes reddened. What ought to be spent, sis won't pinch a fun of, and I'm keeping accounts. When you marry, I'll hand the ledger to your bride. At that my face sank, but knowing it was useless to say more, I sighed. I'd let her change slowly. Just as I was fretting that my bad leg kept me from going out to fetch Dr. Wang for Ma, Lu Shuzhong's shout came from the yard. Just in time. I had him first go to town to fetch the doctor from the Hands of Healing Hall and stuffed 5 Great Unity tins into his hand as the capital for collecting grain. Be our brother Ming, this 50. Lu Shuzhong had lived near 20 years and seen this much money in one go for the first time, his legs going weak. Take it. Money like this isn't money. Remember, collect the grain fair, no games. With that, this lad's heart was thoroughly won. And on the other side, Lu Yan had told her father first thing that she was off to her eldest uncle's, Tin Li away, in truth to ask about that donkey. And just at the village entrance ran smack into Lin Zhong's mother, Lu Hua. Yan, my dear, on your own? Lu Hua's eyes rolled, and she peered behind her again and again, confirming no one was about. Auntie's got a new bolt of cloth she can't cut. Come give your Annie an idea, won't you? And forcibly pulled her toward the Lin house, saying besides, I'll have Xiaozhong walk you there. Lu Yan's heart drummed. Auntie Hua today was too off, like there was some urgent matter she was bent on. But it was hard to refuse outright, so she could only follow, reckoning on finding an excuse to slip away. The moment she entered the Lin house and was pulled into the main room, behind her, the big door went click, bolted from outside. Lin Zhong was back, and the sight of Lu Yan in the room sent a flicker of unhideable delight across his eyes. Your auntie and I have arranged to go look at cotton. We're off first. Lu Hua dropped the words hurriedly and went out. Now that Yin, my dear, had entered her home, she could forget leaving with her name clean. As long as the villagers saw the two of them together, who else could the Lu family choose? Only the two of them were left in the room. Lin Zhong, eyes red, blocked the door and said a string of things that chilled Lu Yan. Things like, Be mine and all's well. You're not leaving today." Startled and frightened, Lu Yan forced herself calm. "Brother Zhong, I've urgent business. I'll go first." But he barred her. She warned him sharply. "Keep this up and I'll call for help," and turned to rush the door, but the door was bolted. At the same moment, "Second brother, something's wrong." Wang Feng came scrambling into our house, half crawling. "What is it?" I hopped out on the crutch. Sister Yin went into the Lin house. I saw brother Lin Zhong go back, and then Auntie Hua came out and locked the door from outside. "You said what?" My face changed abruptly. I crouched and grabbed her shoulders. "You saw it clearly?" "Really, second brother. Sister Yan's still inside. Let's hurry and save her." Lin Zhong, putting on such an honest face every day, would actually do this. Heedless of my leg, I charged for the Lin house on the crutch, limping but not the least bit slow, and turned to call back. "Little fun. Go find more people." At the Lin family door, looking at that big lock, I swung the crutch and smashed at it. "Open up." No sound inside at first, then a flurry of panicked footsteps. The door pawed at from within, and Lu Yan's frightened voice came out. "Be our brother Ming. I've killed someone, boo." My heart gave a jolt. Through the crack in the door, I looked. Lin Zhong, covered in blood, lay in the middle of the yard, motionless, alive or dead unknown. Special forces after all, 100 thoughts flashing in an instant, and I quickly steadied. "Lu Yan, don't cry. Listen to me. Go to the woodpile and find an axe." "Brother Ming, I'm scared. My legs have no strength." "Don't be afraid. I'm here." A girl not yet wed. After all, with a thing like this happening, this reaction was only normal. She gritted her teeth, rushed into the yard, took up the axe, and passed it through the door crack. I had her step back, split the lock with one stroke, pushed the door open, and pulled it to behind me. To her side first. "You're not hurt." She shook her head, her face deathly white. "Listen to me. Lin Zhong's business has nothing to do with you. Forget it right now. Go home. And remember, today you never went out, and it's the same no matter who asks." She nodded, half understanding, and made to go. My eyes sank. I tossed the crutch and hopped over. "Wait." I took off my padded jacket and wrapped it around her. "You've got blood on you. Head down, walk fast, don't turn back no matter who calls. Get home, change out of these clothes and dispose of them. Don't grudge the cost." My voice wasn't loud, but she took it in, obediently wrapped the jacket tight, and walked off fast with her head down. I turned and checked Lin Zhong's breath. Not dead? Heh, lucky for you. Lu Yin was truly a brave one. Another girl, and today she'd likely have fallen victim to this beast. Just as I made to rise, a clatter of footsteps came at the door. Well now, my little fun had quick feet indeed. She'd already rounded up people. The one leading them, of all people, was Lu Hua, hurrying back with a few of the village's big mouths. She'd been snickering the whole way. By now Xiao Zhong had surely had his way. Bring these mouths back, and in half a day the whole village would know. And then the Lu family would have to marry the girl over whether they liked it or not. But reaching the door, the others laughed at her. "Forgot to lock your own door?" Lu Hua's heart lurched. She pushed the door. The yard held only Lin Zhong in his pool of blood, empty otherwise. Where was Lu Yan? Her face went white. She flung herself over to check, and only after confirming Lin Zhong was merely hurt with no danger to his life did she breathe out, then at once burst into wailing. Which God-cursed soul beat my son like this? In the middle of the chaos, a rustle came from the kitchen. The few of them, screwing up their nerve, raised spades and sticks and lifted the curtain. There I was, in nothing but my underwear, mouth gagged, hands and feet bound, dumped beside the stove. MMPH. MMPH. The sight of them was like the sight of saviors. I raised my hands with tearful eyes, begging to be untied. The crowd hurriedly untied me, all in a fluster. "Ming, my boy, how'd you end up tied in here?" Working my numb hands and feet, my whole face a picture of humiliation, I trotted out the cover story, the sordid particulars I'll spare. Suffice it to say I planted the filth squarely back on the Lin family. I'd been passing his door on my way to find Uncle Zhang about my leg, and Lin Zhong had hauled me in. He'd had designs on me, stripped my clothes off, and with my bad leg, I was no match for him. And as I spoke, I put on a look about to weep and not quite weeping, the credibility. Climbing by the second. "You little wretch, that's rot. What my son likes is plainly." Lu Hua shrilled in rebuttal, and the words jammed dead halfway. "Is whom?" I curled my lip coldly, regarding her with mockery. I was certain she wouldn't dare say it. The thing having failed, if she dared drag out Lu Yan's name, then the Lin family could forget staying in this village. Lu Hua hemmed and hawed, unable to spit out a single word. So I didn't hold back, played the victim to the hilt, and added a crucial stroke. I didn't get a clear look either. Lin Zhong had just hauled me in when a masked man suddenly rushed in, beat him the moment he entered, and in a few strokes left him like that. Most likely someone with a grudge against him. One line, and it both washed Lin Zhong's injury clean off me and nailed down his design's reputation. The crowd buzzed, the looks they gave Lin Zhong turning thoroughly. Lu Hua nearly fainted with rage. That wretched girl Lu Yan had fled, so Lin Zhong's injury had to be pinned on Wang Ming. She dropped onto her backside and wailed, "Neighbors, take my side. It had to be Wang Ming who beat my son and now bites back with slander." Hey, don't touch me," I said slowly. "My legs hurt, and in the state I was just in, how could I have hurt Lin Zhong? Besides, Annie 3 told you to go to Uncle Lu to settle it, and you've been dragging your feet. Could it be you know who did it and can't afford to cross them? So you mean to dump the chamber pot on my head?" That question struck at the heart. The aunties who'd come to back her up changed color, each finding an excuse to slip off. A thing like a man fancying a man. Get tangled in it, and it might taint your own children's names. Who'd want to meddle? In no time, the Lin family yard fell deserted. As luck would have it, just then Lu Yue arrived with people. The moment Lu Hua saw him, she froze in place, eyes darting, not daring to meet his. Lu Yue frowned and asked what had happened. She stammered and couldn't get out half a whole sentence. So I took it on myself to lay out that same account, complete, before the village head too, and at the end deliberately put on a frightened look and wrapped the jacket tight. Lu Yue's face was iron blue with disgust, and to think he'd meant to match Lin Zhong with Yan, my dear. Turns out he was this sort of creature. Village head, don't listen to Wang Ming's nonsense. How could my Xiao Zhong? It had to be him who hurt my son, and then, fearing punishment, slandered him. Lu Hua stamped her feet in a frenzy. "Auntie," I said with a not-quite smile, my voice low but every word barbed. "Are you sure you want me to tell Uncle Lu the whole inside story?" Lu Hua's face went white in a flash. This little wretch surely knew something. She stole a glance at Lu Yue. He was already thoroughly disappointed in Xiao Zhong and wouldn't favor him again. But that was still better than having those dozens of guns leveled at her head. A shudder ran through her, and she slumped to the ground. "Achoo," I rubbed my nose, chilled, the picture of innocence. "Uncle Lu, you know the gist of it now. My frame's a thin one. I'll head back first. Anything comes up, just send someone to find me at home." I waved a hand at Lu Hua, and on the crutch, limping, leisurely walked off. Folks, let's review this round. The Lin mother and son had meant to set a snare to trap Lu Yan and force the Lu family's hand. Instead, Lu Yan broke free herself and turned the tables, and I rode the current, planting that whole basin of filth right back on them. Gone fishing and lost the bait, and threw in their son's good name besides. This trade was a loss all the way back to Grandma's house. Only I knew well in my heart. The feud with the Lin family was now sealed to the death. Lu Yan's fright hadn't yet settled. Bald Lu's old score wasn't yet squared. The mountain examination, the out-of-village venture, the donkey to be bought. One after another, all still waited ahead. The water in this village had only just been stirred muddy. Heading back out of the Lin house, halfway there, Wang Fen popped out from behind a haystack. I checked that no one was following and walked over. "Why are you here?" "I brought people to the Lin house, but I saw a second brother in the yard and was afraid something would go wrong, so I didn't dare go in." No wonder, besides Lu Hua's bunch, a few more neighbors had come hurrying over after. This little girl, mischievous as she was, at the crucial moment, she truly knew what was what. "Well done. Back home, I'll have your sister stew you meat. Second brother, let me support you." Seeing me limping and still holding her hand, the little one grew worried. "You're too small to hold me up. You hold on to your second brother, and your second brother walks steadier. See?" I gritted my teeth and walked a few steps, and indeed it was a bit steadier, which set her at ease. Home, I changed into my old padded jacket. The new one had gone, wrapping Lu Yan away. In the yard, my elder sister was laughing as she picked dry grass off Wang Fen. This picture was a fine thing. Ease, quiet. Wasn't this exactly the life I'd always wanted? In the midst of the thought, Dr. Wang came in with his medicine chest on his back. I'd sent someone to ask him to come look Ma over. This Dr. Wong had once dreaded coming to my house most of all, a wasted trip and an empty account to carry back besides. Now that I'd cleared the dead in just a few days, this visit, in his heart, was a glad one. I asked him in to warm up and told my sister to set aside a piece of meat for him. He refused over and over. I said, "You looked after my mother no little before. Meat is meat. The doctor's fee is the doctor's fee. Don't stand on ceremony." After taking the pulse, he breathed out, "Your mother's constitution is plainly much improved. I'll write a few more tonic doses. Take them on schedule, and come spring she may well be fully better. Mind this, don't let her take any more frights, or it'll come back again." Noted, thank you. He said the fee could be settled together when I bought the herbs, so I didn't press it. After all, dealing with him wasn't the matter of a single day. Seeing Dr. Wong off, my sister was about to go fetch the herbs. I stopped her. "Things aren't peaceful these days. Wait for Erguzi to come and walk with you." I'd just offended the Lin family and feared they wouldn't let it rest. "Listen to you. All worked up? What highwaymen are there?" She wrapped a scarf around herself and went out smiling. My heart gave a start. I tossed the crutch and chased after, and just at the door, "Aya, who's that?" "Erguzi, what are you doing, not watching where you're going?" My sister's cry of alarm. I looked up and ran into a frantic-faced Erguzi. He rarely wore this look. It surely meant trouble. "Brother Ming, something's wrong." On my way over, I ran into Taiga. He says his brother Tiejuan's been detained by people, and to come back for money to ransom him. What happened? Weren't they off collecting grain? Can't say clearly. Seems they tangled with the widow of Wang village. Erguzi shot a glance at my blushing sister and grew bashful himself. "Come on, push me over to see." I pocketed the money, hopped onto the cart, and told my sister to mind the house. At the village entrance, Wang Taidao came hurrying up frantic, a man of over 6 feet near to tears. "Brother Ming, I'm still 2 yuan short." "Well now 2 yuan? I'd thought it would be dozens, and had stuffed all the remaining Great Unity 10s on me. Tell me carefully what happened." "We went to Wang village to collect grain and caught the Wang village widow and the Wang village headman in an affair. We'd all moved on, but that mouth of Tiejuan's, he told it as a joke on the road, and it just so happened the headman's son overheard, said he was slandering his father, and the two of them came to blows. Taijun broke the lad's head open. Now he's being held. They want 5 yuan to ransom him." I frowned. Taijun was usually sharp. How did he turn fool at the key moment? 5 yuan I could put up, but if this temper didn't change, there was no telling how much trouble he'd stir down the road. "I've got the money." I looked at Wang Taidao. "But Tiejuan's temper has to be ground down, or however capable he is, I won't dare use him." "Brother Ming, rest easy. I'll go back and beat the lesson into him. The money, we brothers will pay back for sure. No need to pay it back. You keep that mouth of his in check and work hard with me. That's enough." 5 yuan was no money to me now, but to trade it for a brother loyal to the bone was worth it. At the Wang village headman's house, the couple were quarreling fit to bring the roof down in the main room. The headman's wife smashed a teacup and cursed him for being shameless. The headman slapped her across the face. "It's just betting a woman. Keep making a scene and I'll divorce you," and cursed on. "Our son's had his head cracked open and you've still got time to carry on. Hurry up and think of something." With things in chaos in there, we knocked. In the woodshed, Wang Taijun was hunched in a corner with his head drooping, and the sight of us was like the sight of saviors. He flung himself over. "Brother Ming, you're finally here." I looked to the headman. "Taijun got into a scuffle with your son, but it doesn't warrant holding him like this, does it?" "How does it not? He cracked my son's head open. Not beating him is already letting him off easy." The headman gave a cold snort and lit his dry tobacco pipe. "If I weren't holding it down, it'd have gone to the Public Security Bureau long ago. You understand? Blow it up and it won't end at just this." "Scaring me with the Public Security Bureau?" "Headman, you can't put it that way." I said mildly. "Taijun did hit someone, but there was a cause. Take it to the Public Security Bureau for Real, and if he says a thing or two, we can't keep a lid on it. Wouldn't you agree?" How would the old fox not catch the threat? His face sank. "You're threatening me?" "Of course not. You said pay to ransom the man, and we've brought the money. It was you who brought up the Public Security Bureau just now, so I put my oar in. Just take it as me talking nonsense." At this he was stuck for words. He hadn't reckoned that besides Bald Lou, our village could turn out a thorn like me. He didn't fear me. and had no shortage of ways to make me vanish. But that little business between him and the Wong widow. Since you've brought the money, I can let this go. He smiled without smiling. But if you lot dare ruin my name out there, don't blame me for being rough. Rest easy. As long as you don't deliberately make trouble, that matter rots in our bellies. I drew out 2 5 yuan notes and handed them over. This is 10, the extras for the medical fee. The moment the headman saw the money, his eyes went rigid. The graft he'd skimmed in several years as headman wasn't as much as this one stroke. He checked it for genuine, nodded, satisfied. Take him. Out the door, we found a doctor to look Wang Taijun over. He had only flesh wounds. Wang Taidao thanked us 1,000 times over. I clapped his shoulder. We're brothers, don't stand on ceremony. But Taijun was far too rash this time. Go back and have a good talk with him. After that, I had Erguzi push me into town. I got Ma's herbs, and on the way stopped by the donkey market. 320 for one. So much dearer than last year. It's near New Year's. Meat, donkeys, it all rises with the tide. With the year this bad, the donkey market, instead of falling, had risen. So be it. I took a fancy to one with a sleek, glossy coat and a sturdy build, haggled a bit, and closed at 320. Harness on. This trip Erguzi at last didn't have to push me. Home, Erguzi tied the donkey in the yard. No sooner had I sat down than my sister came in. Ming, my boy, tomorrow I've got to make a trip up the mountain with Erguzi. Why would you still want to go up the mountain? That leg of yours. Rest easy, sis, I've got it figured. Besides, haven't we got the donkey now? With it I won't have to exert myself. Wrapped in a thick quilt, it'll be fine for certain. That night I tossed and turned. 1. Tomorrow's mountain goods. And 2. That girl. I didn't know how Lu Yin was faring. I sighed, rolled over, and forced her out of my head. Going up the mountain tomorrow, I had to rest up. I was up at the first gray of dawn. Erguzi harnessed the cart, spread the thick quilt for me, and drove the donkey cart out. The mountain road jolted, just right for digging out dry rations to tide me over. On the way, Erguzi grew curious, and only then did I tell him about that patch of mountain goods. Brother Ming, you're really something. A thing this important, hidden till now. Keep it down. I glanced toward the back of the cart. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. With my leg hurt, I couldn't go up the mountain. And telling you, you'd not find it anyway. A joy for nothing. I was afraid of being seen, so I didn't dare leave a marker. Reaching a stretch of dead tree forest, my eyes lit up. It's right around here, the exact spot's still in there. With the donkey cart, Erguzi was spared the hard labor, and wrapped in the thick quilt, his guard slackened. But I was different. A habit of so many years, I didn't dare let it down for a moment. A flurry of thrashing came up ahead. I called the cart to a halt and pricked up my ears. Not much of a stir, something small, a pheasant or the like. I'd have liked to bring it back, but I couldn't see to it now. This trip was chiefly for the mountain goods. 10 some minutes later, a familiar thicket. I tapped Erguzi, stopped the cart. Throwing off the quilt, I hopped down, limped over, and pointed at a patch of tree stumps under the snow, my voice trembling with excitement. It's wood ear. Erguzi crouched at once and started picking. Fine-grade wood ear in these times could sell for 10 some yuan a caddy. No wonder he was thrilled. This patch had grown especially thick. Careful, don't pull the roots out. This stuff can grow again. Wood ear regenerates. Just leave the small ones. The back basket was half full, and Erguzi hadn't stopped. But just then, a tiger's roar not far off froze the two of us stiff. The whole snowy forest stirred with a rush, sounds of fleeing everywhere. Be our brother Ming. We haven't run into a tiger, have we? Erguzi's face went deathly white, and he grabbed my arm. This was a snowy forest. Running into a northeast tiger was the most natural thing. Only, I hadn't thought my luck was so rotten, legs still hurt, that I'd run smack into one. The words weren't out before the tiger charged from the thicket, straight at us. Erguzi, what are you standing there for, Ron? He scrambled, half crawling for the donkey cart, while I held the gun trained on the tiger, not daring to give half a step in disorder. The tiger, startled, didn't pounce at once. It only glowered not far off, growling low, pacing circle after circle, hunting the best moment to strike. A tiger is a solitary beast with a fierce sense of territory. Not starved to the extreme, not pushed to the brink, it won't lightly pounce on a person. Its circling meant it hadn't yet crossed its own threshold. But sharp-eyed, I caught something off. Its right hind leg bore weight feebly. Walking, it labored. Injured. Something stirred in me. I shot Erguzi a look and dropped my voice. This tiger's hurt. Right? The right hind leg's not right. Erguzi's eyes lit up. Don't get careless. It's a tiger. Hurt or not, we might not beat it. Leg unhurt. I'd have had a 50-50 chance of taking it down. But now, hard-pressed to fend for myself, I didn't dare gamble. Slowly backing toward the cart, I murmured, Erguzi, find a chance to drive off. Don't mind me. Brother Ming, what are you saying? Is your Erguzi that kind of man? If we leave together. Folks, this line I've got to give a close-up. A no-account boy nobody had ever doted on, his legs gone weak this very moment, and still he stiffened his neck and said, if we leave together. I made to dissuade him again, but the tiger wouldn't wait. With an ear-splitting roar, it suddenly pounced. I squeezed the trigger. The bullet grazed past its ear. Angrier still, it charged again. I fired as I backed away, but my hurt leg couldn't run fast, and it was about to be on me. Hee-haw, a donkey's bray burst out. At some point Erguzi had brought the whip down hard on the donkey's rump, and the startled donkey shot off at a gallop, slamming into the tiger with a thud. The injured tiger staggered, and Erguzi seized the moment to haul me onto the cart. Hold on. The whip came down savagely, and the donkey bolted down the mountain like a mad thing. The tiger, rammed seeing stars, came to and chased without let-up. I curled my lip in a cold smile. Want my life? Can't slaughter you today, but I'll have an eye off you at least. Calmly chambering around, I caught the instant of its leaping pounce, took aim at the left eye, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! Blood poured from the left eye. The tiger let out a ghastly roar, more frenzied, yet unable to chase any further. Folks, did you notice? When our brother Ming takes big game, the boar's left eye, the bear's both eyes, and this time the tiger's left eye. He goes for the eyes. This is accuracy carved into the bone. The donkey cart raced on, and only well clear of the snowy forest did we dare slow. The two of us sprawled on the cart, hearts still pounding. Brother Ming, this time was truly too close. We brothers survive a great calamity and good fortune's bound to follow. Oh, right, the wood ear. Erguzi looked back at the back basket, empty. It had all been jolted out in the flight for our lives. He smacked his thigh in vexation. It's all my fault. I gave a bitter smile. That had been the trip's chief haul. Forget it. Lost is lost. Getting our lives back is win enough. There's plenty of good stuff in these mountains. We'll come again. I patted Erguzi. No goods this trip, but escaping the tiger's jaws already counted as a gain. Cut to the Liu household. Liu Yin hadn't said a word since coming home, burrowing straight into her quilt, and only the next day did she crawl up, eyes sore and swollen. She was sick at heart. Lin Zhong deserved death and worse. The one she wanted to ask after was Wang Ming, but the words reached her lips, and she didn't know how to begin. Her mother, Zhou Meihua, brought in porridge and felt her forehead, afraid she was unwell. Ma, Brother Ming, he's all right. Zhou Meihua paused, her old face reddening. The things going round the village. That Lin Zhong boy had lost his head, laying hands on someone while Ming, my boy, was hampered in the leg. Word of this getting out was mortifying. What could be the matter with that boy? You rest, Ma will bring you your food. When she came in again, Liu Yin was already gone. The girl had thrown on a jacket, dug out that padded jacket of Wang Ming's, and gone out. On the Wang side, Erguzi shoveled down his food, recounting between gulps the escape from the tiger's jaws, and Wang Yin, listening, held Wang fun and fretted, her eyes reddening. Ming, my boy, don't go up the mountain anymore from now on. Today you were lucky, but if something really happened, how would we three, mother and daughters, get by? Don't worry, sis, I'll be careful from now on. See, I'm fine, aren't I? Erguzi chimed in too. With me here, I'll be sure not to let Brother Ming come to harm. As we spoke, Liu Yan's voice sounded in the yard. My eyes flickered, and I hurried to send Wang Fun to invite her in. She hadn't expected so many people in the house, and the sight of Wang Yin and Erguzi had her greeting them with a crimson little face. Sit, quick. My sister pulled her over by the stove. With the family better off now, I'd insisted on adding a stove to every room, and this winter wasn't so hard to bear. Yin, my dear, you're all right now? I'm all right. I was afraid something was wrong on your end, so I came to see you. Yesterday, had it not been for Brother Ming, she'd surely have been carried off, and with a real case on her record, this whole life would have been ruined. The look in her eyes toward me was full of gratitude. The moment Wang Yin and Erguzi saw this air between us, Their eyes lit up. There's something going on here. The two of them looked far too suggestive. I hurried to give a cough. Don't get ideas. I did Yin, my dear. A small favor before, and she's come to thank me. Brother Ming, we understand. Erguzi waggled his eyebrows. Wang Yin lowered her head, holding back a laugh too, and rose to go ladle Lu Yin some food, plainly meaning to go report the good news to her mother. I was a little hard-pressed to keep my composure. A grown man like me being misunderstood was no matter, but Yin, my dear, was a girl not yet wed, and her name was important. I said to her, roundabout, yesterday's business is past. The man's all right, and they won't dare spout nonsense to ruin your name. So don't dwell on it day after day, understand? To Erguzi's ear, this was a touch baffling. But Lu Yin understood. She softly lowered her eyes, a flush rising on her face. Brother Ming was good. If it were him, she'd be willing. Folks, look at this table. My sister bustling off to report the good news, Erguzi waggling his brows as a ready-made matchmaker, the girl blushing with her head down and saying nothing, and just me, having to both guard her name and hold my own composure. Being a benefactor was more tiring than fighting a tiger. But merry as it was, the few accounts in my heart were still spread open. The one-eyed wounded tiger up the mountain, the headman of Wang village who'd marked a grudge, the feud sealed to the death with the Lin family, and that mountain examination of Lu Youwei's that still hadn't begun. Beneath these peaceful days, the undercurrents hadn't stopped for a moment. Erguzi listened, his face all bewilderment. The man's all right? They won't dare ruin her name? Had something really happened yesterday that he didn't know about? He looked at me, then at Lu Yin, but the two of us only exchanged a smile and didn't pick it up. Just then my sister came in with a bowl of noodle flake soup. The white flour bought a while back hadn't yet been made into dumplings, so today she'd pulled a few noodle flakes. The Lu family's circumstances were among the best in the village, yet all year round they couldn't get a mouthful of white flour. Looking at this brimming bowl, Lu Yan's appetite was whetted, but in the end she couldn't let herself go. My sister simply pressed the bowl into her hands. Don't stand on ceremony. There's more in the pot. Not enough, and sis will ladle you more. Her little face reddened, and head down she began to eat in small bites, 2 bowls in a row. Erguzi had long since shoveled down a big bowl, but big as he was it hadn't filled him, and knowing white flour was precious, he only dared swallow his saliva off to the side. I saw it and clapped his shoulder. If you want to eat, eat. Have Sister Yin ladle you more. Up the mountain today, this fellow could plainly have run for it. Yet out of loyalty, he'd waited for me the whole time. On the strength of that life and death bond alone, from here on, as long as I had a mouthful, so would he. Oh, right, Yin, my dear, what did you go to do yesterday? Thinking you wanted to buy a donkey, I set out early for my uncle's to ask, and halfway there I ran into. Reaching this point, she hesitated and glanced at my sister and Erguzi. Without a flicker I shook my head at her, and she obediently fell silent. Once she let slip that she'd run into Lu Hehua, my sister and Erguzi would surely link it to Lin Zhong, and then all I'd done for her would be for nothing. This business started because of me. Lucky you came to no harm. It's not your fault, Brother Ming. If not for you, she said anxiously, then was checked again by my look and changed tack. In any case, from now on, anything comes up, just tell me. What I can't do, I'll ask my father to help you with. No need. What do you mean no need? Erguzi cut in, eyes blazing. Yen, my dear, then we'll trouble you from here on. We won't have you put in effort for nothing. Anything good, and we'll be sure to share it with you. No joke, anyone's favor could be refused, but not the Lu family's. That was a local emperor holding dozens of guns, and what we lacked most was exactly guns and men. Erguzi, don't talk rubbish. I glared at him, then turned to Lu Yan. Don't mind his nonsense. Don't take yesterday to heart, and above all don't mention it to Uncle Lu. Ming, my boy saying so means he doesn't count you an outsider, so you listen to him. My sister chimed in. Lu Yan's eyes reddened slightly, and she nodded, but this favor, she'd noted it down. Cut to bald Lu's house. A few of the mountain guard team sat around the heated Kong eating, drinking, and grumbling. Captain, there's less and less wild game in the mountains. The other day we went up and didn't catch so much as a chicken. Keep on like this, and we'll all be drinking the northwest wind. Bald Lu, irritable, poured liquor down his throat and glared at them. Useless. This spot's played out. Can't you go look elsewhere? His heart was the more galled. That wretch Wang Ming bagged something every trip, while this crowd of so many came back empty-handed every time. The one time they'd happened on a roe deer, they'd had their faces slapped. He didn't let them see the shadow in his eyes. The year was lean, and his own household hadn't much grain stored either. Keep eating and drinking like this, and the pot couldn't be lifted. And then, whether this bunch still circled him and took his orders, who could say? Folks, mark this grievance. Poverty breeds change. This captain's abacus was likely about to be worked against me again. I saw Lu Yan off. The next day, with the house raising pressing close, our family, helped by Erguzi and Hu Yubin, moved into the Hu home. It's wonderful you could come. An empty house is just an empty house. With people in it, there's life. Hu Yubin was warm in the extreme, pouring water and offering seats. The Hu yard was roomy with many rooms, more than enough for us. Uncle Hu and I were as teacher and father to me. I didn't stand on ceremony. But Ma, my sister, and Wang Fen were after all reserved. Brother, we won't stay for free. We'll pay rent at market rate. Ma hadn't finished before Hu Yubin grew displeased. Big sister, what talk is this? Ming, my boy, and Erguzi are like own brothers. Stay a few days and I'd charge money. Would I still be a man? Word of it gets out, and where would I put this old face? Blunt by nature, he wasn't even angry and still scared Ma into waving her hands. I didn't cut in with pleasantries, only quietly noted Uncle Hu's kindness. From here on, I'd repay it many times over. Ming, my boy, I heard from Erguzi you picked up a wolf pup. Is it still alive? Alive and well, playing inside with little Fen right now. Hu Yobin's eyes lit up. Really? Raised right, one's worth 2 dogs. And off he went cheerfully toward the kitchen to look. Outside the kitchen, the little wolf pup arched its back and bared its teeth, barking wildly toward the dog kennel. Hu Yubin stroked its head. Its barking didn't soften, but it shrank back warily. This little thing's no ordinary one, full of wildness and full of spirit both. You know why it fears me? It's caught the smell of blood on me. Hunting year-round and keeping company with dogs, he'd taken on a scent people couldn't catch, and a wild wolf, sensitive by nature, took him for a threat. Grown, it'll surely be a fine hunter. Once your leg's healed, your uncle will train it with you himself. Thank you, Uncle Hu. What thanks between us two. Have a couple of drinks with your uncle later, and your uncle's happy. Since Erguzi's mother passed, the Hu home hadn't been this lively. Today, Uncle Hu was truly glad. At the table, 3 rounds in, Hu Yubin opened the floodgates and clapped my shoulder. Ming, my boy, Erguzi told your uncle all about it. You ran into a tiger up the mountain. You've a charmed life, truly. Bad. Ma didn't yet know about this, and her face drained white in a flash. I hurried to give my sister a look, and she feigned feeling unwell and made to pull Ma off to lie down a while. But Ma was one who'd seen the world. She flung off her hand and, white-faced, glared at me. Don't think to send your mother off. Your mother will hear just what happened with you too. Heavens, what a hunter fears most are tigers, leopards, and bears. The tiger above all. Run into one and 9 times in 10 you lose your life. How could Ma not be afraid? There was no hiding it. So I gave the gist of the tiger encounter in a couple of lines, deliberately skipping the harrowing, thrilling parts, afraid of frightening her into a relapse. Even so, Ma listened with her heart in her throat, her face all melancholy. Ming, my boy, how about we don't go up the mountain anymore? Find some honest line of work? All right. A bitter smile touched the corner of my mouth, but a warmth flowed through my heart. In my past life, I'd been alone to the very end, and what I'd craved most was no more than this, to be worried over like this. But I'd transmigrated into a dirt-poor hunter's household in the 1958 Greater Shingon Range. What choice was there? Luckily, I had my past life skills. Trying my luck in the mountains held far greater odds than finding some steady job. Rest easy, Ma. I'll be careful. Going up the mountain to hunt is our family's tradition, our honest livelihood. I promise you, from now on, whenever I go up the mountain, I'll be sure to call along a few more for company. Ma's tears suddenly fell. My sister hurried to take her hand and soothe her softly. Wang Fen leaned in too. Erguzi, sensing the mood off, picked up a length of blood sausage and put it in Ma's bowl. Auntie, this is the blood sausage my dad made, mixed with deer blood, a real tonic for your constitution, and it used that very bowl of blood Brother Ming gave us. Among them, a word here and a word there, they finally calmed Ma's mood. After the meal, the 2 elders rested, and Wang Fun went to play with the wolf pup, leaving just the three of us in the yard. Brother Ming, when do we go up the mountain next? Erguzi was preoccupied with that bit of wood ear, terrified someone would beat us to it. In a couple of days. I watched Wang Fun and the wolf pup romping. We just wounded that tiger. It may not let it rest, so let's wait a bit, or it's too risky. My leg wasn't fully healed. Go up now, and either the tiger lay waiting for us to walk into the net, or it had already bled out and died. The latter was likelier, but I didn't want to take the risk, still less to have Ma worry. Then the wood ear. It won't run off. Wait for the next crop to grow in just right. No harm going then. Erguzi answered on his lips, but his eyes rolled, and inwardly he was scheming. He'd have to find a pretext to slip off there again and stake the treasure spot first. In this world, a livelihood didn't come easy. I saw through that little scheme of his at a glance, but didn't call it out. Each had his own abacus, and it wasn't as if he'd never been up the mountain. I only charged him with one line. If you want to go, I won't stop you, but for safety's sake, call along Shuzhong and the others. Haha, got it, Brother Ming. The next day was the day to break ground. Having settled Ma and Little Fun, I took my sister, the head cook, and drove the donkey cart back. The neighbors had all gathered early. We'd asked an old man of the village to preside. I took a spade and turned the first shovelful, and the groundbreaking rite was done. Then everyone set to together, and in no time at all those drafty mud brick rooms were pushed down, dust flying. My sister stood off to one side, her eyes reddening. Drafty as those few wrecks were, they'd been lived in 20 years. The one keepsake left them by their early dead father. Torn down like this, she couldn't bear it. I drew her shoulder in. Sis, our days will only get better. This is our wish, and our father's wish too. She leaned against me and nodded, the tears scattering bit by bit. Digging the foundation, laying the foundation, all in good order. 20-some below, yet everyone worked away in high spirits, no one crying weariness. At noon, a hearty meal. Cornbread buns, cabbage and pork stewed with vermicelli, and a mutton offal soup I'd specially ordered. That offal had been bought on the last town trip and saved up unspent, today to reward everyone. A bowl of hot soup down, and even the old folks and children who hadn't worked had color in their cheeks. In just one day, the foundation was laid, the brick and timber stacked neat, waiting only for the walls to go up tomorrow. As soon as dusk fell, the neighbors took their leave with one accord. House raising was a big matter, and they'd help where they could, but grain was precious, and open-handed as I was, they wouldn't presume to keep cadging meals. Once the new house was done, I'd treat them properly again, see it through to the end. Harnessing the cart, I hurried back to the home. A whole day without sight of Erguzi, my heart kept drumming. I had a faint sense this fellow had gone and acted behind my back. Reaching the home and knocking, the one who opened the door was Erguzi, his face carrying a measure of guilt. Brother Ming, Sister Yin, why are you back only now? Seeing him safe and sound, I breathed out, drove the cart in, and looked him over with scrutiny. Honestly now, did you lot go up the mountain today? You know me best. He gave a sheepish laugh, took the reins, and as he shut the door peered out warily a couple of times, and only after confirming no one was about did he scamper back. Brother Ming, you don't know. Today we struck it big. A li east of the Wood-Ear Patch, we found a small stretch of Lingji. The biggest one this big. He gestured at me, a good 2 fists across. I paused. Wild Lingji has fierce demands on temperature. The ones that survive in cold like this are few and far between. This was striking it big for real. We picked the big ones and brought them back, rested a night, and tomorrow we'll go to town to turn them into cash. Come, I'll show you. You go ahead, I'll look in on Ma first. My sister, preoccupied with Ma and Wang Fun, went inside first. Rest early, sis. Tomorrow when we've cashed in, I'll buy you and Little Fun floral jackets. Erguzi, riding high, pulled me along. I was thinking of Ma too and meant to refuse, but seeing how excited he was, I couldn't bear to spoil it. Truth be told, I rather wanted to see what a face-sized Lingji looked like. Folks, let's tally the accounts. On one side, the new house broke ground and the foundations laid, the village's hearts pulling together. On the other, Erguzi, blundering into luck, has dug us a Lingji money road besides. It looks like climbing higher step by step. But don't forget, the one-eyed wounded tiger up the mountain is still without news. The Wang village headman marks his grudge. The Lin family holds a feud to the death, and right now the most pressing, bawled Lu, so poor the pot can barely be lifted, has those eyes of his sliding my way again. Beneath the good days, that string, I hadn't dared let slack for a moment. The moment I stepped into Erguzi's room, I was struck dumb. On the earthen Kong sat a dozen some Lingji, big and small, the biggest fist-sized, the smallest half a fist, glowing alluringly in the dim lamplight. Brother Ming, look, fine grade, eh? Erguzi was so smug he couldn't hide it. To find Lingji in this season was already heaven's own luck, all the more so this fine and great. Sold off, it'd be enough for a warm winter and might even turn things around for the days ahead. How do you plan to sell it? First time I found this stuff, I've got no clue. How about tomorrow we call Shuzhong and the others and go to town together to have a look? I nodded. We couldn't all sell to one shop tomorrow. We'd have to ask around in several spots. The surest were Uncle Jiang and Dr. Wang. The next day before dawn, our party drove the donkey cart into town. On arrival, we split into two. Erguzi took the Wang Taidao brothers to Uncle Jiang's. The two of them had met Uncle Jiang. And I, on good terms with Dr. Wang, took Lu Shuzhong and one fine-grade specimen to the Hands of Healing Hall. Ming, my boy, is your mother unwell again? One look at me, and Dr. Wang was first puzzled, then his face changed. Don't tell me she's taken a fit of anger again. Anger was a great taboo, especially for a mother bedridden with lingering illness like his. No. I hurried to explain. This brother of mine got a Lingji up the mountain. Do you take it here? Lingji. Dr. Wang's eyes lit up, and he came around the counter. Let me have a look. He examined the color, smelled the fragrance, felt the texture, his face gradually turning satisfied. Wild, isn't it? Years in medicine, he knew his materia medica cold. You live up to being the town's famed physician. This brother of mine had good luck, a whole day to find this one. Rarity makes the price. Here's what, I'll give you 36, how's that? 36 was already past my expectation, but I feigned hesitation, turned to look at Lu Shuzhong, and at an angle Dr. Wang couldn't see, winked at him. Lu Shuzhong caught on at once and put on a troubled face. This Lingji grew at a cliff's edge. I nearly stepped into thin air and fell off for it. 36 is a bit low. Dr. Wang reckoned with gritted teeth. Wild Lingji was hard to come by, and one from a cliff's edge was traded for with one's life. Then I'll add 10 more, 46, no more than that. All right, for my brother Ming's good ties with you, 46. But I'm in urgent need of cash, so I'll only take it settled now. Rest easy, I'll fetch it right away. Dr. Wang trotted off delighted for the money, and at the last clapped the two of us on the shoulder. This brother of yours has the knack. Bring any fine goods you've got from now on. I'll buy at a high price. Out of the medicine hall, Lu Shuzhong leapt up high right there in the street. 46. It actually sold for 46. 19 years alive, and the first time he'd seen this much money. And this was one. They'd picked a dozen some. I clapped his shoulder and dropped my voice. Don't get worked up. This is only the beginning. Your days ahead will get better and better. Brother Ming, that Taidao and I have what we have today, all thanks to you. This life, I'm with you to the end. Don't say that. The Lingji you found by your own skill, it's nothing to do with me. How is it nothing to do with you? If you hadn't found the wood-ear patch and had Brother Erguzi take us, we'd never have found it. This Lingji, you're owed a share for sure. He said it with iron conviction, and it warmed my heart. Money or no money didn't matter. What mattered was that I hadn't misjudged the man. This Lu Shuzhong, I'd settled on bringing him up. On the other side, Erguzi and the Wang Taidao brothers had flung down a stack of cash too, and Wang Taijun, beside himself, was hollering. Sold for 38. Brother, we're rich. 1 for 38, 10 for 380. Enough even for bride price money. Erguzi, having seen big money riding on my coattails, was steadier. Calm down first. We'll talk once we meet up with Brother Ming. Once joined up and comparing prices, both sides sucked in a cold breath. My side, 46, 8 higher than theirs. In these times pork was only 4 mouse a macadie, and that 8 was enough to buy a good-sized hindquarter. Thank you, Brother Ming. If you hadn't found the wood-ear patch, we'd not have found the Lingji either. Wang Taidao said sincerely, and Erguzi and Lu Shuzhong nodded along. Don't say that. It's your own good fortune. Wang Taijun lowered his head along with them. But in that instant, something flickered in the depths of his eyes. Everyone was steeped in the joy, and no one noticed. Folks, this look, I didn't mind it at the time either. But mark it for me ahead of time. If something really goes wrong down the road, it'll most likely come from this thing that flashed past. Come on, let's get a bite, my treat. Urguzi decided. His father had taken away no little under helping you save, but he'd had the sense to keep some back. This meal's on Taijun and me. Wang Taidao argued too. The few of them hit it off and made for the town's only two-story restaurant, the Gathering of Worthy's Tower. Watching them clown around, I was glad for them and thought of my elder sister again. These years my sister had had no matchmaker, not for want of callers, but because she couldn't set down me and Wang Fun. Once the new house was done, I'd take gifts to the matchmakers myself and find her the finest brother-in-law in all the villages around. Reaching the Gathering of Worthy's Tower, just as we made to take a seat by the window, we ran smack into two people, the Wang village headman, Headman Tian, and the Wang widow. Well now, running into the enemy at the restaurant, bad luck. But here we were. There was no leaving without eating. We acted as if we hadn't seen them and headed for the window. The Wang widow, however, swung her hips and got to the window seat a step ahead. The moment Wang Taijun saw it, his face darkened and his eyes reddened. Last time it was at this woman's hands he'd come to grief, losing face and 10 yuan besides. But just as he made to flare up, his hand was pressed down by Wang Taidao, who shook his head at him. Wang Taijun clenched his fists and bore it in the end, dropping onto a seat at the next table. My gaze flickered, but I took no offense. Instead, a smile at the corner of my mouth. I gave a nod to the slowly approaching Headman Tian. This nod was no show of submission. When I'd ransomed the man the other day, that little private matter between him and the Wang widow was still gripped in my hand. This meal, who'd eat it in peace, remained to be seen.